knew I would make it this far. They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this, go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Hey, please don't play no games with me. I promise I'm too much. Hey, I can never let up even if you had enough. Hey, this ain't for the faint of heart. We always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash and the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play so. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like, hold up, yeah. I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles that I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. All of those dark nights I got then, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me, but known for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish, consumers find a way inside your business. Babble if they try to dabble in it and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this and you're in your element with a fire like this and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire. I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth. Following God and you grinding. You do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center. Word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be. Let's run it up, run it up, run it up. We beating the odds just to sum it up. You know it's a rap, never waistlines, and I'm cutting the weight like a tummy tuck. That mean I'm about to give it out right now. You see what's coming down the line, I never pipe down. I give 100% and be trying to stun on my enemies. In my element is crazy as that might sound. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Never switch up. 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 Keep that same energy. I'm in my element.
Yeah. What up, what up, what up, what up? What up, what up, what up, what up? Salute. Woo. Salute to everybody. Boy, I just had me the saltiest damn mozzarella stick I ever had in my damn life. That was just horrible. That was horrible. I don't know what they were thinking when they made them. Anyway, salute to everybody in the building. What's good, my people? Long time no see. What's good? What's good? Man, the prelims start at 6 o'clock. I'm running late. Had to take me a little bit of a nap. Woke up a little later than I wanted to wake up, but I am in time for the card. I wanted to wake up earlier so I can get myself together. And you know how that goes. Shout out to everybody in the building. If you're in the building, hit the like button. By the way, is my sound coming in clear? Let me know. If my sound is coming in clear, let me know. Let me go ahead and open it up here. Make sure that where we're supposed to be at right here, everything is working. Everything sounds good. We got a great card to cover today. This one right here, if you guys watch the video that I put on, bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I don't even have my lights on. Let me turn my lights on. Woo! Let me turn my lights on. Chasing my tail. Chasing my tail. You know I wanted to catch it from the prelim. I was actually thinking about starting this live at the main event. But I'm like, no, I want to catch a couple of fights on the prelim. Namely Joseph Brown. I wanted to catch Joseph Brown. I've heard a lot about him. I've seen some sparring footage on him. I never really got a chance to do some real video, like some real tape study on him, but I figured, hey, tonight's is a great night to start, right? To start really watching this young kid. This is supposed to be a young prodigy. Falling underneath the same umbrella with the Mayweather promotions, obviously, and a Camaro Moat, and the idea of this up-and-coming fighter. We saw what happened. We saw what happened with Camaro Moten, or what's happening presently with Camaro Moten, and we're all hoping that that kind of works out for the betterment of Camaro, because we love what we see in Camaro Moten. We just want to see more. Hopefully Joseph Brown gets a little bit more of a push. But we'll see what he does tonight, right? We'll see what he does tonight so we can get a better idea of how we should even be looking at him. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. I appreciate you guys being in the building. Shout out to anybody who supported some of the long videos I was putting out together this week. You guys know work has got me moved around a little bit, stretched up a little bit. Next week will be similar. I was supposed to be out of town this week. This coming week, I'm really out of town the following week, right? Because I just messed up on the calendar as far as telling you guys what I was doing. So next week I'll still be on this schedule that I was on this week, as I'm moving and transitioning from one position to the other position, going at my job. And that being said, it's going to take some training. I got to go out of town for it as well. The following week I'll be going out of town for a week, but we'll be back to a normally scheduled program before you know it, right? Before you know it. But in the meantime, hope you guys have been enjoying the long form content. Maybe this is, God don't make no mistakes. Whoa. Hold on a second here. God don't make no, it was my TV. I should have had it on mute. God don't make no mistakes, right? So maybe that's what the whole game plan was. Me get a better opportunity at my job, get at this bag, but also get an opportunity to put together some of these long form videos so you guys can catch up, on that. I know I've been sliding and slipping on that as well. There's just not enough hours in the day, right? There's just not enough hours in the day. So it is what it is. It is what it is. We all know what the main event is for tonight, ROLLY versus Teofimo. Look, I put it in the video what I thought it was. I told you guys in the video this was going to be transformation, right? Versus what did I say? Transformation versus skills. I can't remember. I came up with it in the last minute when I did it, right? But that's really how I felt about it, right? Really just this is about transformation for both fighters here. We saw ROLLY Romero show us another side to him when he fought against Ryan Garcia. We saw him try to show us that against Isak Pitbull Cruz with Ishmael Salas, and it didn't work out well for him, right? Isak just wouldn't allow him to pace the fight out that way and take his time. But we did see that version of him show up against Ryan Garcia. And what did we see? We saw patience from ROLLY Romero. We saw a jab. We saw him not jumping into bad situations similar to what he did with Gervonta Tank Davis, is jumping into a bad shot. You know what I mean? Outside of walking into that shot, he looked pretty decent for that fight, right? With the Gervonta Tank Davis fight. I didn't score that fight. I was just watching it. I'm not sure if anybody else remembers, but I just remember, really Rolly Romero being in a very competitive fight with Tank until it wasn't competitive, right? But, that's what we're normally seeing from Tank Davis, right? We know that Tank Davis lets these fighters, he lulls them into a false sense of confidence and security and has them believing maybe the fight is going a certain way just long enough to, lull them into being open enough or vulnerable to his attacks, which are usually very fatal, right? When he's able to execute it properly. But regardless, we saw Rolly Romero show some improvements. At 147 pounds, we've seen him still be strong. A lot of people at the NFL was like, wow, is this the weight division for Rolly Romero? What a improvement. But at the same time, guys, we had to acknowledge who Ryan Garcia was that night in the ring with Rolly Romero. Was that the best version of Ryan Garcia? We know Ryan Garcia struggles with the mental health aspect of the game, whether it's in his personal life, and we've seen it bleed into the ring as well. But it is what it is. You can't take, or you shouldn't take, anything away from Rolly Romero, but tonight will be the ultimate litmus test about what we saw from Rolly Romero. It really will, right? Tonight will be the ultimate litmus test that will let us know who is Rolly Romero. Dare I say, tonight will be his actual championship fight. If he beats Rolly Romero, if he beats Teofimo Lopez tonight, I think we all got to be honest and give him his respect and say, you know what? It is what it is. Rolly Romero is the WBA champion. He is one of the best fighters at 147. And we have to probably give him his respect and putting him in top 5 in the division, right? Putting him up there with Devin Haney, putting him up there with a Liam Paro at the time right now, right? Or Keyshawn Davis, who's in the division, or a Brian Norman Jr., right? Any of these fighters, or Ryan Garcia, we have to put him right in that conversation. If he beats Teofimo Lopez, that'll be the second king of the kings, as far as the kings are concerned, the 4 kings or 5 kings, whatever the number's been, when they brought in Shakur. But at the time, what was it? Tio. It was Tio. I think Lomachenko might have been in there. Gervonta Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia. Are those who it were? I can't remember right now off the top of my head. But that being said, he would have beaten 2 of the 4 kings, right? And none of the 4 kings have done that. He will have been the one guy outside of the 4 king conversation that's actually beat 2 of the 4 kings. You got to give Rolly his credit after tonight if he beats Teofimo Lopez. And of course, on the other side of the conversation, we got Teofimo Lopez, who came from a one-sided dismantling from Shakur Stevenson. And guys, a lot of us going into that fight had our criticism of Teofimo Lopez. Some of us, but I say it was a split room, right? Some of us said, Teofimo fights to his competition. He levels up. If he gets in the ring with the best, he becomes the best. If he gets in the ring with less than that, then he'll show up less than that. But then there also were a lot of us who said, no, those inconsistencies aren't based on competition. Those are based on Teofimo Lopez. He is just an inconsistent fighter, or consistently inconsistent fighter. And that was a big debate, a huge debate for years before we finally seen that ultimate litmus test against Shakur Stevenson, who was probably the best fighter Teofimo's ever been in the ring with. And, naturally, I think if you were a Teofimo Lopez fan, you supported the idea that Teofimo would step up, that these are the kind of fights he shows out in, the fights against Shakur Stevenson. But, he got dominated. He really got outclassed even, and people question whether or not he should have even been in the ring with Shakur Stevenson. Keep in mind, So, if he's not even supposed to be in the ring with Shakur Stevenson, was he ever a 4 king? Was Teofimo Lopez ever what we thought he was? Was he ever anywhere near that? Right? Well, listen, man, we also saw the public showcasing of the dysfunction between Teofimo and his father. We saw that dysfunction play out in real time in a sold-out Madison Square Garden that broke record numbers. And he got arguably exposed in front of the world. But look, everybody has their off night. Everybody has their moments of their moments, right, where it's just not their best version of themselves, right? It is what it is. Well, let's see what he does tonight against a Rolly Romero, who on paper, right, ladies and gentlemen, on paper, this shouldn't even be an argument. Teofimo Lopez should be naturally the guy that we think is going to win this fight. He is the accomplished fighter. He is the more experienced fighter. He's been on the big stage, right? He's been arguably undisputed at one time, right? He's been a lineal champion twice, right? He's been in the ring with the better competition, has the better resume than Rolly Romero, who some might say is somewhat of a late bloomer in his career right now. That, you know, he's never passed the big test when he got in there with Gervonta Tank Davis. But recently we see what he did with Ryan Garcia. So we got to watch a lot in this fight, guys. We're going to be watching the dynamic of that relationship between Ismael Salas and Rolly Romero. And on the opposite side of the corner, we'll be looking at the dynamic of Teofimo and his father and see if they've ironed out their differences. Did they come to a commonality, a common ground that makes sense? Will that translate into the best Teofimo we've ever seen? Teofimo, you leave it to him. He'll tell you that the 135 version of him is what he wants you to remember, because that's what he's going to bring back to the table, that he'll make 140 a figment of our imagination, just a bad time in his life, a hard time dealing with his baby mother, who's maybe currently his wife, or I don't know how that situation is working out, or his current wife. I don't know how that is. I think he has a child on the way, so he's ironed that out. He seems to maybe have confronted the father in real time. You know what I mean? Confronted the demons, you know, emptied out the closet and said, listen, man, let's speak on this in a real way about what's really going on with us and what we need to improve on. Right? It is what it is. It is what it is. We got to see what's going to happen. And also on the undercard, we'll be watching Yoenli Hernández continue on his mission to show and prove that he's the best 160-pounder in the world. We know the 160-pound division is booming right now. It's cooking. Things are moving around in the division, right? We've got the introduction of Xander Zayas. Shortly, we should be hearing about him showing up at 160. We've heard the rumors about Virgil Ortiz popping up in there. We saw Tim Tszyu beat Errol Spence at 160. We're watching the rising of up-and-coming prospects turn top-level contenders in an Amari Jones or in a Jahai Tucker, or even one of our favorite here, you know, home team in Jalil Hackett, right? Vito Melnecki's in the division now as well. So we're watching the division come together in a real way. Out with the old, in with the new, maybe what we're talking about sooner rather than later. When you're talking about Yoenli Hernández, he's kind of just been starved of his opportunity to show and prove. I think most people have considered Yoenli Hernández a guy who's deserved his opportunity at becoming a champion for a while now. Well, tonight he goes ahead and he co-headlines this event, which is a big move for him. Shout out to Coach Hector Bermudez as well, who's out there working with Yoenli Hernández. That is his fighter right there. And looks like tonight he'll finally get recognition. You would think this is somewhat of a title eliminator to a degree. After this fight, you would think Yoenli Hernández should be right in line to pick up a title. So this is going to be a big fight for him on the undercard tonight. And we got a bunch of other stuff going on as well, right? A bunch of other stuff to talk about. So we'll be calling the fights. Today is fight day, man. No more speculating, right? No more breakdowns, right? No more arguments, no more debates. This is the show and prove state on Saturday night. On Saturday night, we get the questions answered. On Saturday night, these guys shoot it out and figure it out inside the ring. And that's all we want as boxing fans. We want to see them do that. You know what I mean? Not so much talking. Talking is cool as long as there's a fight at the end of it, right? It is what it is. Shout out to everybody in the building. I know you guys are popping up slowly. Appreciate you guys in the building. Bertha Gomez in the building said, let's go Teofimo. No doubt, man. Shout out to Teofimo, man. My brother Ray Davis in the building said, let's go. He says, I got T.O. as well. My brother Joe Uso in the building said, let's go Uso. We in the building. Hit that like button. Yeah, guys, do the right thing, man. Hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well, man. Sam from Jersey said, let's get in it. Let's get it. We in for a special one tonight, 100%. Mark 189 in the building says, what up, Clay? What up to you, Mark? Says T.O. Masterclass incoming. Looking forward to seeing it, man. I think he has the right fighter in front of him. We got to see who shows up tonight, man. That's what the big thing is. What T.O. do we see tonight? And also what Rolly Romero do we see tonight? You know, the patient, Rolly Romero, who works behind that jab, controlling that range, touching that body, you know, being very, you know, selective and with his shots, picking his shots, putting his shots together. Or do we see somebody who's going to try to overwhelm Teofimo Lopez, rush him, put the ultimate pressure on him? Is that what we're going to watch, right? Oh, yeah, Gary Antonio Russell's also going to be in this card tonight, man. Looking forward to see Gary Antonio. I believe that he has an interim, yeah, he does. He has an interim WBA title, just like his brother Gary Antoine Russell, who has a full WBA title. Gary Antonio Russell, the older brother to Gary Antoine Russell, tonight will be fighting for that interim WBA title. Naturally, you know, you hope that his next fight, that would lock him into actually go ahead and fight for a championship in his next fight, right? Put him in position. All right. Let me see. We fight all night. It says Slick Boxer Gordo returns tonight, no doubt. Round one in the building says got boxing and MMA. Today's a good day, no doubt. Kansas City Mac in the building says, I got Rolly. No doubt, man. Sounds good to me, man. Kaisu 953 in the building says, encore. Do you want more? Brooklyn Raw. Cooking raw with the Brooklyn boy. Yeah, Kansas City. My brother Sam from Jersey with the $2. Early, man. Put some color in there, man. Shout out to the color in the chat, man. Sam from Jersey says $2 for the takeover. Let's go, T.O. No doubt. Mark 189 says, Kelly, keep doing them long form videos. No doubt, man. I appreciate it. I'm going to keep doing that, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for pushing, man. It looks like we got 2 fighters in the ring right now. Joseph Brown is in the ring right now. This is a fight I'm actually wanting to see. I really want to see this fight right here. I want to see who Joseph Brown is, what he does, how he shows up and shows out. Wait, is this the Joseph Brown fight? No, this might not be the Joseph Brown fight. It's a fight regardless. It's not Joseph Brown. Who is this? Prelim card here. Jose Benavidez, senior in the corner, is bringing out his fighter tonight. Let's see. Let me put it on here. Hold on a second here. I got the sound in my ears today for sure. Oh, yeah, Jamal Harvey. Shout out to Mark 189, man. Jamal Harvey definitely did his thing yesterday, man. What a knockout, man. What a knockout, man. He continues to show improve. Jamal Harvey continues to show improve, man. I'm looking to see him do some great things, man. I'm hoping MVP can continue moving him like that. MVP's been putting the right marking behind him. He's going up on those cards. He's not just prelims anymore. He's going up into the main card before you know he'll be co-headlining and hopefully get a title shot sooner rather than later. 2 cents in the building. My brother 2 Sizzle in the building. What's good, man? Terrence Y6S4D in the building says, I'm going to go with Rolly for the upset. No doubt, man. Salute to you. Z Pacino in the building says that Tank fight was like 3-2 Tank to me before the KO. Okay, no doubt. No, it's still a competitive fight. You know what I mean? One of the best versions of Rolly Romero I've ever seen as far as, you know, just his ability to fight and operate at the high level. You know what I mean? I think that was a big test for him, and he showed up better in that one than he did in all his fights afterwards, right? Whether it was against Isak or Ismael Barroso or you know, even Ryan Garcia. He did box well with Ryan Garcia. That was a great version of him, but I think Tank was way more of a dangerous fighter. Woo! Oh, man. All right, Blancas versus Mamon here. Let's go here. Saturday night fights here. Ooh, early here. As Ricky Mamon starts off very early here. Really just getting in there, moving his head, touching that body, come over the top. He is a shorter fighter, so he's already accomplished the first goal, which was crossing the void. But Blancas, controlling that range, man. He has those long arms. He's a little bit taller. This is right up Jose Benavidez Senior's alley right here. This is the kind of fighters he likes to work with. When you look at what he used to do with Diego Pacheco, what he does now with his son and David Benavidez, and even, you know, any boxer that really comes out of the stable here, you're going to see him. I'm looking forward to seeing him work behind that range, those physical attributes he has, but at the same exact time, let his hands go, right? That's what comes out of that Benavidez team right now, as Blancas is really controlled right now, taking this fight a little bit more under control a little bit. Mamon continues to apply that pressure, cross that void, come over the top with some hooks, and try to work to the body, trying to slip that lead hand. And Moments is trying to work behind that lead hand and walk him into some big shot. Nice check lead hook by Blancas here, as Blancas goes ahead and ties up Ricky Mamon, who's applying that pressure. We're at the minute 42nd here, 42nd mark here in the first round here. We're watching Blancas in the purple shorts, working behind that jab, taking his time, looking for that look, using it as a rangefinder, setting up the big right hand, in and out, working with that jab, shooting the big right hand, getting back out into range. Wants to keep Momos out there in range. Momos jumps in with some big explosive left hooks, lead hooks, but is unable to get anything going. But now he's applying that pressure. Blanca seems to still be well in control of what's going on in this fight right here, man. He's resetting it, slowing the fight down when he needs to. If he has to tie up Ricky Mamones, then that's what he's going to do, right? But he's not going to let this guy dictate the pace. Good work to the body behind that jab and ripping these right hands to the body. There he goes. Oh, nice. Lead hook catches. Mamone catches. Blanca's trying to use that lateral movement, get off those ropes. As Blancas tries to be very patient, touch him to the body, touch him up top with that jab. He wants to keep this fight in front of him. He doesn't want to get caught up in the what Moment wants to get involved in, which looks like he wants to get into a brawl, scrap. He wants to get this fight dirty, cutting, good ring cutting by Ricky Moments, man, doing a good job of cutting that ring off when Blancas tries to use that lateral movement. Good work right there. As Blancas continues to try to keep his distance and keep out of range of Moments and force him to keep on jumping in there with those explosive moves that Moments be doing, trying to get him to walk into a lead hook or a straight right hand. Moments continues to smother him a little bit, crossing that void. That's the end of that first round. End of that first round right there. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Salute to everybody in the building. First round here. What's my guy's name here, man? I want to get his full name, though. You know, I keep playing around like I know who he is. I don't know who he is. I know that's Benavidez' fighter, but all they say is Blancas. Ignacio Blanca. Is that his name? Ignacio? Let's see here. Is that Ignacio Blanca? Let's see here. Aldo Blancas. All right. Aldo Blancas and Ricky Mamone. Okay. Aldo Blancas. Very good. Very good. Very good. Yeah, Ricky Mamone is very game. He understands the assignment for sure, man. He definitely understands the assignment. I'm not hearing the instructions in the corner. I should have turned it on. I had it muted. But I'm assuming they're saying keep that fight in front of him. Take your time, man. He has a game opponent here in Ricky Mamone. And there he goes. Nice check lead hook. Catches Mamone's jumping in there. And that's what he's going to try to do, right? I mean, listen, this is kind of like a little Isak Cruz in front of you. Just not as high levels as Isak Cruz, but at some point or another, if you can use that momentum against Ricky Mamone, I'm sure that's what Aldo Blancos wants to do, right? He's trying to walk him into those check lead hooks, straight right hands, but Ricky Mamone continues to cross that void, apply pressure, right? Collapse that pocket, and the fighter with the longer arms, you know what I mean, who wants to control and use that reach is having a hard time getting that timing on his big shot there. Nice lead hook. Nice lead hook. Good work. Good work by Mamone to continue to cross that void, man. But also, Aldo Blanco's doing a good job of just keeping that right hand up because Moments tries to come in with that lead left hook. He tries to be explosive, jump in there with that lead leg hook, and then let his right hand drop to his body or come over the top with the right hand as well. So he's trying to time him with his own lead hook. Moments is trying to touch that body, but really trying to land the left hook. It looks like that. Oh, big overhand right by Ricky Moments catches Aldo Blancas right there in that exchange right there. So Aldo Blancas is still in the, this is only a 4-round fight here. So Aldo needs to kind of turn it up and figure out something soon, man. There he is. He's working. Nice work by Aldo's Blancas right there, finding his rhythm and his cadence inside that close range. Good work, touching him to the body, coming over the top with the big right hand, getting some respect from Ricky Mamone. Now, Ricky Mamone seems to really be processing that data he just got, which is damn, this guy can punch you. A nice check lead hook by Aldo Blancas right there. Nice check hook catching. Ricky Mamone returns to be explosive, jumping up in there with that left hook, coming down to the body, keeping that high guard, trying to really get this fight to turn into something where it can be an exchange. But there he is now, finally finding his rhythm here as Aldo Blancas is starting to find good right uppercuts up in between that high guard and touching that body now a little bit more, man. Lead hook to the body, overhand right, and now using that movement right there to get from in front of Ricky Mamone when Ricky Mamone tries to collapse that pocket. Nice left hook to the body. Doubles up on that left hook. He hurts Ricky Mamone. Ricky Mamone takes a knee. 2 big left hooks to the body hurt Ricky Mamone right there. He's back on his feet as the referee's on that 5 count, 6 count. Shout out John McCarthy in the ring. 7, 8. Asks him to step forward. Are you good? John McCarthy in the ring tonight. I just realized that's John McCarthy in the ring. So, look, man, he got this blood in the water right now. Let's see if Aldo Blancas can close the show here with under 20 seconds left here inside the second round here. He's able to touch him to that body. Nice right hand to the body. Nice left hook by Aldo's. Ricky Mamone is really just trying to make it through through this round right now. But look, there it is, that prospect, that rookie energy, not touching that body. You just put him down with the body, only a couple seconds left here, and he's starting to headhunt. And that's where the experience comes in. I don't know what instruction we should expect to hear coming out of that corner of Aldo Blancas, but Aldo Blancas was really committing to that body, finally collected the interest on that body, good lead hooks to the body, hurt Ricky Mamone, put him down. When Ricky Mamone came back up, he started headhunting Ricky Mamone, and Ricky Mamone really that just right down his lane. Like, all right, good. You want to headhunt with me? That's what we can do. We can exchange. Just do anything you want. Just don't touch my body again. You know, Aldo Blancas might have missed out on a big opportunity right there to get a stoppage right there, but still a great dominating round, super dominating round. You saw Aldo Blancas find his rhythm, start picking his shots, walking, using his movement, walking into these lead hooks, touching that body, started to really get that respect and said, I got to get you to stop pushing up on me the way you are. I want to control this range. And he did it the right way. He touched that body. He touched that body. Top of the third round right now. Let's see if Aldo Blancas can go ahead and capitalize off that momentum he built for himself in the last round, depending on the instructions that Jose Benavidez was able to give him here. Nice left hook to the body. Ooh, nice lead hook lands. Nice return, man. Nice lead hook from Ricky Mamone, but another nice left hook to the body by Aldo Blancas, man. Nicely hooked, nice lead hook up top, man. But he's not touching that body, amazingly enough, man. We're in the third round, 2 minutes and 25 seconds left here in the third round. Aldo Blancas not touching that body, and Mamone is using them legs, man. He's moving around. He's trying to recover, man. He had a nasty left hook that touched him to the body. He's still probably trying to recover from that. That's how those lead hooks to the body, them liver shots, man. You don't just get over it in one round. You know what I mean? So he's using his movement right now. But you know, I'm watching a young prospect in. There we go. Nice left hook to the body by Aldo Blancas. But I'm watching a prospect in Aldo Blancas not read the ring as well as I would like him to. There he is. He's starting to touch that left hook to the body. He's starting to touch Ricky Mamone to the body there. And I want to see him do more of that. I think he can get this guy out of here. You know what I mean? Ricky Mamone continues to be dangerous, jumping in there with big lead hooks, being explosive. Nice left hook to the body lands and touches Mamone. Mamone's not going to last so much longer. The body work is starting to come together. Mamone's legs aren't even there as like they used to be, man. He's falling into the ropes as Aldo Blancas is just using his movement. He's circling Ricky Mamone. He's touching him with big shots up top. Ooh, rips a nasty left hook to the body again. As Mamone is taking some big left hooks to the body, man. Walking, trying to collapse that pocket, tries to catch him with that left hook. He does catch him with that left hook, but really not clean enough to really get any respect. At this point, you got a hurt fighter in the ring right now. Is Aldo Blancas, who's now stalking Ricky Mamone, going to be able to really put this guy away? He seems like he's there to be put away, but he has to set up these shots. There he goes with the right hand, but a big right hand by Ricky Mamone. Blancas continues to put those shots together. Good work putting those shots together, ripping that left hand to the body at the end of those combinations. I don't think he's doing it enough. There he is. He's ripping shots up top, kind of on a David Benavidez 3 to 5 punch combination up top. But where's the body work? Where's the body work from Aldo Blancas here? He has a hurt opponent. This guy should be out of here. I mean, at least make him wear and tear that body. If he's going to survive, make him survive. Nice left hook right hand by Ricky Mamone right there. Hey, nice work to the body here. His referee's warning of something to Aldo Blancas. We just passed the 20-second mark here inside of this third round here. Ricky Mamone surviving right now. Got put down by a big left hook to the body in the last round here. And we're not seeing Aldo Blancas really capitalize off of that punishment he put on the liver of Ricky Mamone, who's stepping forward, pushing forward, coming over the top with big shots, putting his punches and bunches together here. That's the end of that third round. Another round in the bank here. I haven't really been keeping score here, but I'd have to give, these rounds to Aldo Blancas, but it still feels like, Aldo Blancas has an opportunity to stop this guy. And I don't know if he's reading. I don't know what Jose Benavidez Sr. is telling him right here. Let me see what I can hear. Let's see here. Mamone's corner is instructing him to use his feet, continue to use his feet, move out the way. They understand he's a hurt opponent. They understand he's hurt. Touching the body. He's touching him to the body. He's slapping him to the body right now. That's that Hawaiian tough love right there. I know them ribs is tender. You know, Mama's ribs is tender right now. Looks like some good instructions is coming in from the corner here. Physician speaking to Ricky Mamone, and all right, they allow the fighter to go ahead and move forward. Let's go, man. Top of the fourth round right here is I mean, I'll be honest with you. This is about Aldo Blanco at this point, man. I feel like he has a fighter in front of him that he can stop, but I don't know if he's seeing what we're seeing or what I'm seeing, right? He's not touching that body, though, you know, committing to, you know, you put him down with that left hook to the body. I thought that you would commit a little bit more and continue to just take your time and rip those shots, but he's headhunting. He keeps on, you know, he's putting those shots together, but he's not, you know, there he goes, trying to set up that right hand, telegraphing that big overhand right, that straight right hand. I'm sure that's what he wants to land to stop Ricky Mamone. And maybe that's a shot that does it. But, you know, once again, that left hook to the body seems like it paid out in dividends for him in the second round when he's able to put Ricky down. It is what it is, right? Is Ricky trying to apply that pressure, put his punches in bunches, and he's trying to collapse that pocket. There he goes, letting his hands go. And he's, listen, for a fighter who I know is hurt, in my opinion, with that body, he's doing a pretty good job right now, man. He's switching a little bit, going back and forth between that south and that southpaw and that orthodox, but he's collapsing the pocket. He's coming over the top with big right hands, and he's forcing Otto's Blanco out of the pocket when they get in those exchanges. Otto's is trying to get up out of there and use his movements. And, you know, how does that look to the judge? You know what I mean? The judges looking at this? Hold on here. We've got John McCarthy who's getting involved in a fight right now, instructing these guys, I guess, about keeping their heads up high. They're headbutting each other a little bit here. John McCarthy stops the time at 1:40, give these guys last minute instructions, and he brings it back in there. John McCarthy demanding a clean fight here from both fighters here. And there is Ricky Mamone continuing to put those shots together. Nice uppercut by Aldo Blanco here as Ricky Blanco continues to press forward, ripping his shots to the body here. And, you know, Aldo Blanco continues to just headhunt, man. He's not looking for that body. That nice right hand to the body by Aldo Blanco's forehead to forehead. There we go, putting those shots together. But he's just trying to set up for the big shot. He's headhunting. He's looking for the big shot. He's headhunting Ricky Mamone here. And maybe he does catch him with that big shot, but I just feel like he's missing out. Nice overhand right by Ricky Mamone lands right there. Both guys get tied up right there. John McCarthy gets in the middle of them, separates and brings both guys to the center of the ring right there. Ricky Mamone continues to stalk and press the action here as Aldo Blanco continues to look for an opportunity to touch him with the big counter right hand. Where's the body work? Where's the body work? There he goes. He's ripping the right hand to the body, but no left hooks to the body. That's the shot that put your guy down 2 rounds ago. Hey, nice uppercut catches Ricky Mamone there. Kind of takes him off of his legs a little bit right there. Takes him off his feet a little bit right there. As Ricky's trying to jump in, be explosive, and come over with the big overhand left. He's trying to check him with that big left hook and trying to collapse and apply pressure to Aldo Blanco. Aldo Blanco's finding space in there. He's looking for the big right hand. He's ripping uppercuts, but he's not touching left hook to the body. He's actually switched over, and he's actually more committed to that right hand to the body. But where's the left hand to the body? I haven't seen it since the second round. I don't understand. Why not? We're at the 10-second mark here, and this fight becomes a big shootout. A great fight towards the end when you think about what Ricky Mamone's weathered, you know what I mean, to stay in this fight right here. There we go. Oh, nice work here by towards the end of this round here by Aldo Blancas here. We make it to the end of 4 rounds right now. You got to believe that Aldo Blancos took this fight pretty confidently. I think he just did a real great job, but at the same time, a missed opportunity, in my opinion. There's just a missed opportunity there to really touch that body a little bit more after you've already put your opponent down, who seems to be hurt. I mean, you got to give Ricky Mamone his respect. He showed grit, really survived and weathered the storm, and, you know, ultimately made it to the 4th round. But, you know, he did get beat here. But we'll see what happens with this guy, man. He has the physical attributes. We got to see Jose Benavidez continue to work with him and see what he does in a big show. That prospect energy showed up a little bit with Aldo Blanco tonight. He just wasn't able to really identify, in my opinion, a hurt opponent and really get him out of there or hurt him even more, right? Really show and prove that he has that eye to see these opportunities in front of him. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. You know, shout out to everybody in the building, man. Didn't really get it. Let me see. I didn't address everybody in the building the way I should. I've been all into that fight, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. What we got going on in the chat here, man. Edwin Perez in the building says, I never pay per view. Okay, man. Let me see here. We fought on night says, did your crossing the void reference come from the Demetrius Johnson? He used to have a show named after that. No, I've heard a lot of pundits and commentators. I've heard people say that in the game. Hold on, did I hear Demetrius Johnson say that? I might have heard him say that. I might have. I don't really watch his show. I know he has a show. I don't know if I've heard him say that all the way. I probably have, but I've heard it multiple places. That's just boxing talk right there. That's just, cross that void. You know what I mean? Cross that void, man. You know what I mean? Collapse that pocket. It is what it is, man. Shout out to Lance Meyer in the building, man. Taking Gun in the building says, nice Mike Tyson post. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, man. Definitely, man. Let me see here. Blaze pound for pound in the building. Salute Blaze. What's going on? My brother Ray Davis in the building says, low knows he's going to shock the state of boxing when ROLLY has a puncher's chance. Yeah, man. Shout out to my brother Akeem Blake in the building said, peace and blessings, Clay. Wagwan, boo boy. Boom, let's get it. No doubt, man. You know what I mean? Lono says Gordo has a chip on his shoulder. We'll see how that shows up in the fight here. Oh, I gotta clear this out of here. We got some idiots already trying to spam the chat this early, trying to get people to get the free pay-per-view. You know what I mean? Roger that in the building. Salute, Roger that. Yeah, I don't know what the scorecard was. I wasn't listening here, but I gave that to Aldo Blancas for sure, you know what I mean? But I do feel like the Hawaiians giving out those gifts. Let's see what Aldo has to say for himself right now. Yeah, talking about that body, that's what he's saying right now is that he found success in that second round, touching him to the body right there. Said Jose Benavidez told him, touch that body, man. That's how you deal with those big fighters. You know what I mean? Shakur does it all the time, right? That's how he deals with the big pressure fighters. Shakur's going to touch that body. He's going to touch that body and make you weather a storm. You know what I mean? Whether or not you want to become a William Zepeda who can weather it and continue to apply the pressure, or be a Josh Padley who just ends up falling to the body shot, right? Getting hurt to the body. But that's how he slows him down, right? And maybe I don't have the one hitter quitter chin checker, right? Maybe I don't have that power that can just stop you one punch, but I can accumulate and compound shots to the body that can ultimately make you think about it. And that's what he did with Ricky Mamone. He was able to touch him to the body with big left hooks. He was ripping those left hooks to the body, and he did get that respect from Ricky Mamone and ultimately got him to go down in the second round. But like I said, I didn't see him searching and taking advantage of that. He didn't keep touching him with the left hooks. He turned off that and started headhunting, really started putting those punches together and started looking for the big right hand. And Ricky Mamone's pressure, the way he was applying that pressure, the way he was stepping forward, really those shots that Aldo Blanco was looking to connect with were going to they needed that range. They needed that range to he needed to be able to get that full extension on those shots in order to turn that over the way he wanted to turn it over. So I thought the left hooks to the body and the uppercuts were working well for Aldo Blanco when he put it together that way. But I mean, once again, a 4-round fight, right? You don't have enough. It's sort of like Aldo Blanco, the way he was fighting, it would have made more sense and maybe been, maybe it would have been an 8-round fight, right? 6 to 8 round fight. Maybe we would have seen that game plan work out a little bit better. But once again, being critical on a fight where he did win every round at the same time. Let's not act like he lost. I do think he might have missed out on a little bit of an opportunity to get a stoppage there, but it is what it is, right? Shout out to everybody in the building here, man. Rocky Rodriguez says, good test for the young Blancas, no doubt, man. Alan Land in the building says, what's good? What's good with you, family? What's good? What's good, man? 53 people in the building. Hit the like button. Support the grind. And, of course, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys in advance for being in the building. Let me see here. Boom, 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 boom. Let's get the likes up. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, go ahead and do that as well. They're showing the video right now to Gary Antonio Russell, man, one of the older brothers. I believe he's 1 year or 2 years younger than Gary Russell, Jr., right? One of the older Gary Russell, the oldest out of the fighting brothers, at least, right? Gary Antonio is a great fighter, man. I'm real happy to see him on this card. At some point or another, I feel like he's, maybe on the back end of a victory here, he becomes a main card fighter. We've seen him on Pro Box before and things of that nature. But one thing about the Russells is we always complain is about the inactivity, right? We don't see these guys in the ring as much as we'd like to see him, or at least we don't see him on the big stages as much as we'd like to see him. We're still waiting on information on Gary Antoine Russell and what his next fight's going to be, right? Rumors is still circulating about him and Oscar Duarte being the big fight that we should be looking forward to see. That'll be a PBC Golden Boy collaboration. He'll be putting that WBA title on the line, but you want to see Gary Antoine Russell get into these unification fights, right? 140 is a division that could be cooking a lot better than it is. Love to see Shakur getting there with Gary Antoine Russell, or watch Dalton Smith mix it up a little bit. I know we just watched Dalton Smith have a press conference for his up-and-coming fight against Alberto Puello, where he'll be defending a mandatory against Alberto Puello, former WBC champion, a fighter who, has the only victory over Gary Antoine Russell and Alberto Puello. Looking forward to see that as well, man. What we got going on here, man, in the chat, man. Kaisu says, they said Rolly and Tio got the same barber. My brother Lance Meyer says, I like the Russell brothers, good brothers. Yeah, no doubt, man. I just wish I could see them a little more active, Lance. I just want to see him be a little bit more active inside that ring, man. I feel that's one of those conversations for me. When we talk about Gary Antoine Russell specifically, right? I mean, all the Russells, but Gary Antoine specifically, a fighter who just he's just not active enough. And with the amount of opportunities he's had, he's done the best he could with it, right? I think there's an argument there to say that Gary Antoine Russell's performance against Alberto Puello, I would accredit it to activity, right? A fighter who's now getting just used to fighting once every, 10 to 15 months, right? Like 10 to in that window, right? He's just not a fighter who we're getting used to. We should be seeing Gary Antoine Russell at a minimum, in my opinion, 2 to 3 times a year, right? 2 to 3 times a year is what I believe we should see Gary Antoine Russell in the ring. And I would like to believe that's what he would like, right? Which goes to the argument of if that's what he would like. I think if anybody would ask Gary Antoine Russell what he would like, I think he would like to be active 2 to 3 times a year. So is there an argument there to say that he's not active 2 to 3 times a year, not because of him, right? This is where, a pundit like me is going to hold the PBC accountable, obviously, and say, listen, man, why isn't a fighter like him active inside that ring? I mean, watching Rolly Romero jump into the ring tonight to defend his WBA title, going on damn near 15 months of inactivity from his last fight, which was in New York against Ryan Garcia. I want to see more activity from these guys. You know what I mean? Let me see here. Taking Gunner says fight prediction for the main event. Oh man, I'm leaning towards Tio, man. I'm gonna go with the pedigree, man. But it's still a very close fight. Wouldn't be shocked to see Rolly Romero pull this one out as well again, depending on the Tio that we see, man. And not only as far as like mentally wise, seeing who Tio is gonna be, but also as far as game plan, strategy wise. Don't forget, guys, we gotta remember here that this guy is going to be showing up at 147 for the first time. His power never really translated at 140 pounds. He's trying to give 135 energy at 147, which to me sounds like you might see him really let his hands go and try to put the big shots together and see if he can hurt Rolly. So we got to see what version he is. If he chooses to play Rolly's game a little bit too much, stay in that range, and tries to give that show, the takeover show for the crowd, he might end up hurting himself tonight as well, right? We got Joseph Brown in the ring tonight. Guys, I was talking about Joseph Brown earlier today, right? This guy comes in with a lot of people talking great about him, man. They're talking real good about Joseph Brown, man. Mayweather talk, right? A humble kid, you know what I mean? I'm really excited to see what he does inside this ring. I really haven't had an opportunity to really see Joseph Brown in action before. So this is really going to be a treat for me personally. So we got a super welterweight fight, 154-pound fight here between Joseph Brown and Alton Wiggins here. I'm looking forward to see what Joseph's able to put together, man. Let me see. Alan says $80 is a little bit too much for this fight. Yeah, and that is another thing about this, right? A card like this, these guys, I mean, just hearing you say that, Alan, brings to the surface the idea of the exposure. Fights like these, a fight card like this, a fight specifically like ROLLY, Romero, and Teofimo, Lopez, you got to believe would be good for boxing, and you want as many people seeing this fight as possible. Putting an $80 firewall, a big paywall of $80 in between a casual fan in this fight, might be doing a disservice to boxing a little bit, or disservice to this fight specifically, right? Alton Wiggins versus Joseph Brown here. Unfamiliar with either one of these fighters here. Can't lie to you guys, but I'm very excited. Looking forward to seeing what both guys can do, but I'm not going to hide my hand. I'm really interested in seeing what Joseph Brown, 19 years old, man, 6'2", comes in the ring at 157.4 pounds, man. He's 2.5 pounds shy of the 160-pound limit, man. So this is a big boy here, man, coming out of Vero Beach, Florida, man, orthodox fighter. 5 knockouts. Was it 7 wins, 5 knockouts? Coming out of Vero Beach, man. Big boy, man. This one here, big fights here, man. Right here at 154 pounds, man. This guy clearing out his throat. Robert Hoyle is the referee here. Yeah, he's way too close to that mic. Oh, child, we're hearing this boy clear out his whole sinuses from the whole damn world. And he was all up in the mic. Man, Jesus, bro, that was crazy. That was crazy. But I mean, look, we're looking at 2 fighters here, specifically Joseph Brown, who could be showing up at 160 sooner rather than later as the division cooks up. You never know, man. He's coming in the ring at 157 well, yesterday he touched the scale 157.4, man. So damn near 2.5 pounds away from 160 here. Oh, man, I already don't like what I'm looking here in front of Higgins, man. Wiggins over there, a very, very shaky stance, man. Well, he's using that lead hand, and you got a clash of that southpaw orthodox. Joseph Brown sitting in an orthodox position, taking his time to just measure Higgins. He's shooting big right hands, man, behind that jab. Oh, nice to work to the body here. Nice lead hook up top, man. As Wiggins tries to collapse that pocket a little bit, but still trying to control the range. Wiggins looking a little hesitant, man, and I think that hesitation is going to play out bad for him in this one here. As Joseph Brown is just literally looking for the timing and the cadence, trying to catch that cadence of Wiggins very early in his fight. And I think Wiggins is picking up on that energy, and he's a little nervous energy coming from Wiggins here as Joseph Brown crosses right over that void. Shout out to my brother, We Fight All Night TV, and shooting that 1-2 down the middle. Bad intentions on that right hand of Joseph Brown as Wiggins continues to just tries to hold that high guard, tries to be attentive. Oh, nice left hook, man. Feints to the body and comes right over the top with the lead hook for Joseph Brown. Minute 45 seconds left here inside of this first round here. Joseph Brown's just taking his time here, touching him to the body right there, shoots that right hand to the bottom as he knows he has a very nervous, he's wound tied a little bit, very nervous Wiggins. Nice straight right hand to the body again for Joseph Wing, who's just taking his time, seeing if he can maybe feint and pull Wiggins into a bit of an exchange there to where he can get that shot he wants. There we go. Wiggins jumps over, crosses over the void and shoots that straight left hand. Kind of touches Joseph Brown a little bit. Joseph Brown's still just waiting for him to come across, just inviting him to that exchange, saying, listen, there's an opportunity here for you, man. Don't be scared. Jump in here. Let's make a fight, man. We got a couple people in the building, not a lot, but a couple people in the building. Let me see you do your thing here. Both guys try to exchange there a little bit right there. Nothing really lands clean for either one of these guys. We just passed the minute mark about 8 to 10 seconds ago in this round right now, as we're watching Joseph Brown take his time, man. Work to the body. He's touching and working behind that jab. Shoots that right hand straight down the middle. He's slowing the fight down a little bit. He understands he has a nervous fighter, and he doesn't want to become too offensive. He's shown his willingness to be offensive in the early 30 early seconds or minute inside this round, but at the same time, slowing it down. That's it. You got to give props to his corner, whoever he's been training with, who's allowing him to be patient here. This is a 6-round fight. He has the time. He doesn't need to be over committed to just shocking the world right now. Higgins is being very selective, very hesitant to get in those exchanges, wants to control that distance in that range. Joseph Brown goes for it himself, and Wiggins ties him up. We're about to close this first round out here. You got to give that effective pressure energy to Joseph Brown and give him that first round here. But both guys really just processing a lot of data still. Joseph tried to get the fight going in the early parts of that first round, but slowed down a little bit, trying to allow the fight to come to him. But will the fight come to him? At some point or another, he might have to just cross that void, cut that space in the ring, and just really, get this guy out of here. Does he have that layer to his game? Does he have that wrinkle to his game to where he can say, you know what, I know this guy doesn't want to fight me, but I can be explosive. I can apply the pressure. I can do what I need to do to get him out of there, right? And on the Wiggins side of the conversation, what is Wiggins going to do with all the data he just got? He just sat there for a round, just, playing patty cake a little bit, touching, trying to let that left hand go, trying to find that left hand. Didn't really do too much in that first round. So let's see if his corner processed that and if they're able to make the adjustments, and let's see what it looks like in the second round. No doubt. Let's see what happens in this round here. Top of the second round right now. Joseph Brown. I didn't even get a chance. I should have turned my mic on so I could hear the instructions that Joseph was getting in that corner there. Let's see if he does make the exchange. There we go. Nice work by Wiggins, who found that left hand. But Joseph Brown is definitely applying the pressure a lot more now. He's not, Wiggins is trying to tie him up. Well, Joseph Brown tried to tie him up. Wiggins trying to break out of that. But Wiggins, I don't know if the instructions are letting him know to press the action a little bit, but Joseph is definitely on demon time right now. There he goes, shoots that right hand to the body again. A lot of jerky energy coming over from Wiggins' side of the conversation. I think Joseph Brown wants to get a control of that energy before he lets his hands go, right? Wiggins continues to jump across and try to tie him up. I think the referee should give some instructions to Wiggins about the excessive clinching a little bit. I don't know. At some point or another, he's literally just jumping in there just to clinch. He's not letting his hands go per se. Good work to the body. And Joseph Brown kind of gets tied up with him, but Wiggins takes the advantage of it and ties him up as well. There we go. Instructions from the referee to both these guys saying, let's keep this clean. Minute 40 seconds left here inside of this second round, top of the second round here. Joseph Brown trying to apply that pressure, trying to let his hands go, but also trying to battle the fact that he has a fighter in front of him in Wiggins who will tie him up. Both these guys tied up a little bit too much when they get in there. Joseph taking his time. Nice straight right hand to the body. Joseph Brown's been using that straight right hand to the body, really been touching him to the body. He's been using that jab as well, but that right hand to the body, he's been pretty effective with that. Oh, nice. Big shot lands for Wiggins there. Catches Joseph Brown on the way in there. Joseph Brown ties him up. Did Joseph get hurt a little bit there or just lose balance? I don't know, but Wiggins caught him with a nice left hand on the way in there, man. Under 50 seconds left here in this second round. Joseph fighting to the body, trying to palm and get in front of that lead hand of Wiggins to set up that straight right hand to the body. Wiggins not having a bad round, though. He's actually putting it together pretty well right now. A lot more relaxed, not as fidgety as he was, not as hesitant as he was in the first round, but still, being defensively aware of the danger that's in the ring with him, with Joseph Brown. But he is exchanging a little bit more. He's finding those, and he's stepping to Joseph Brown at times. He's doubling up with that lead hand and shooting that left hand right down the middle, trying to find Joseph, man. We're about to hit the 10-second mark here in the second round here. This is a close round here. I haven't been scoring it, but man, I don't know, man. This could be a Wiggins round. I don't know. This could be a Wiggins round, man. He's controlling the pace of this fight at this point. If you ask me, I think he's doing a good job of controlling it. Nice lead right hand catches Joseph Brown at the end of that round right there to end and close that round out right there. I probably should be scoring these rounds, right? That was a better round. That was a better round for Wiggins, right? Both guys tying up a little bit too much. When they get inside that pocket, they're both allowing that pocket to collapse, and the referee's having to get involved in this a lot more at some point or another. Wiggins just gave some instructions over there to his corner. Let me see. He said something in his ear. I missed it. I just turned the sound on in my head, in my ears right now to hear what they're saying in the corner. having some conversations in that corner. He said something in the ear of the corner. I don't know what he said. I don't know if he's heard, if he's letting him know something. I mean, obviously he's letting him know something. I just don't know what was happening. But he did pull him close and say something in his ear. So look at Wiggins. Let's make sure that he's on point. Make sure that left hand is still on point. Make sure that he's still a 100% fighter inside that ring. He is starting to use that jab a little bit more. If you guys paying attention to that lead right hand, he's using it a lot more. Joseph Brown crossing that void with that straight right hand, doubling up on that right hand, finding Wiggins. But Wiggins is just working behind that jab. So is that left hand hurt of Wiggins? Okay, there we go. Wiggins let that left hand go right there. There we go. Touch Joseph Brown a little bit right there with that left hand. I wonder what they were talking about there. Very interesting what was getting said in the ear of the corner right there. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left here inside of this third round right now. Both guys kind of tying up with each other a little bit. Once again, both these guys guilty of the clinching a little bit, guilty of collapsing that pocket and not really working on the inside as much. They both want to work at range, and when they get inside that pocket, they both going towards the clinch. They're both working inside, and they're not working in the clinch. They're just tied up. Nice 1-2 for Higgins right there. Ends up in the tie-up again. Ends up tied up again. Both guys have no inside work, really. Just wanting to work in that range. Both guys could use that you know, when they go into the next camp, man, they gotta improve on that, man. We were just talking about Caleb Walsh in his last fight, not really working inside of that close range good, and really collapsing that pocket and getting tied up way too much, excessive clinching at times in his last fight. And he seems to want to keep it at range. Both these guys, I think, on that same conversation, they want to control it. They want to work at range. They want to get full extension on those shots. Joseph Brown trying to use his feet a little bit more, trying to step out to the left. There we go. Nice work from Wiggins right there. Finds a way to get inside there and work. Joseph Brown tries to use that lead hook to get himself away out of that close range fight. Both these guys not really working as well as I think they should be inside that range. There they are, tied up again, man. Tied up again. Referee gets in there, separates, and brings him back to the center of the ring. We just passed the first, that last minute mark. The minute mark is passed in the third round here. Straight right hand to the body by Joseph Brown right there behind that jab. Tries to apply that pressure. There they are, tied up again. Wiggins has both of Joseph Brown's arms tied up right there. Both these guys collapse in the pocket. Excessive with the clinching in this fight here. Not as pretty as I'd like to see here. This is my first time. You know, they say first impressions are the biggest impressions. And this is me watching Joseph Brown for the first time. I can tell you already, I see some holes in his game. You know, I can see the athleticism. I can see that he's got some power that he wants to put together, but he doesn't seem to be putting it together all the way. You know, he's been able to use that straight right hand to the body. I see good things in him, but already just see places where he probably could use some improvement right there. Nice straight right hand. There's Wiggins tries to come in with his own left hand and good counter punching. Good jab by Joseph Brown. Was doubling up and touching with that jab. Very lackluster round here, man. I'll give it to Joseph Brown here, you know, but I'd like to see more, man. Let me see here. What we got going on here, man? We found nice said the void ref is fired. Some don't understand the void. No doubt, man. Roger that says Wiggins barely throwing any punches. Yeah, a little reserved, man. Rocky Rodriguez in the building says Brown just got to feint him. He'll catch him with something big. Yeah, feint him, but follow up. But he needs to work on that inside a little bit, man. He's allowing that pocket to collapse. So sometimes that feint is working, but what that feint turns into is a clinch because he doesn't know how to work. Once he gets to that close range, his instinct is to tie up with this guy or allow this guy to tie up, right? I don't know if he can use his feet a little bit more, maybe step out a little bit. Maybe it's a clash of styles as well. There's a southpaw orthodox clash going on in this fight. So you know how that goes at times. There's some adjustments that need to be done there. Comes in the fight here with 7 wins, 5 knockouts. So he knows how to put something together. Kai Su says, I like Brown. He looked comfortable in there for sure. No doubt, man. Atheist Ghostbusters in the building. Salute, 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 man. Top of this fourth round inside this, the fourth round, top of the fourth round here. Let's see, man. I'm looking for some adjustments here, man. I think Joseph Brown, you know, needs to put it together a little bit. He's stepping out to the left a little bit now. Watch out for the feet. You know, they get crossed a little bit when that southpaw and that orthodox clash. These guys inside that clinch, man, as Wiggins is tying him up. Referee is warning Higgins about the excessive clinching a little bit right there. I think both guys are a little bit guilty of it. Nice work right there. As Higgins finds him with a left hand and tries to come over the top with that lead right hand. Joseph Brown trying to find that work in there and tying him up right there as the referees continuing to warn Wiggins of the excessive clinching right there. He's putting the onus of the clinching on Wiggins, right? He's saying, Wiggins, you're the one doing the clinching now. Good work by Joseph Brown. That was the first real good combination punching I saw from Joseph Brown, putting those shots to the body, shooting that right hand to the body, coming over the top with the lead hook, and then ending it with a straight right hand. Finally putting the shots together. Good straight right hand to the body again by Joseph Brown. Minute 50-second mark just passed here inside of this fourth round right now. Joseph Brown is finding himself a little bit more in this one, man. He's starting to wind up that right hand a little bit, trying to really, he has his hands low, kind of bringing that Roy Jones energy to a certain degree, just trying to invite Wiggins into this fight, man. Feinting, very Roy Jonas in that last little 20 seconds right there. Didn't really turn it into anything, but there he goes with that jab, but boom, right back, collapses the pocket and gets tied up, and they're tied up again, man. Gets tied up again. Minute and 15 seconds left here in this fourth round right now. But Joseph Brown having, maybe one of his best rounds in this round right here. This 6-round fight so far. It's 4 rounds of this 6-round fight. There we go. Nice straight right hand lands for Joseph Brown right there. Good work right there. But he's allowing Wiggins to use his feet to get out of there that time. Wiggins came with a straight left hand. Wiggins tries to tie him up. Joseph Brown leans on him, puts that pressure on him. Doesn't want to keep getting caught up in these clinches, man. Taking his time, stepping to Wiggins. Wiggins working behind that jab. Good jab by Joseph Brown. 35 seconds are here. Joseph Brown continues to try to search for that body with that right hand. Tries to catch him with that lead hook, but he's a little wide with that lead hook, and Wiggins is able to get inside of that hook. He hasn't really been able to catch Wiggins with a clean lead hook. Trying to time him out when Higgins does commit to the offensive part of this game. There we go. Nice work right there. Follows him out the back doors. Wiggins tries to back out of there, and Joseph Brown jumps right across the void, shoots that lead hand, that straight right hand, straight down the middle, pins Wiggins on the rope, but ends up tied up again. Referee has to separate him, man. As we're getting to the final seconds of this fourth round right here, Joseph Brown definitely feeling the pressure to make something happen. He wants to give a big performance tonight. He's on the big stage, even though it's the prelim of this card. It's a pay-per-view card. He wants to show and prove that he belongs here. He doesn't want to make this fight. He doesn't want to be part of a boring fight or a fight where it looks like he can't make the adjustment. So he's starting to put that pressure on himself to make something happen here. Wiggins rips a Q-tip out his nose. I don't know what happened. He just ripped it out his nose. Let me see what's going on here in that corner. They're whispering to each other. What is going on? Why is Wiggins continuing to whisper to him in his corner? I don't know. You can't help but feel like Wiggins has got something he's heard or something he's addressing. That's the second time I saw him talking to the ear of his corner, of his trainer. I don't know. Top of the 5th round here. I haven't been scoring this one either, man. Just getting a feel of who these fighters are. I haven't been scoring it like I normally do here. Let me see here. As Joseph Brown trying to use his legs a little bit now, trying to move around. He doesn't want to participate in that nasty mid-range, close-range fighting no more. He wants to control this fight and keep it out of range. You can tell that's what Joseph Brown wants to do. But Joseph, man, as you get more into your professional career, that inside work is going to be, part of the game. I mean, look, man, we watch Abdullah Mason. We talk about how effective he is on the inside, and he works so well on the inside. But we say he doesn't control the range as much. He doesn't work behind the jab as much. And here we're looking at a fighter in Joseph Brown who's operating on the opposite side of that spectrum, right? He's working very well at the range, at the distance. When you give him the ability to work, he's making it happen. But there, nice check left hook. That was the first clean lead hook that lands for Joseph Brown right there. But when it comes time to getting inside that range, he's getting tied up a lot, right? He's allowing Wiggins to really smother all of his efforts to get in there so he can get in and out. He's having a hard time with the out part of the process. So Joseph Brown trying to use a lot more movement right now, trying to showcase that athleticism, trying to find those angles, and he doesn't want to get caught up. Good work to the body. Joseph Brown finally finding the answer there to what's going on in there when they get in there. He's working good work to the body. That's what Joseph Brown needs to do right here. In this round right here, we're seeing Joseph Brown put together these shots. He's ripping these right hooks and left hooks to the body. He's not allowing Wiggins to tie him up as much as he was doing inside of those earlier rounds. And that's what I want to see him do, make that adjustment. It took him a little while to kind of figure that out, but now he's using his feet. He's using his movement. And he has an answer now for that clinch. When Wiggins gets in there and starts tying him up, he's starting to let go of those hooks to the body right there. As Wiggins is trying to find him with that straight left hand, but Joseph Brown looking a lot more comfortable in this round after he's made that adjustment, touched the body of Wiggins like he did. Wiggins more hesitant, to jump in there and tie him up and get involved in there. He doesn't feel like he has the control of it that much. So now Joseph Brown has him biting on the feints as he's fading to the body. Wiggins is biting on those feints now. So let's see if Joseph Brown could add that extra piece to the end of this. Nice straight right hand in and out. Good work as Wiggins tries to use that lateral movement, spins out to his right. Nice straight right hand down the middle. Joseph Brown catches Wiggins on the way back out right there. 30 seconds. Nice right hand. Follows it up with a lead hook. Short right hand again, ripping hooks to the body, letting that right hand go to the body, working to the body of Wiggins, pushing him back. Very active, very good, clean round for Joseph Brown. This is the best round for Joseph Brown so far. Very clean round here. 15 seconds left in the round right now. As Wiggins is kind of paralyzed. He's kind of caught up. He's hesitant to commit because Joseph Brown's unable to make him give him that respect with that work to the body. As Joseph is just walking him down now, just touching him, using that lead hand as a rangefinder. Nice lead hook for Joseph Brown as Wiggins tries to tie him up, close the round out. Very strong round for Joseph Brown, who made some adjustments there. He's ripping those shots to the body, and I think that got the attention of Wiggins here. We're going to go into the last round here, but good exchange in there, man. Chosen Kings in the building says Brown needs to work on his balance. Yeah, a little bit for sure. Alan Land 1 says watch the headbutt. Yikes. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. As we're covering a prelim fight here between Joseph Brown here and Alton Wiggins. Joseph Brown and Alton Wiggins figuring out the differences here in this fight here. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. It's the last round here for Joseph Brown and Alton Wiggins here. Joseph Brown finally finding some made those adjustments in that last round. Came out using his legs very early in that round and started to work the body a lot more. Got that respect for Wiggins, who's on his back foot now. Joseph Brown has that range where he wants to be. Perfect work. Oh, nice work by Joseph Brown. Feints him into a nice lead hand and a straight right hand and gets out the way. He's controlling that range. Way more comfortable. Watch. Look at the athleticism and the footwork of Joseph Brown now, who's using his feet right now. He's using his feet and he's using that body to control that range. That body shot to Wiggins is controlling that range just as much as that jab is. And now he's finding it. He's moving out the way. He's staying out the way. He's finding that perfect sweet spot to where he can touch him with the shots he want to touch him with, but he's not getting caught up, getting tied up with Wiggins. As Wiggins is trying to use his lead hand as a gateway to get inside there, trying to break that void, right? Trying to break that void, and he wants to find somewhere for that left hand to land. But Joseph Brown doing a good job of using that right hand damn near like the lead hand, right? He's using that right hand damn near like a lead hand. He's touching him with his left hand, that lead hand, but really it's that right hand that's domesticating and checking Wiggins' energy. Every time Wiggins tries to get a little too froggy and tries to jump forward, here comes that straight right hand to the body from Joseph Brown, and is forcing Wiggins to kind of make that adjustment here. Both guys getting tied up a little bit here as the referee separates. A minute and 30 seconds left here in the 6th round here. Joseph Brown finding his rhythm, I think, since the end of the 5th round. He's kind of, nice shots here. Good straight right hand, good lead hook. As Joseph Brown's getting excessive, putting that pressure on there, breaking these clinches, letting his hands go. The referee likes what he sees, but hold on, let me get in there and separate you guys as he continues to try to be very active in there. Wiggins is asking Joseph Brown, does it need to be that serious? Joseph is like, man, brother, you're doing a lot of talking, man. A lot of athleticism as Joseph Brown's using that movement right there. He's feeling a little comfortable, slipping some shots right there, using that athleticism, showing that he's versatile. Touching him, moving, feinting. Peekaboo, peekaboo, peekaboo. I'm right here. Am I right here? Jump in there. He's trying to get the little bit of people inside the crowd involved in it. Joseph Brown showing that he can be animated, he can be entertaining, even in a fight that, hasn't been as pretty as he wants it to be. But since, like I said, the end of that 5th round, he's been kind of finding that cadence here. Wiggins back to tying him up a little bit here. Joseph Brown trying to use them feet. Good jab by Wiggins. Good work. Good work. Joseph Brown tries to find him with the big uppercut. Good straight right hand for Joseph Brown. Working on the side of the clinches. Wiggins sides him up. Referee gets in there to separate him. Raising his hands, dancing around. Joseph Brown raising his hands, getting the crowd going. Takes that win right there. Jumps in the corner to celebrate. Jumps in the corner of Wiggins. No, okay, of his corner. Okay. I was like, that's kind of crazy. All right. Closing out that round right there. Wiggins, I don't know what happened, Wiggins. I don't know if we'll find out something happened, Wiggins. I'm not too familiar with him, but he was doing a lot of talking in the ear of his trainer in between rounds. But Joseph Brown found his cadence, found his rhythm inside the last bit of that, the fifth, all of the sixth and the seventh round. I mean, all the end of the fifth, the whole sixth, and what am I talking about? The end of the fourth, the whole fifth, and, really just kind of just showboat a little bit inside that sixth round. Guys, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, man. Ray Davis says Brown has more confidence, no doubt. Roger said Brown needs to throw that right hand more. Allen, one nice uppercut. Hit the notification bell. Yeah, hit the like button if you haven't done it. Subscribe to the channel. Yo, I need one more subscriber right now to be at 440, man. So if somebody hasn't subscribed, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. We're almost there at the 440 mark. Almost there at the 440. At the 440. Not a bad showing from Joseph Brown. I see the potential. I see the talent. I see what people are seeing. Maybe tonight was a little bit of a stylistic clash for him. He was in there with a southpaw, a very reserved southpaw, right? He was in there with a very reserved southpaw. So, those styles, sometimes the style clashes can be a little difficult. And he's a young fighter, 19 years old, right? So I like what I saw, man. Looking forward to seeing more from him. Let's get the scorecard here. Yeah, 60 to 54. Pretty easy fight to score. 60 to 54. Joseph Brown. Joseph Brown walks away with another victory here. Unanimous decision. And I agree with the scorecards. Shutout across the board. 8-0, 5 knockouts. Yeah, Malik Brown speaking on it right now. Yeah, Malik saying adjustments, right? Got a difficult fighter in there who knows how to box, who knows how to survive, who knows how to move around. He knows how to move around the ring, and he knows how to, he knows how to survive. He knows how to not get knocked out. You got to find him. You got to force him into that situation, right? So it is what it is. Shout out to everybody in the building. I was eating me a chicken crisper. I woke up late, didn't get a chance to eat my little fake dinner. Yep. I like what I saw from Joseph Brown, though. I want to see more. But, 19 years old. I'm not sure if this was his first 6-rounder. Let me see what his record improved to. It improves to 8-0, 5 knockouts. Oh, okay. So he comes from Canada. He's Canadian. He's born in Vero Beach, Florida, but he lives in Vancouver, Canada. Okay. He must be Jamaican or something. Unanimous decision here. He looks like he's going to be 160 pound. I'm not going to lie to you. I know they got him at 154, but it's like that. And this was his third six. Yeah, this was his third 6-rounder. But yeah, he's moving around. He's traveling. He's been in Vegas. This is his third time in Vegas. Fought in Mexico a couple times. Fought in New Jersey a couple times. So he's getting some exposure. California. He's moving around. He's moving around. I don't say he's a big super middleweight. Well, he's a junior middleweight. Who we got coming into the ring right now? This dude looking menacing. He got the hoodie on low. You don't even see his eyes. You better come in with some bad news. Who's this here? Let me see here. Let's see here. Benjamin Johnson. This is the Benjamin Johnson fight. Welterweight fight here between Benjamin Johnson and Jose Gabriel Rodriguez. I think he's going to be the main. Oh, no, it's Khalil Mitchell. Middleweight fight, right? Khalil Mitchell. Khalil coming looking menacing. Khalil Mitchell coming into the ring looking menacing. Welterweight fight right here. Making his way, getting comfortable with the ring. Got bad intentions on his face. Marco Romero. Oh, no, it's a middleweight fight, not welterweight. It's a middleweight. Sorry. Middleweight, my bad. 160-pound fight right here. Looks like they're favoring Mark Romero to win this fight here. Not familiar with either one of these fighters again, man. I'm not embarrassed to tell you. Representing Johnstown, Colorado. Not familiar with either one of these fighters. So that's why I like catching these prelims, man, and calling these prelim cards with you guys. So we get to see the up and coming fighters, right? Really check those guys out. It's not just about the main card, right? Let me get some sound here. Prelim card going. Nobody's in the arena at all, though. But I mean, that's how it is, right? We expect people to start showing up soon. Anybody in the chat has any word on the room that they're performing in here? This is not the big room, right? Like, this is not a big. It's like a small room, like kind of like that. 6 wins, 4 wins by knockout, 1 loss. age 30, 6 foot. Weighed in at 164, so he's a big 160 pounder. Didn't come in at the 160, coming out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, southpaw. $14 wins, undefeated. 12 wins by knockout. Okay. Repping that Mexican, that American background. Coming out of Kansas. 2024 National Golden Glove. Marco Romero, man. People in the crowd supporting him. He brought some family with him, man. Getting that support. Top of the first round. Let's go. Marco Romero versus Khalil Mitchell here. Let's see here. Mitchell tries to just take his time, control that range, man. We got a clash of styles again, man. That southpaw orthodox again. Khalil Mitchell working behind that lead hand, that right hand, working out that southpaw, trying to set up. There you go, shooting that left hand to the body and trying to come up top with that lead hook. Marco Romero just sitting behind that high guard, taking that time, crossing that void. That's it. We love that word because it's the truth, man. You can tell Marco his work is on the inside. He's trying to set up the big shot. He wants his mid-range, close range. He's not even going to let that jab go like that. As Khalil is trying to control that range. He's trying to touch him to the body. Good work by Marco Romero. Already find him with that straight right hand. Mitchell moves, shooting that left hand to the body, shooting that left hand up top. Doesn't want to get caught up on those ropes, says Romero. Oh, big shot, big left hook, short right hand lands for Romero right there. Kind of hurts Mitchell a little bit right there. But Mitchell trying to fight his way out of it, but already got hit with a big right hand that caught Mitchell off guard right quick. As Mitchell tries to adjust now, sitting in that high guard, being a little more defensively aware of what's in front of him right there. He's shooting that left hand and shooting that work to the body, but he needs to pay attention to keep that left hand up. Because without doubt, Mark Romero is finding him with that right hand very early in this fight here. Already has Khalil Mitchell up on the ropes right now, working on the inside there. Romero doing a good job of working there, just spamming these big shots over the top. Oh, man, big right hand. Big right hand lands for Romero, putting those shots together on Khalil Mitchell, touching him to the body. Another right hand. Find him with that straight right hand. Find him with that right hand. He's putting those shots together. Khalil needs to tie him up and get off those ropes. He cannot find himself on those ropes. He needs that movement. He needs space to move around, or Romero's going to get him out here early, man. Just too many big shots, too much good timing by Marco Romero very early in this fight, finding him with that right hand, ripping big overhand rights and left hooks. As Khalil Mitchell finds himself back on the rope again. Nice lead hook to the body. Big overhand right again by Romero. Touches Khalil again, who's on the ropes right now, just trying to survive. Looks like he's in survival mode here. Look at Mark Romero, find him with that right hand. Big right hands, big left hands. Mark Romero just doing a job on Khalil Mitchell right now, who's just trying to get some air to breathe, trying to tie up Mark Romero, but needs to get off those ropes, man. Needs to get out that corner. Big straight right hand lands immediately as Mark Romero continues to put these shots together. Big right hands, big left uppercuts, big right hand to the body, nice left hand to the body, nice right hand to the body, ripping those right hands to the body, but finding him. Big left hook up top. Referee gets up in there very early, melts Khalil Mitchell inside of the first minute and change of this first round here. Marco Romero found him very early, touched him with that right hand in exchange. Khalil was never the same, found himself on the ropes way too much, trying to catch and shoot, but a lot of clean right hands from Marco Romero, man. Very, very, very one-sided performance here. Marco Romero just showed there's levels to this game here. That's it. There's levels. If you're not supposed to be in there with me, I'm not going to let you be in there with me. Khalil Mitchell, man, we didn't even get a chance to see if he belongs in there. He didn't look like he belonged in there. Marco Romero just dominated him. Just, undoubtedly just put it together. I don't know who he's with. This is a PBC, this is a PBC card. Is he a PBC fighter? You know what I mean? At 160 pounds in the middleweight division. He's a young guy here, but, when you think about a guy like this, as young as he is doing what he's doing at now improving to 15 wins, how does a guy like this look like with Jalil Hackett in the ring, right? This guy putting his punches together well, man. Good head movement. It's not just reckless punching, right? Very methodical with the way he broke down and got Khalil Mitchell out of there. Crossed the void with that right hand, touching him with good timing, catching him with that right hand. Khalil tries to use his legs. He did a good job of cutting the ring off. And when he got inside on that inside game, and this is what we were just talking about with Joseph Brown, saying he didn't allow the pocket to collapse. Although he closed it, and at times Khalil tried to tie him up, Marco Romero found opportunities in there to rip those short right hands to the body, find ways to just lean, get his head off the line, and bring over those big overhand rights, bring over those big overhand left hands, and touching that body and hurting Khalil Mitchell very early in this fight. That's what you want to see, man. Great performance by Marco Romero, man. Great performance. Great performance. Roger that said Mitchell needs to get off those ropes. Yeah, he needed to. T. Pacino says, yo, what the, did they find this kid? Where did, wait, where did they find this kid? I've never heard of him. Yeah, man, Marco Romero, man. Shout out to the undercard, man. I like what I've seen this Marco Romero kid. This is my first time seeing him as well. I want to say, what happened here, baby? We trained for this, LOL. Roger that, man. Says good performance by Marco Romero. No doubt, man. Great performance by Marco Romero. Great performance. Great performance, man. We got like 50 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Calling these fights here. Appreciate everybody in the building, man. Make sure we hitting those like buttons. Marco Romero puts on the clinic here. Looks like they're going to want to talk to Marco. Let's see what they're going to say to him. Very. Okay, so he just signed to the PBC. Oh, he's named after Marco Antonio Barrera. Hey, Marco's not scared to get on that mic. He's not scared to speak his mind. Not scared to tell the world to keep an eye on him. Oh, look, man, I'm one of those guys who's always asking who has the PBC signed, man. And look, they signed this guy right here, a young bull here, 15-0, man, putting on a performance like this. Who knows? Sky's the limit, right? We just saw what he was able to do in the ring with some people would consider a slick fighter. He's got that mind state. He's got like a Virgil Ortiz kind of energy, just a little bit better on that mic. You know what I mean? And at a middleweight division as well, right? So, you know, you're going to see this guy in the ring with a lot. There's a lot of big fights to be made at 160. The division needs that energy, and it needs this kind of energy, to be honest with you, right? But let's see what he does in his next fight, man. You know what I mean? Let's see what happens, man. Brian Dow in the building salute says, what up, Clay? The best commentator in the business. I appreciate you, brother. Z Pacino says, I don't know if he's going up or down, but 160 is heating up, no doubt. Z Pacino in the building says, okay, him and Utria were PBC's new signings. Yeah, I guess so. That makes sense. Pressure on Utria to perform now. Yeah, no doubt, man. PBC picks up some new fighters, man. I like it, man. I love the energy, man. Andrew Charles in the building. Salute, 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 salute. Salute, Andrew. You know, unfortunately, we got to be honest and say he didn't have the right dance partner. He didn't have that right dance partner in the ring with him for us to really see how deep that bag is. You know what I'm saying? But listen, man, he showed and proved that if you're not, he's a fighter who he gets on it very early. He doesn't waste any time. So if you're not there with him, you can get caught very early. He's able to generate a lot of power inside that close range, big right hands, great work to the body, good lead hook, hard right hooks up top, big hard lead hooks to the body. You know, he was able to break down Khalil Mitchell very early in this fight with the timing, right? He's a fighter who it's the timing with him, right? It's not the speed as much as it is the timing. When he lets his hands go, he was very, I don't know what CompuBox said, but very accurate with his shots. I'm excited. I want to see what Marco Romero does in his next fight. Immediately, he's got somebody who wants to see him again, right? You won't forget his name with a performance like that. The next time we see him in the ring, guess what we're going to say? Y'all remember that time he fought against Khalil Mitchell? Yeah, that's that guy, Marco Romero, right? It's going to be very, you know, he made a name. He sticks out, right? And this year on the PBC, getting this new deal with the Zone here, now we're seeing them signing fighters, right? Now they have the platform, they have the network deal now. They have the what's the word I'm looking for? They have the scheduled dates, right? They have the opportunities. And now with the Teofimo Lopez's and the ROLLY Romeros and, you know, these fighters who are able to go ahead and headline these cards, they have cards now that they can put these guys on, right? I think this card should have been a free card, though. I'm not going to lie to you. I think a fighter well, I'm assuming the prelim was free. I'm not sure. I'm watching it on the Zone, so is a prelim on YouTube? If it is, okay, right? But, you know, fighters like Marco Romero, Joseph Brown, these guys, you know, really, you know, benefit off of an opportunity to perform in front of a lot of people for free. Don't put a paywall in front of these guys. Allow these guys to get access. Allow the casual fans to get access to these fighters so we can see who they are, man. You know, prelims free, no doubt, Akeem, no doubt. Z Pacino says, I noticed earlier how sharp he was technically, fundamentally. No doubt, man. Very, very tight. Fit after 40 game in the building says, I like his style. I hope the PBC builds him up right. No doubt, man. 100%, man. And that's awesome because the PBC hasn't signed a fighter in a minute that I can remember. So for me to hear and see that they have somebody like Marco Romero on the roster now, that they picked him up, that Tom Brown picked him up, TGB picked him up, that speaks to where the PBC's at right now because they weren't signing fighters before, right? Now it's probably because that deal with Amazon wasn't the way they wanted it to be. They didn't get that budget. They weren't able to promise these fighters a big future, so they held off for the last year and a half, 2 years on signing fighters, trying to, you know, get their veterans, the stars they have active, keep them active, but weren't able to really put them on the way they wanted to. So here, you know, here we see up and coming talent here, man, and Marco Romero. Nice up and coming talent with Marco Romero, man. Definitely want to see what he does, man. What do we got next on this card popping up here? I think we should have one more fight on this prelim card, right? One more fight, or is that it? I think we might be done. We might be going right into the main card here. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't see no more fights. Are they going to put Carlos Utria and Israel Mercado on this card, or are they going to use them to open up the main card? They're probably going to use them to open up the main card at 8 o'clock. So it is what it is. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hey, I'm going to put the link out there if anybody wants to pop up and build, because I don't think we got too many fights coming up for the next 30 minutes. So if you want to pop up, say what's up, there's the link. There is the link. I'll be right back. Y'all hold it down for a second. I'm going to go fill up the water. Oh, yeah. Malik Scott is a great commentator on Alan One. That's what he does very well. Malik Scott does that well. That's one thing I give him a lot of respect for. I mean, I don't want to disrespect his training game, but I think he's somewhat of a up-and-coming trainer. You know, some might consider him like a prospect-level trainer. He's had some opportunities with the Ezra Taylors and with the Zerto Ramirez's and, you know, Deontay Wilder's and, you know, these fighters that he's been able to work with, but I don't think he's been able to bring any of them to the promised land. That can happen in due time, but whenever he gets an opportunity to be on a stage, whether it's inside the ring or whether it's in a commentating position like this, he always shows and proves that knowledge, right? He shows you, if you don't see it in what he's able to do with his fighters, you see it in his commentating, that he definitely knows his game inside and out, for sure. For sure. He showcases that, look, I'm here. I know what I'm seeing. I know what this is about. He just hasn't found that right fighter. I don't think that he has that chemistry with to really blend with the right way for that to all translate into creating a champion, right? He hasn't found that fighter that does that for him yet. And I'll compare that to like a Ben Davidson, who, you know, in my opinion, has really found that fighter in a Moses Atama, right? When he was with Anthony Joshua, he made lemonade. You know, he did what he could with the fighter who's already been around the block doing his thing. He worked with Tyson Fury early in his career. You know, he moved around and he's worked here and there, and we know how smart and intelligent he is based off of, you know, who he's affiliated himself with. But, you know, he finally found that fighter in Moses Atama that just works. Him and Moses Atama works well, and you just see Moses Atama showcasing what Ben Davidson has been working on with him throughout his whole entire young career. And now we're getting ready to see him next week fight against Filip Urgovich for his first title at 22 years old. That's who Ben Davidson is, and I think that's what we're looking to see from Malik Scott, right? We're looking for that fighter that just gives him that blank canvas to where he can create what he believes is that championship level fighter, right? And he can still do it with Ezra, unless he left Ezra Taylor. I think Ezra Taylor is still a game fighter for him, right? Both those guys are learning each other and learning the game and coming together. So we'll see how that happens. Guys, hold it down for me for 1 second here. I put the link out there, by the way. The link is right there. I'll put it out again. If somebody wants to come up, if anybody wants to come up and build, there it is. I'll be right back. I'm going to go fill up my water, man. Appreciate you guys. There we go. Let me see here. Is that Israel Mercado Tito? No, Tito's Ernesto Sonny Chiba. I think Israel's his brother, though. I think Israel Mercado's is Tito's brother. Teach what up says he likes that prelim. No doubt, man. Tito Mercado, the uncle. Really? Let me just put all the speculation. Is Let me see here. Okay, so Israel Mercado's is not related to. I don't think they're related to each other. I don't think they're related to each other. I don't think there's any relations there between Israel Mercado and Ernesto Mercado. Ernesto Mercado's the oldest. He has two younger brothers. He got Daniel Mercado and wait, hold on. Israel, wait, hold on. Ernesto documented boxing siblings has two younger brothers, including Daniel Mercado. Israel is older than Ernesto, 31 versus 24, and although both share the same surname, the Jesus Mercado have Nicaraguan roots and come from the Pomona area boxing scene. I couldn't find. I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe they are like cousins or something. I don't know, but they're not brothers. They're definitely not brothers. Looking forward to get these cards going on, man. So, guys, what's been going on in the boxing space? We haven't talked all week, man. We saw the information coming out. People jumping all over Virgil Ortiz right now. Virgil Ortiz is rumoring. Robert Garcia puts it out there that he's looking at Virgil Ortiz to make a move to 160. People are saying he's ducking boots. I disagree with that. I don't think he's ducking boots, man. I think we're being a little unfair to Virgil Ortiz. I think, I think as fans, sometimes we get caught up in what a fighter can do in comparison to when a fighter is fighting his promoter, right? These fights getting put together, it's really on the promoter to put the fight together. You know what I mean? I don't know how much more of Virgil Ortiz can do outside of getting on his mic on these platforms and really speaking to the world and not only speaking to the world as far as who he wants to fight, but also with his actions, getting into it with Oscar De La Hoya over that Duran Boots Ennis fight, right? Showing that that's the fight he wanted. And clearly Oscar De La Hoya didn't want that fight as much as Virgil did. And that's the politics of the sport that I was talking about when I put that video out there to say that the politics of the sport, which is, sometimes you get into a situation to where as a fighter, you're working against your own promoter. And when you have your own promoter who's not on the same page with you, that's like, that's the worst. That's like having an enemy behind it. That's like being behind enemy lines to a certain degree. It's like, oh, I thought that you believed in me and that you were on the same page as me. And here I am trying to make my legacy and show and prove to the world who I am. And you're showing your hand. You're getting in the way. You're discrediting the fight. You're dismissing the fight. You're pricing us out of the fight. You're saying that, we can't be 50-50. I'm giving you instructions to make it happen. And you're bringing up fighters who are retired, who haven't been active for over 3 years. You know what I'm saying? And you're trying to sell to these fans that that's not the fight they want to see. And meanwhile, who really gets the brunt of the criticism? It is Virgil Ortiz, right? So I think it's a little unfair to him. And here he is in a situation where Duran Boots Ennis has picked up that unification. He beat Xander Zayas. He's the top guy in charge at 154, and he's made it clear that I'm not coming out. I already gave you an opportunity. You should have made it happen. So now I'm going for unifications. I'm chasing Josh Kelly down. I'm chasing down unifications. There's Lamont Roach in the building. They got Lamont Roach eating here. He's trying to eat, enjoy himself a little snack here, and they all on his face right now with the camera, man. Not letting my guy eat, man. Trying to enjoy himself a little macachado, you know what I'm saying? Little drink right there. Can't get it out, you know what I mean? Let me see here. Kaisu says, Clay, how you feel about Virgil moving up to 160? I hate that he gets a pass for ducking boots. He under poor management with Rick. Madrimov would have washed him in a rematch, by the way. He was a real champ. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right now, right? I don't think he does get a pass, Kaizu. He does, because the opportunity isn't there for him. And, Virgil's in a place right now to where at this point in his career, he needs a championship. He needs an opportunity. And if Sebastian Fundora is not going to give him that opportunity, that means that interim title has no leverage in the division. Duran Boots Ennis has made it clear that he's looking to unify and fight a Josh Kelly or Sebastian Fundora next. Who's he supposed to fight? Him fighting a Charles Conwell, I would say arguably is beneath him at this point, right? It's like at this point, we want to see him become a champion. So if the opportunity isn't there at 154 and he's cutting weight to get there, I don't think there's any argument there that, he's at 154 for a reason, right? He could easily be at 160. He's a big guy. So why not go up to a division that's now cooking up, that's starting to move around? He could become, he could be getting acclimated to 160, doing his thing, and him and Jerron Boots Ennis will fight at 160 once Jerron finished handling his business at 154. Right now, at 160 with the introduction of Xander Zayas, right? You got Tim Tszyu up there right now. You got up and coming fighters like Jalil Hackett, Jihad Tucker, Yuri Cerdeno, right? Erislandy Lara looks like he's on his way out the door. It won't take him long before that WBA title is out there. Aaron McKenna is a champion in the division right now. I mean, there's opportunities at 160 without a doubt for Virgil Ortiz to become a champion. And I think at this point in his career, that's important to him. He's been doing a lot. He had a pretty good year. You know what I'm saying? He had that fight, that war with Serhar Barhachuk, who got the fight of the year candidate. He had that war with Israel Madrimov, you know what I'm saying? And, a fighter who went toe-to-toe with Terrence Crawford all the way to the decision. And a lot of people was like, man, that was a hard fight for Terrence Crawford. He had that fight. And then, he had that masterclass performance against Erickson Lubin. It's time for him. He's been sitting on that interim title for a while. If he can't leverage it at 154, then, hey, man, if you're not going to give us our opportunity, we're not going to go down. We're not going to go fight a Charles Conwell or Brandon Adams or, any of these fighters. Those fights are beneath him at this point. He needs a title shot. No more eliminators, no more proving himself. The only place he needs to prove himself is inside the ring with a champion. And if he can't get that fight, how can we argue with him saying, you know what, I'm going to go to 160 to go find that fight, to find a super fight, to get the paydays, to get the recognition, to become popular? Let me fight a Tim Tszyu, right? I'll fight Xander. You know what I'm saying? He's a big star right now. I'll fight Erislandy Lara. You know what I'm saying? And pick up a WBA title. Let me be a champion. Maybe when Boots finishes doing what he does at 154, he'll leverage his WBA title, fight me at 160. Who knows, right? Oh, maybe Jermell Charlo might come up there. Maybe me and Jermell might make a big fight. There's big fights up there for Virgil Ortiz. I do think the space is a little unfair at times to these fighters, man. I think this is one of those situations. I think Virgil could have easily went with the program of Oscar De La Hoya. He could have been active. He could have made whatever fights Oscar thought were the fights for him to make. But instead, he put his foot down and said, nah, I want the Boots fight. When he didn't get that fight, he took his promoter to court. How many fighters out there are we asking to move the way Virgil moved right there, right? He did what he had to do. You know what I mean? Once he saw that his promoter was on some BS and not on the same page with him, he jumped into action and jumped in front of it. He's not ducking anybody, in my opinion. He's not ducking anybody. He's a victim of circumstance, and the circumstance is that he has a promoter who doesn't believe he's capable of doing the things he believes he's capable of doing. Not enough, at least, to sacrifice any type of leverage in a negotiation to make a big fight. It is what it is. Let me see here. Z Patina says, how do you feel about Eddie's counter offer to Turkey and Sella on AJ and Fury being in New York? Okay, so Z Pacino, I'm going to be real with you, right? When it comes to that conversation, right? When it comes to the conversation of AJ and Fury, that's a very interesting conversation because clearly you're looking at a situation right now to where you got two fighters from the UK. This is clearly a big UK fight. The UK wants this fight more than anybody in America wants this fight, right? Clearly, right? But what you're seeing is the politics of money and how that plays out, right? You're seeing that the real problem is that neither Eddie Hearn nor Frank Warren have access to the funds to put together a fight like this at this magnitude. And this is what I'm talking about when I say without Turki Al-Sheikh, you don't see certain fights, right? These guys don't fight each other without the biggest bag of money on the table. And clearly, an Eddie Hearn or Frank Warren isn't in a position to be competitive in any kind of way with a Turki Al-Sheikh. Why is Turki Al-Sheikh here? Turki Al-Sheikh is here on the back end. Now I'm looking at Coach Hector Bermudez right there, and Yoenli Hernandez in the back right there. There he is on the screen right now, Coach Hector Bermudez. Hopefully, Coach Hector Bermudez, by the way, is on the show tomorrow. I talked to him. You guys saw him last week, said he committed to coming on the show, but I don't know if he took into consideration everything he has to do. So if he jumps on the show tomorrow, that'd be awesome. We'll have a recap show tomorrow, and I believe we have another special guest popping up tomorrow as well. I've been talking to a couple of people, so we'll see what happens. But that being said, with Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, the fight should be happening in UK as far as I'm concerned. But the money says different, right? And the money isn't just Turkey. The money is Netflix. That's where the money's coming from. Netflix was part of Anthony Joshua's last big payday against Jake Paul. And where they want the fight to be is where the fight's going to be at, right? So, you have Eddie Hearn, who's counter offering and trying to make this fight happen. He's trying to make this fight happen, in the UK. But there's an argument there that's saying you guys should have been made this fight happen, but you guys weren't able to get it across the finish line. So whoever pays the rules makes the rules, right? So that's what you get to see. You're going to see Anthony Joshua more than likely versus Tyson Fury, unless AJ doesn't sign the contract, in Madison Square Garden, in front of a crowd, probably 90% UK fans, right? In Madison Square Garden. Because one thing UK fans have shown and proven in the past is that they're willing to travel. They follow their champions. They love to do it, and they do it all the time. So that's what you're going to see. But this, once again, on the back end of just the ball being dropped by these promoters on getting these networks to buy into their vision. These networks have not jumped into these conversations with them and said, listen, we're willing to put these big bags of money behind your vision, because their ability to market and monetize these big fights to their maximum potential, right? They're not able to do it. The Eddie Hearns and the Oscar De La Hoyas and Al Heyman, they haven't been able to figure that out, how to do that properly. If they did, hindsight says that we wouldn't be in this conversation. We wouldn't be dealing with Paramount and Zuffa Boxing. We wouldn't be dealing with Turkey Al-Sheikh overpaying fighters. We wouldn't be dealing with Devin Haney right now not being able to get a big fight right now, right? Devin Haney right now. Just watch Bill Haney jump up on the Versace show. And what is Bill Haney doing right now? What Bill Haney's doing is he's marketing, he's promoting, he's pushing for his fighter, his son. He has a star in his hand. He's pushing. He's trying to build a demand up for the big fights so that the money will get behind the fights and pay Devin what he wants to get paid, what Bill and Devin believes they're worth. But at the same time, be able to go ahead and make the dance partners also come to the table to make these big fights up. These networks just aren't buying it, right? The networks are like, listen, we believe in you in Ryan Garcia. We believe in you in Shakur Stevenson. Shit, we even believe in you in Keyshawn Davis to a certain degree. But we're not, these networks and these promoters are no longer in the business of overpaying fighters. And what I mean by that is paying fighters a kind of money to where they can't recoup it. These guys don't know how to promote the fights to get that type of return. They don't know how to get the commercial deals anymore. They're not getting the sponsorships anymore from the Nikes, the Reeboks, the Gatorades, the whatever, to get the purses up, these bids up, to make these fights make sense for these networks to get involved in, so we can see the big fights. When you deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh, when you're dealing with Netflix, you're dealing with a small group of, even DAZN to a certain degree, right? A small group of people who have access to the resources needed to put across the biggest fights possible. That's what you're looking at. It is what it is. It is what it is. So that's what I think about the AJ, my long-winded version of AJ and Tyson Fury, and a response to anybody who has an issue with it, right? You got a problem with AJ and Tyson Fury not being in the UK. That's because you don't have the money to put the fight on. And you guys will get sick and tired of trying to tell people what to do with their money. Good luck with that. Good luck with speaking to Netflix and telling them what they need to do with their money. Telling them the fight can't happen, it needs to happen here, trying to dictate the terms. No, sir. You don't dictate the terms. You don't have the leverage. You're not, the way you dictate the terms is by coming to the table and saying, if you don't want to do it, I got somebody else who'll do it. We'll do it. You ain't got to do it. But you ain't got that kind of leverage. You ain't got those kind of resources. You ain't got that type of relationship with any of these networks to come to the table with that arrogant attitude. So you're going to come out with your hands, palm up, please and thank you, and ask them politely and as respectfully as possible if they would do you and your country a favor and give them a fight that they deserve, because they're the fans. They're the guys who built up Anthony Joshua. They're the guys who built up Tyson Fury. The UK fans deserve this fight in the UK, but the UK promoters have failed the UK fans. That's how it works. They failed because of a lack of vision, because they never built up anything. They didn't make it valuable to the networks. Turkey made boxing valuable to the networks. Dana made boxing valuable to Paramount. Right? Jake Paul made boxing valuable to Netflix. Not Eddie Hearn, not Frank Warren, not Tom Brown and Al Heyman, and not Bob Arum. Sorry. It is what it is. That's the real story there, right? And that's what this story will continue to be in boxing. The story will continue to be fans upset of where boxing is going and where boxing has gone, but fans pointing their frustrations in the wrong direction. They'll point at a Turkey Al-Sheikh and say he's bad for boxing. They'll point at a Zuffa Boxing and Paramount and say they're bad for boxing. They won't never point at their promoters and say, you guys were bad for boxing. You dropped the ball. You made it to where these networks don't want to do no business with us, and they don't want to put on the budgets and the purses, and they don't want to put the promotion. Look at the marketing that this fight got. Shout out to my brother Mike Leon, who did a great job putting together an all access an all access for Teofimo and ROLLY Romero, but that dropped on the week of the fight, right? A fight of this caliber should have been being promoted for months now. Commercials, running in between shows, anything that Amazon had going on, this fight should have been rotating in there to promote it. But they're not doing it. What happened? Right? David Benavidez has been trying to put a fight together supposedly with Noah McKellian, no promotion, no venue, no purse, no final offer. What happened? Where's the promotion? Of course, Noah McKellian is going to bounce out and go rock with a Zuffa Boxing, who's going to pay him a king's purse, but at the same time put promotion behind it, right? You're going to see that getting promoted everywhere. You're not going to see it because you're not the fans they're looking at. But if you watch WWE, if you watch UFC, if you're a Paramount subscriber, you see ROLLY Romero. I mean, you see Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia being promoted everywhere. That's the difference. That's the difference, man. Shout out to everybody in the building here. Let me see what's going on here, man. Shout out to Herrera in the building. Says Tio been hanging with the goofy dynasty. He getting dropped, no doubt. K Gunner says this pacing is diabolical. Yeah, I mean, they got through these fights quick. We got about 10 minutes before the main card starts here. Lamont Roach over here being interviewed here. Yeah, Lamont Roach up there. Your final night says, I'm going to see that. Makes sense. You're not paying, so shut up. Yeah, Z Pacino, right? Majimov has been the same since Virgil. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. When it comes to the Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury conversation, that's the best way to say, right? I chose the long-winded way to say, but there it is right there. You're not paying, so shut up. Eddie Hearn, respectfully. Got a little fruit fly or something flying around here. I think I caught him, though. You're not paying. This is prize fighting. And, you know, I've also talked about this on a level of this is the game you guys created, right? I mean, or the game that you guys enabled and contributed to. You never switched it up. You never made it about legacy. You allowed these fighters to move with the whole championships don't matter. And you guys, you know, short memory, right? People want to bring that up, and all of a sudden, if I say something like that or another content creator brings it up, now we're dismissing the belts. No, we're not dismissing the belts. We love the belts. We're legacy fans. We're here for the legacy. We want to see them fight for the belts. The problem is when the sanctioning bodies move the way that they do, these fighters focus way more on prize fighting, right? They focus more on prize fighting now. And that's the game that you guys made. When the Al Haymans of the world and the Tom Browns of the world, you know, started overpaying, that's when it started happening, right? We started hearing about, oh man, they're just paying these fighters an absorbent amount of money and they're not making any returns for the networks. People thought that they were hating, right? When Bob Arum would go and be like, yo, the way that they're burning bridges with the networks, they're just running through these networks, doing bad business with them, doing great business with the fighters, paying these fighters, and the fighters want to stay with the PBC, but burning these bridges with these networks. He called for this years ago and said, this is what's going to end up happening. These networks are going to get out of boxing. Now, you know, Bob Arum himself was also obviously part of the problem to a certain degree because ESPN didn't get back in bed with Bob Arum, obviously, right? Or at least where Bob Arum wanted to be. But then again, Bob Arum wasn't putting together the biggest events. He wasn't putting together the biggest fights and the biggest pay-per-views, right? You know what I mean? Like he did what he could. He made Lomachenko and Devin Haney and things of that nature. But still, more importantly, at the end of the day, is they never found a way to do the right business model that included the network's bottom line as an important part of the business plan. They didn't do it. So the networks got out of boxing one network at a time. Showtime, HBO, Fox, right? You know, Amazon didn't want to get involved in it the way the PBC, I'm sure, wanted them to get involved in it. You know what I mean? ESPN was on Tubi. Top Rank was on Tubi for a while, right? Facebook, watching a Monster Inoue fight. These are the conversations that were happening. So fans will always point their fingers in the wrong direction because they believe loyalty they don't believe loyalty looks like accountability. They believe loyalty is blind. Loyalty has nothing to do with accountability. Loyalty is something you do no matter what. You know, obviously I don't subscribe to that. So I had a lot of people who be upset with me when I hold these promoters accountable, and they'll say I'm hating on them, and I don't hate them. I think I like them. But I just, at the end of the day, they need the accountability. Look what you guys have done. So yeah, now you got the Middle East involved in it. Big money. You made it prize fighting. You made the environment an environment for billionaires to be able to come in and derail and dethrone you guys. Take position and say, no, we're going to bring Canelo over to Riyadh. Right? No, we're going to bring David Benavidez to fight in Riyadh if he wants to fight with us and get the big payday. No, well, Shakur got to come to Zuffa. No, right? Keyshawn. As rumors are starting to circulate in the space that Keyshawn is making plans of potentially going to Zuffa boxing, and maybe that's what fueled him walking away from the Devin Haney fight. Yeah, why'd that happen? Yeah, you're right. You could blame it on Dana and Zuffa. You could say they messing things up. Or you can say that they wouldn't even be able to mess things up if the environment was conducive to your stars and the up-and-coming contenders and prospects of the development of the sport, and the business was done right with the networks. Then there wouldn't have been a need for a Dana. There wouldn't have been no need for a Turkey Al-Sheikh. Right? It is what it is. It is what it is. What's going on in the chat here? Kashi said, who y'all got for next week? Let me see. Kaizu says, also Henry Cejudo versus Dean the Great next month. I like that fight, no cap. Yeah, I heard about Henry Cejudo versus Dean the Great. That is kind of a good fight. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's a decent fight, man. I think it's an under, I think they're sleeping on that fight right there. I think that's a good fight, man. I'm interested in seeing what Dean the Great's been working on. Obviously, he's sitting in there with Adrian Broner. I know we watch Adrian Broner be drunk and do the live show, but I do think that Dean was up in there getting some good work, moving around and doing some good things in there, becoming a better fighter. Last time we saw him against, I think it was Armando or Vargas. We saw what that fight ended up looking like, but Dean's not a bad fighter, man. Is he like pro level? He has to show and prove that, right? But he's definitely a better than average, if you want to say YouTube fighter, whatever have you. He's a fighter with decent pedigree. And Henry Cejudo is a combat sport legend, man, and he boxed before. You know what I mean? He's shown he improved towards the end of his career in MMA. His boxing stepped up a lot, So that might be just the right level to see Dean the Great get a notable name on his record and be able to put on a great masterclass. They're showing a schedule for the rest of the next couple of fights. Moses and Ergovich next week. You got Ruiz and Nebo on September 4th. That's going to be a great card right there, that Andy Ruiz card. You got Isak Cruz fighting in the coming months, and then you got Canelo and Billy at the end of October. I'm looking forward to see what's going to be on that undercard of the Canelo and Billy card. I wonder if Jaime Munguia pops up on that card, man. That'd be nice if Jaime Munguia popped up on that card. Let me see here. Jersey Bob in the building with the $2. I appreciate you. Says Tio loses, moves up, gets title shot, but belts mate. But belts mate or mate? Mate? I'm not sure. Shout out to Jersey Bob, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, man. Kylie said, I feel like Dean beat Armado when they fought. He did great, no doubt. Tegan Gunner says, we need your Tank and Davis to combat. We need your Tank and Davis to combat. We need your Tank and Davis to combat. Okay. We in there. Ruiz Neva, Newark, Brick City, no doubt. Jersey Bob says Teo gets a title shot. Weight division he never fought at off a loss, but the belts matter. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, Jersey. I mean, that kind of goes into the whole, the whole legacy thing, the whole money thing, right? The whole that's what, these belts are up for these belts are for sale. That's the kind of business that Gustavo Olivieri or Mauricio Suleiman, right? These are the kind of conversations that they love entertaining. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Let me see what Versace says. Yo, this dude with the mustache is crazy. And they want us to pay $80 for this trash card. Damn. Well, I didn't pay 80. I paid my little and that's another thing. We got to see another conversation is going to be, and we'll see towards the end of the year, right? Towards the end of the year, we're going to see how did this ultimate package really play out for the zone? Locking people into $45.99 a month for a year, not giving them the option to come in and out the way the zone used to do it, right? With the zone used to pay the $29.99 or $19.99 a month. And if you didn't like what you got for 1 month, you might cancel. You might go to another. You might go to you might be like, I'm gonna take a break off the zone, and you might come back again when another fight came across that made sense for you, that you liked. You came back. Well, this is the zone with the ultimate package. You were stuck and locked in for a year with them. So next year we're gonna see how that worked out. What did the fans think about that? What did the customer think about that? Especially the American boxing fan customer, right? Especially the American boxing fan customer. What did the American boxing fan customer think about that? And you'll be able to tell by subscriptions. Will people continue to keep subscribing, or will people fall back off these subscriptions? Will they start tapping into the Fire Sticks, and will they start going back into stealing pay-per-views? Did that $45.99 a month not translate into saving money as much as people wanted it to? People wanted to paint the story that the $45.99 a month was making pay-per-view free, right? That's what the whole marketing strategy was behind that. When they were selling that to us, they sold, they say it all the time in their little commercials: never pay for pay-per-view again. Never pay for pay-per-view. I listen, man. The critical thinker understands the difference between free and not free, right? Somebody who's not a real critical thinker, who's kind of soft in the brain, will allow somebody to tell them that they're paying $45.99 is equivalent to free, right? Right? I know I'm not getting anything for free. My bank card gets it. My bank account gets it every month for $45.99 and reminds me that I'm not getting anything for free. But when you put certain fights as pay-per-view level fights, when you make this a pay-per-view fight, or when you make Anthony Joshua versus Prenga a pay-per-view, right? When you make the what was it, that YouTube fight? I can't remember what it was, with what was it, with Tommy Fury, well, Tyson Fury's little brother, and whoever he fought against, I can't remember that guy's name, and that just kind of lets you know, like, they made that a pay-per-view. What is that translating to with the customer? The customer who's looking at it like, I don't like the pay-per-views that you kind of forced me to buy. You forced me to buy those pay-per-views because you gave me the deal, $45.99 a month, but you didn't give me the option of picking the pay-per-views that I wanted. So I didn't get the bang for my buck. If I had the option, certain pay-per-views that I was forced to watch, or maybe I didn't even watch because I wasn't interested in the fight, you made me pay for it. In that case, you made me pay for a pay-per-view I didn't even watch. So let's see next year what that translates into as far as new subscribers are concerned. And hopefully they don't do anything crazy like raise the price. You know what I'm saying? Because it looks like the zone is in a place right now to where they're very concerned with their bottom line. And, you know, they're bringing on the PBC. They bring on Top Rank, right? Golden Boy's been re-signs Golden Boy, you know, re-signs Matchroom. They sign Queensberry. They bring in Boxer. And well, they bring in all the fighters under one umbrella. They did do a good job doing that. But, you know, they got to cover these purses because they're signing Teofimo Lopez to a multiple $1 million deal, right? They're signing, you know, Devin Haney, rumor has it, to a multi-fight $1 million deal, right? So they have to make it make sense. So, you know, are they going to go away? No, they're not going to, right? I mean, I think we want them to go away from that. We want them to you know, follow something close to what Paramount's doing to a certain degree, right? But maybe they can't afford to do that. And if they can't afford to do that, what is the customer? What do the boxing fans, what do the customers think about that? What are they saying about that? And, you know, what are they going to do with their wallets in 2027? Right? What are they going to do with their wallets in 2027? So as they continue to roll out these events, we'll see, man. We'll see, man. You know, if when they put David Benavidez against Seslak and they put a pay-per-view, they put a paywall on it, how are you guys going to feel about that? You guys want to see David Benavidez fight against Seslak for $80? Or do you feel like that fight should be for free? And is David Benavidez going to be able to get the kind of money he wants as far as a purse is concerned on a free card? Right? Does he need that pay-per-view model? Does he need that to work that way for him to get his big paydays? And we'll see also what David Benavidez looks like after this fight with Seslak, if he re-signs with the PBC or if he does an exclusive deal with the Zone, or does he make a move himself to go over towards the Dana White or Zuffa Boxing to get himself in the conversations and making the biggest fights he can make at cruiserweight and in the heavyweight division to a certain degree, right? Or does he just go directly to the heavyweight division? You might see David Benavidez do that as well, because that's where the Zone can probably get David Benavidez in big fights, because, you know, Queensberry's over there with the Zone, and that's where all the biggest heavyweights are. The biggest stars in the heavyweight division are. So we're over there with Queensberry. Some of them are with Matchroom, but really none of them are over there at the Zone. I mean, none of them are over there really with Zuffa Boxing. You know, and I support Zuffa Boxing. I'm a fan of Demontian Van Houder. I like FAA Jogba. You know, I like these fighters that are over there. But, you know, these aren't the biggest heavyweight fights out there. So David Benavidez may be forced to move into a heavyweight division off the strength of, if he wants to stay on the traditional side of the conversation and he wants to fight the biggest fights for the biggest amounts of money, does the cruiserweight division provide him that, you know, can they facilitate that type of appetite? Can they satiate that kind of appetite for David Benavidez to make those big paydays? I think Zuffa Boxing could facilitate it. They seem like they're willing to. They have the budget to facilitate something like that to make it make sense. But, you know, David's already made it clear he doesn't want to compete for a Zuffa belt, and I don't think he wants to be on the wrong side of the politics when it comes to the sanctioning body position on working with Zuffa, right? He doesn't want to get caught up in that either. He still seems to be interested in the legacy, but at the same time, he's being hold on a second here. All right, desktop, Chrome. Let's log out of that. Let's log out 2 minutes. Today, 2 minutes. All right, let's log out of that. Let's the Chrome desktop. I just want to make sure. Hold on a second. No. That's good. Pro, let's log out of that real quick. Let's log out of that. Let's log out of unknown device. Let's log out of that. June 7th. Windows Edge. Let me see. All right, to the zone. Let's see if that was enough. Okay. Yeah. So we got to see, right? We got to see, man. Let me see what's going on here. Alan, one great point of view. Thanks, Alan. Sam says Cook Clay. No, Mark Teen, the business says Benavidez versus Usyk is worth $80. 100%. 100%. David Benavidez is worth, with Alexander Usyk is worth that. But who is paying that purse? Not the zone. Right? Not Al Heyman. Right? Not right? I mean, that's not who's paying for it. It's Turkey. That's another conversation. That's outside of the periphery of the zone. You know what I mean? Maybe Netflix, right? Netflix will jump into that conversation, right? Sam from Jersey says, I'll pay to see Moses Atama. Yeah, but you still want to see Moses Atama fight against the right dance partner. You don't want to pay $60 to $80 to see Moses Atama fight just anybody. You want to see the right fights. So, but yeah, the heavyweight division is the money division. So I think, and this is me just speaking out to you guys, you know, off the top of my head, just what I feel. I'm just reading the ring and saying that David Benavidez doesn't have those big paydays available to him in the cruiserweight division outside of working with Zuffa. Jai Opataya is a big money fight because Turkey says it's a big money fight, right? You know, becoming undisputed in the cruiserweight division is a big money fight if Turkey's involved in it. What is the PBC able to facilitate for David Benavidez now that he's not a light heavyweight? They were barely able to facilitate anything for him in the light heavyweight division, to be honest with you, right? That's why he went to cruiserweight. Let's be honest and read the ring. That's why he went to cruiserweight, is because the light heavyweight division, he couldn't get those opportunities he wanted because his biggest fights were tied up with Turkey. Dmitry Bivol or Artur Beterbiev, right? Those weren't PBC fighters. Those weren't the zone fighters. So he went up to cruiserweight to make a fight happen with the zone, with Golden Boy. So he fought Zordo Ramirez and became unified. And I don't even know how much money he made on that fight and how that worked out for him, right? But now he's in a situation now to where he's talking about fighting against a Seslak, somebody who none of us care about. And we all know the big fight that the whole world wants to see, and the money on the table for the biggest fight is against Jai Opataya. Why is he making that fight? I don't think he's scared of Jai. I know some people would like to go there and turn that conversation into he's scared of Jai Opataya, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think he's scared. I don't think he's scared of Jai Opataya. You know what I mean? I don't believe so. Let me see here. Windows Edge, 9/20, January. I'm gonna log out of that one. Let me see here. Let's look out all these here. Log out. Let's see here. November 15th. Log out. November 12th. Log out. November 4th. Log out. October 3rd. Log out. August. No, it's not. Let's log that one. Log out. Season, log out. July 25th. Log out. Damn, man. How many things have I been logged into? Jesus. Log out. Log out. Man. Log out. Yeah, I'm trying to play my The Zone on two apps right now. They're not feeling that energy. Let me see if they'll let it play now. You already have you're already watching on another device, you can stop streaming on that device and continue watching here or manage your devices in my accounts. It is what it is. Smash the like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to listen to the fight. Trying to listen to the fight, but it's crying about me being in too many devices, which I don't think I am. I know it's showing. Let me see here. Let me try to continue to log out all these devices. See if that helps. Let's see here. All these different devices, and man, it just shows you everywhere I go. I log into my DAZN app, and it's like they're like, "No, you're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. You need to get on point, brother." I'm like, but I'm not on them right now. I know upstairs. Log out. 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 Let's do this one right here. Log out. All right, it shouldn't be a problem now. All right, let's see if that works. See if it plays now. Oh man, let me see here. Jersey Bob 1 says Boots is going to fight Josh Kelly just for a belt when Josh has 0% chance of winning the fight. I'd rather see Boots fight Fundora, but he's fighting a no-name mandatory. Well, Josh Kelly's not a mandatory, right? But guys, we got to be on point, man. We got to be on point, Jersey. We got to recognize when a fighter tells you, okay, so we're sitting here saying that we want to respect the belts, right? We were having this conversation earlier. I'm not saying you were saying that, Jersey Bob, right? I'm saying we were sitting here saying that these fighters, you know what I mean, aren't going for the legacy. Watching Devin Haney right now, who's trying to unify a division, and these fighters are making it all about money, right? But then you got an old school throwback fighter like Jerome Boots Ennis who's giving value to the belts, right? He's respecting the belts. He's saying, if there's a champion out there in my division, I need to fight that guy. I'm the real champion. I want all the belts. But then we'll knock him. We'll say that Josh Kelly doesn't make any sense. He has 0% chance of winning. So what? We're not respecting the fact that he's a champion, right? We're not respecting the fact that he's a champion now. Now he's not worth it. Now maybe Boots is ducking Virgil, somebody who doesn't even have a belt. Maybe that's what the new story will be, that Boots is ducking Virgil now. Instead of fighting Virgil, which is the bigger fight to a lot of fans, you know, instead he's just trying to go become a unified champion. We gotta pick our, you know what I mean? We gotta have these conversations in a more fair, in a fair way, man. Shout out to Mervin Albano in the building who's like, okay, brother, you've been talking all day, man. Who's fighting next? Looks like we got Carlos Utria getting ready to jump in there with Israel Mercado, right? I think Israel Mercado's making his way into the ring right now. So I ain't got my eye off the prize, Mervin. It's just there was no fights, was there? Let's be honest. We've been since 7:30. There hasn't been a fight. And I've been keeping the entertainment popping, talking about boxing. It's not entertaining to you, brother? You don't like it? You don't like my boxing talk? Come on, man. Kaisu 953 says the PBK disrespect stops here. Pause. He can beat Fundora or Boots. He beats the freaking boogeyman for Pete's sake. And are we talking about Josh Kelly? Pretty boy Kelly? Is that what we're saying? Yeah. Carlos Utria just made his way into the ring as we're waiting on Israel Mercado to make his way into the ring here. This is the opener for the main card pay-per-view fight here as I'm watching Israel Mercado make his way into the ring. Oh, yeah. When you look at Israel Mercado, you clearly see he has no relationship at all with Ernesto Mercado. No, I'm sorry. I'm bugging. I'm sorry. We're looking at Utria make his way into the ring. We just watched Israel Mercado make his way into the ring. Sorry about that. What's going on here, man? I did manage the devices, man. You guys are being unreasonable now. You're being unreasonable now, man. Let's log out this one, the last one, man. That's all I got for you. That's all I can do, man. Can't continue to just see him play this game with you guys, man. I might have to log out my big screen and just watch it through my laptop, which I'd rather not do. Let me see here. Who you got, sir? Teo or Romero? Damn, Mervin, you a little like, you a little cold, brother. I mean, I respect the sir, but, if I could tell you, I don't know. The energy is weird. You're calling me sir. You ain't calling me Clay. You know what I mean? But hey, man, I'm leaning towards Teo, man. There you go. So Akeem Blake says, Clay, I still think Shiraz is scared, man. Shiraz resume is just as shady as WBO deal coming soon. I don't think Hamza Shiraz is scared per se, right? But I understand what you're saying, because I do think you have a great argument there to be made that he is scared, right? Because we watched Hamza Shiraz move away from that fight at 160, right? He had an opportunity to go ahead and become a champion at 160 against Shiraz, and he went against what he thought was the lesser of a threat in an opponent with Carlos Adames, and then we seen what it looked like with him and Carlos Adames in Riyadh, right? So I totally understand that angle. And even right now, here he is being confronted again with another opportunity to fight Janibek, and he's bringing up, what he believes is a disgraceful disservice by the WBO to allow Janibek to come off the back end of, cheating, right? Having illegal substances in his system, performance enhancement drug substances in his system, and giving him an opportunity, not only giving him an opportunity to become a champion, but making him a mandatory. But I think there's also another argument. I think there's another argument there, Akeem, to say that he's also in a position right now to be in front of his biggest payday, to make one of the biggest fights he can make happen against Canelo Alvarez. He's in that position right now. And it's like, okay, without a doubt, Hamza Shiraz doesn't have to be scared of Janibek to be honest and say that Janibek is a legitimate threat, right? And could derail what I'm trying to put together. And on top of that, what kind of money is going to be on the table for me to fight a Janibek? Who's putting the money up? Is Turkey behind this? Is there this big amount of money there? So, I'm in a position right now where I can make a lot of money, and you're forcing me to fight, quite frankly, the most decorated, skilled fighter I've ever been in the ring with, right around the time when I'm waiting on this Christian and Billy and Canelo Alvarez fight to figure itself out, because Turkey, who's financing Canelo Alvarez, is also very interested in seeing me and Canelo fight each other, and that's a big money fight. So I don't think he's wrong for being a little bit more business-minded right now where he's at in his career. It is what it is. No doubt, Mervin. All right, we about to start this fight up right here. Man, this thing is really just being difficult, man. This does not want to play out for me here. Okay, top of the first round here, as we're watching Utria in the white shorts with the Venezuelan flag, I believe, on the back of his shorts here. And we're looking at Mercado, Israel Mercado, in the black and silver shorts here. Israel Mercado holding down the center ring, looking to just, both guys just processing a lot of data here as Utria tries to measure Ernesto. Israel Mercado trying to set him up for the big right hand here. Israel Mercado working behind that jab, touching him to his body. A little out of range here. Both fighters out of range right now. Both trying to be very responsible, work behind that jab, trying to set up those big shots right now. And ultimately kind of slowing up this first round here. Let's see here, man, bro. What are you talking about? Just play, bro. What are you talking about, man? It is what it is. It is what it is. Minute and 45 seconds here in the first round here, as it's not letting me do what I want to do here on my app. It's not letting me do it, man. Not letting me do it. I'm trying to play it on both devices in the zone. Here's the zone, you know what I mean? They want you to pay, right? They want you to pay. It is what it is. They want you to pay. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Minute and 20 seconds here in the first round. Let me get off of that right now and focus on what's in front of me. Okay, Utria finding himself. Good work to the body by Utria right there, touching him to the body right there. They're finally starting to exchange a little bit right now. Israel Mercado definitely wants to slow this fight down as he ties up. Oh, man, look, he ties up Utria, and Utria gets a nice short little right hook in there, starting to spam these big right hands. Doesn't want to get too wide here. I wonder if Israel Mercado, a fighter who I'm not very familiar with, can, shorten his shots up and maybe catch an Utria who's a little wide with his shots at times, with maybe a short hook or straight right hand in the midst of those exchanges. But obviously, Utria is getting the respect of Israel Mercado. He's got that power. That power is making Israel Mercado really respect what Utria is bringing to the table. Utria, who's walking him down, applying that pressure. Mercado trying to keep him, control that range, stab him to the body, trying to use that lead hand. Nice overhand right lands for Utria right there as Mercado continues to work on that lead hand, trying to set up the big right hand, but just working on that lead hand, jabbing him to the chest, jabbing him to the body. And Utria is working on the inside here. Nice little short left hook by Utria there, by Israel Mercado right there. As we're getting ready to close out this first round right now, Utria definitely has Israel Mercado on his back foot. Giving that first round to Utria, right? Very effective pressure. And he definitely has Mercado retreating. Mercado is he's not being defensive. He's not using his feet. He's not out boxing Carlos Utria. He's on his back foot because he's feeling that power, and he's being very aware of that power coming out of him here. Hold on one second here. Let me put this here. 10-9 round for Utria here. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. 108 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Let's see if I can get this to play here, man. Man, diabolical, man. They're not letting your boy cook the way I want to cook, man. The zone's being kind of cheap right now. We're in my crib right now. I'm watching these fights, and you guys are playing with me. Same IP. Why would y'all even block it? Same damn VPN, man. Just different devices in my own crib, bro. Utria is starting to double up that lead hand a little bit on top of this second round right here. Starting to double up that lead hand to set up that right hand as he's trying to cross that void. Shout out to my people in the building here. As Utria is trying to find that shot here, working behind that jab. Israel Mercado needs to find a way to get that respect, because he's being stalked right now. Utria is spamming that right hand. At times he gets wide with that right hand as well. So if Israel Mercado could generate some real power and shorten up his shots, it seems like there might be some opportunities in there to really win some of these exchanges. Hit him with the cleaner, shorter shots. But he has to be he has to move his head and be confident that he can weather that storm, whatever Utria's got coming back at him. Utria's got bad intentions on that big right hand. He's spamming the big right hand. He's holding down the center of the ring here. That lead left hand low. It seems like Israel, if he was fast enough, he might, be able to set up some shots with that right hand of his. But we haven't seen him really translate into anything yet, as he's working behind that jab. Utria is being a little bit more reserved, trying to allow Israel Mercado to kind of participate a little bit more. Nice work. Good exchange right there. There we go. As Israel Mercado starting to find Utria right there. Nice short punches. There goes those short shots I was talking about. Nice short left hook from Israel Mercado, using that clinch in the right way, still being active inside that close range. Still being active inside that close range. That was a good exchange here. This is a good Israel Mercado round right here. As Utria has decided to really be patient, maybe a little too patient in this round, not really letting his hands go like he was doing it in the first round here. Mercado able to take advantage of this, this laid back version of Utria in this round here, to where he just seems to be just measuring him, trying to measure that big right hand. Just trying to use that lead hand as, short lead hooks. Oh, nice lead hook by Israel Mercado. Catches Utria on the way out there. Utria rips a nasty lead hook to the body of Mercado. Mercado responds by stabbing him to the body as well with his lead hand, feinting high with that lead hand. There we go. Nice jab by Utria. Catches Mercado, doubling up on that jab, keeping that jab right there on Mercado. Oh, Mercado, good work right there, getting his head off the line there, gets up underneath that work and rips a good right hand to the body of Utria. Good work by Mercado, using that movement, stabbing him to the body and getting his head off the line. Trying to set up. There we go, putting those punches, get a little out of range, but at least he's letting his hands go a little bit there, and he has the respect of Utria in this round here, not letting Utria just push him around and keep him on his back foot. Good work to the body, stabbing Utria to the body. I'm going to give that round to Mercado. I got it 1-1 right now. 1-1. I'm going to give it 1-1 right now. Birdman gave that first round to Mercado. Okay, so then you have it. Maybe you have it 2-0 for Mercado. I gave Utria the first round. I'm giving Mercado the second round. There you go. So you got a 2-0 Mercado. Okay, I've got it 1-1. Carissa Turkios in the building says anyone betting on Rolly tonight should have just invested that money on a used bridge. Alan one says 1-1. Kaisu 953 has a 1-1 as well. No doubt, man. Carlos Utria Barber was tipsy, man. Carlos Utria got a nice, he got a sharp cut in the back of his head. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Good work. Good work by Israel Mercado in that last round here. Utria, his hands in his pockets a little bit too much in that round. Needs to kind of figure it out what he wants to do. Utria in the top of this third round here being way more active with that lead hand, trying to control that range. Stabbing. Mercado doing a good job with his feet, using his feet to cross that void and get over with that lead hook. He's catching Utria backing out with his head high and touching him with that lead hook. So he'll come in and almost feint a right hand to the body, but then take that one extra step forward to where he can just let that lead hook go, and he's catching Utria on the way out of that back door. Utria needs to keep that right hand up or he's going to get caught with that left hook. He needs to keep that right hand up. He has his hands a little bit low, maybe a little overconfidence in his ability to control that range. Maybe not. As Utria is stabbing him to the body, taking his time. But defensively, there he goes, spams the big overhand right hand right there, out of range. Mercado continues to press the pace here. Good effective pressure by Mercado, who's able to get past those spamming big right hands and that jab, and he's able to stab him to the body. Mercado's been very effective with that lead hand to the body, finding Utria. Nice right hand lands from Mercado in the exchange right there. Nice right hand. We're at the minute and 47-second mark here in round number 3 here. As Israel Mercado starting to find Carlos Utria. Good jab by Carlos Utria right there. Good jab. Mercado responds back with his own jab, trying to hook off the jab a little bit, but he's relentless with that lead hand to the body. He keeps stabbing Utria to the body. A little short on the range when he's trying to let off those hooks. He's still not finding the distance as well good as he wants to find it, but it's good enough to keep Utria. Utria is kind of really not looking forward to get inside those close range exchanges here. Mercado's able to capitalize in those close range exchanges, those mid close range exchanges. Utria looks like his advantage is being able to get his shots off on the full extension of those shots. And Israel Mercado just taking this round just off of activity, in my opinion. Just as off of activity, that consistent lead hand to the body, you know what I'm saying? And, even though he's out of range at times, he's letting his hands go, and he's maybe more importantly, keeping Utria's hands in his pockets. Utria sticks him with that good jab right there, sticks him up top, and then sticks him to the body with a jab. But Israel Mercado, good head movement, continues to touch him to the body with that lead hand. I don't know what the judges are looking at. They're looking at his effective pressure as Israel Mercado is pushing Carlos Utria back at times, or forcing Carlos Utria to be reactive rather than, setting the tone here in this fight, using his feet, trying to get off the line. Israel Mercado taking his time. There we go. Follows him out there, shoots that left hook. Utria gets on his bicycle, using his lateral movement to get him out the way. Nice right hand by Utria right there. Catches Israel Mercado. Mercado comes in there, shoots over the big right hand lands for Israel Mercado right there in that exchange. Big right hand. Big right hand. Good round. Good round right there, man. I got to give that round to Mercado again, man. I got to give that round to Mercado, man. Mercado, I've got a 2-1, man. No, Bird, man. We did the research. He's not related to Tito Mercado, unless he's Tito Mercado's uncle, because he's older than Tito Mercado. Birdman has a 3-0. I've got a 2-1 for Mercado. I gave Utria that first round, but that is. Shout out my guy, Rob Caligo, man. What's good, man? 100 people in the building, man. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Top of the fourth round right now, as Israel Mercado's been able to really just, just outbox Carlos Utria. Carlos Utria pretty good right here on that jab right now, but, Israel Mercado's just been able to really just box Utria. You know what I mean? Utria just needs to get a little bit more active. You still feel the menacing energy, the danger that Carlos Utria presents in this ring tonight. Like you just feel like he's going to land a big shot that may change the direction of where this fight's going there. But until he does, you were just watching Israel Mercado bag rounds, right? Putting rounds in the pocket here. And it's a 10-round fight. We're in the fourth round here. After a while, Carlos Utria, if he can't get the stoppage or do something significant, drop him at least, he's going to have to find a way to focus on winning these rounds. And it doesn't look like he's trying to win the round. It looks like he's trying to win the fight still, which is cool. It's early in the fight, but he does need I'd like to see some wrinkles to his game. Nice short left hook to the body of Israel Mercado from Carlos Utria. Nice short left hook to the body, caught him right there. Good jab. As Utria is starting to push back Israel Mercado and starting to let his hands go a lot more. There's a good Carlos Utria around here. Mercado letting his hands go, shooting right hands to the body, but he's a little bit on his back foot right now. As Carlos Utria is starting to press the pace here, shooting big. Nice work by Carlos Utria right there. Behind that jab, shoots that right hand and then rips a left hook to the body of Israel Mercado right there. Back on that jab as Israel Mercado starting to try to tie up, use his clinch work. Nice short left hook from Israel Mercado inside of that clinch. Good work inside of that close range there, inside that clinch there by Israel Mercado. Minute 10 seconds here inside of this fourth round right now. But Carlos Utria definitely putting a better round. So far, there's a Carlos Utria round right here, man. He's working behind that jab. He's putting his shots together. Israel Mercado's still active, still a dog, letting his hands go, but Utria is finding that gear, that second or third gear there. Nice work there. Rips another left hook to the body. He's been finding that left hook to the body as well. Utria has behind that jab and that right hand. He shoots that jab. Nice left hook to the body. Israel Mercado responds with his own 2-3 punch combination there, starting to slip that lead hand and bringing that right hand over the top of Carlos Utria's lead hand right there. Good work by Israel Mercado. Carlos Utria continues to apply that pressure. This round might go to Carlos Utria off the effective pressure conversation, right? As he's walking down and putting the pressure on Israel Mercado. Mercado's still doing a good job of turning, slipping, and moving, feinting high, touching him low, shooting that right hand to the body, shooting that lead hand to the body. Carlos Utria is on that front foot now. He's no longer retreating from Israel Mercado, spamming that right hand. Yeah, Mercado letting his hands go there. Nice. All of them got caught up pretty much on the glove of Carlos Utria right there. But I'm going to give Utria that round. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought Mercado did good, but I thought Utria did a decent job. I thought Utria did a good job walking him down, working behind that lead hand, starting to find that lead hook to the body. Very effective body punching by Utria in that round. I'm going to give Utria that round right now. And on my card, I got it 2 rounds to 2 rounds here. I've got a 2 rounds to 2 rounds on my card here. Let me see here. Yeah, he said this ain't the Grand Prix. Utria about to stop him. Kazu says, Z Pacino says, see, this is what I was worried about. Utria looking for the KO like Amanda last night. Yeah, Amanda Serrano definitely was looking for that KO last night. 3-1 Utria, 3-1 Mercado. Oh, wow. Kaishu has it 3 rounds. He gave Utria 3 rounds. Wow, okay. Now that's crazy, man. Look at it right next to each other. You got Kaishu 953 with 3-1 to Utria and Birdman with 3-1 to Mercado, man. Wow, man. I've got it 2 rounds to 2 rounds, man. Top of the 5th round here. Let's see we got a fight here. Both guys are game, man. But Carlos Utria was able to build up some good momentum in that last round. He works way better on the front foot, way more effective on the front foot. There's the scorecards there. We got 2 rounds and 2 rounds on Mannix. Also has it the same way as me, man. Gave Utria the first and that last round and gave Mercado the second and the 3rd round. So, yeah, let's see if Utria is able to work on this momentum that he built for himself here. He's found success on that front foot. Mercado trying to stand to him a little bit, doesn't want to be on his back foot all night as he's trying to apply a nice little work to the body here, but still spamming that lead hook over the top. But if you pay attention, Utria is raising that right hand. He's being way more aware, defensively aware of where he needs to be at. He's not trying to get caught with those spamming shots. He's no longer keeping those hands low anymore, and he's starting to work behind that jab, and he's finding the right hand a little bit more. Oh, nice left hook, catches Utria again. Utria backing out of that situation, moving that right hand away from his face a little bit as he tries to open up the guard a little bit to kind of like ole, but no. Mercado's able to find him with that lead hook and touch Utria with that lead hook, letting his hands go. Utria, there we go. Nice straight right hand by Utria, but Mercado doing a good job of moving his feet off the line. I'm moving his head off that line and getting up under those shots and ripping his own shots to the body. Israel Mercado's been working to the body very faithfully tonight. Started off in the first early rounds of stabbing him to the body. Now starting to get up under those shots and rip these shots to the body. Tries to catch him with a lead hand uppercut right there. Utria gets off the line and gets out the way for that one. Minute and 15 seconds mark here inside of round number 5 here. This is one of the most competitive rounds here. Both these guys are letting it go here, but Utria is staying on that front foot, working behind that front foot, working behind that jab, and Mercado continues to time the lead hand of Carlos Utria and being a great counterpuncher in this fight here. But using that movement here, getting off the line here, feinting him to the body, feinting him up top, moving. Utria is not botting on the feint, so I got to give him his respect on that. Hold on a second. Yo, Weeks needs to not get involved in every pit. They were getting ready to fight their way out of that, man. He just got in the middle of that. I don't know what happened right there. Good timing by Israel Mercado here. Good timing by Israel Mercado right here. Good work here. 30 seconds left. Oh, wow, man. I just caught some crazy news. I can't share it with you guys, but I just caught some crazy news. That's crazy, man. Good round right there. That was a very close round. I don't know how you guys scored it, man. I'm gonna give that round to Utria. So I'm gonna have it 3-1. I'm gonna have it 3-1 for Utria. Sono, Michael in the building here. Birdman Jr. has 4-1 Mercado. He's seeing Mercado doing the work here. So I see what you're doing here, man. You're giving credit to the movement and to the boxing acumen of Israel Mercado. And I see it. I see the movement. I see him slipping the shots, but I think there's a effective pressure conversation that's part of this fight here. And it's going to be about what the judges like. This is going to be one of those fights here where stylistically, what do the judges like? Do they like the pressure that Utria is putting on Ernesto Mercado, or do they like the finesse, the boxing of Israel Mercado? I don't know. You know what I mean? We got to see. I don't know if I said it. You know, Utria's pressure, Mercado's stylistic boxing, right? The good boxing coming from Carlos Utria. I mean from Israel Mercado. Right? Birdman Jr. says the activity. I hear you. It makes sense. It makes sense for sure. 128 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel, man. Appreciate the support. Thank you guys in advance, man. As we're watching, this is a pretty damn good fight, man. Israel Mercado is doing a good job boxing, and Carlos Utria is finding a hard time finding a big shot, but he is getting closer and closer. It looks like he's getting closer and closer to finding the big right hand, man. He's spamming that right hand, shooting that right hand. Maybe he's headhunting a little bit too much, right? Maybe Utria needs a rip there, as he just did right there, ripped a nice lead hook to the body, but working on that 1-2, trying to find that right hand down the middle. Back on that jab. Back on that jab for Carlos Utria. Walking down Israel Mercado. And that right there could be the difference maker. When you're watching a fight this competitive here and you're watching Carlos Utria stepping to and walking down Israel Mercado, how are the judges processing that? But Mercado is being very active doing a good job of slipping those shots, but he's not touching him. He's kind of out of range with some of his shots, man. There he goes. Nice 1-2 right there from Mercado's, finding him with that right hand. Nice left hook to the body of Mercado's. He stumbles back a little bit right there. Right there was an opportunity for Carlos Utria to rip another lead hand to the body of Israel Mercado. He didn't do it. Minute and 5 seconds left here in round number 6 here, as Carlos Utria continues to work behind that lead hand. And Mercado continues to slip and box and let his hands go. I'm very interested in what CompuBox is saying here as far as who's landing the more significant shots here. Who's landing the cleaner shots here. We're inside of the last minute, really about to be the last 30 seconds of this 6th round right now. As Utria is using his move. I think this is a Mercado round here, man. I ain't gonna lie. I think I'm gonna give this round to Mercado. There's Utria with that jab, stabbing Mercado. Somebody could take this round here in this last 25 seconds, believe it or not. That's how close this round is. It's anybody's round to take, really. Even walking Utria back right now, as Mercado stalking Utria a little bit right now, could be winning him this round. That's how close this round is, as Mercado's cutting the ring off, working behind that jab, and Utria is back on using that lateral movement and back on his back foot, man. Back on keeping his hands a little bit low, as well as Mercado's finding him with that right hook there, left hook, walking him down, jumping at him a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to give that round to Israel Mercado for sure. That's crazy. I've got it 3-3, man. I got it 3 rounds of 3 rounds, man. That last round was a swing round. I was on the phone getting some crazy news, so I didn't watch it as closely as I should have. When you guys thought my audio was, I wasn't. I was actually on my phone talking to somebody about what's going on in this boxing game. Something serious that's probably going to come out in the news in the next coming, either today or tomorrow. I'm assuming it's going to be coming out, and I'm not going to be the one to break it. That's not my style. I'm not going to lie to you. But very when that story comes out, I wish I could tell you guys, but I don't think I'm in position to do it. I don't think anybody wants me to do that, so I'm not going to. And this is one of those type of topics that I shouldn't be the one to to be breaking that out in. But in the next couple of coming days, there's going to be some news that's coming out. Maybe even tonight sometime or tomorrow. Who knows? Birdman Jr. has it 4 rounds to 2. I've got it 3 rounds of 3 rounds here. Deuce with Teds with the body shot. Birdman says, not sure if the news you got is good or bad, but hope everything's okay. Yeah, everything's okay with me, Birdman. Good news for me. No bad or good news for me. It's about it's boxing news. Something going on in the boxing space, man. You'll see as it comes out. 124 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel here. And look, man. Hey, bro. Chris Mannix has this fight scored the same way I do here. Actually, no, he gave the last round to Utria, and he gave Mercado the 5th round. I have it the other way around. It is what it is. I gave Utria the 5th round, and I gave Mercado this last round. But it is what it is. Still 57-57, a close fight here. And, I think, shout out to Birdman, who has Mercado up 2 rounds on this one here. But I ain't mad at that scorecard at all. It actually is going to be very interesting to see how the judges process this here, man. 2 minutes and 5 seconds left here in round number 7. This 1 out of 10 rounds, guys, as Utria, nice left hook to the body. This referee warns Utria, says he got a little low in there. I don't think he got low. I think it was a clean shot to the body here, man. As he continues to apply that pressure to Israel Mercado, man, working behind that jab. Good. As Israel Mercado slips that lead hand and turns Utria right there. Nice straight right hand by Israel Mercado, but Utria also lands a nice right hand to the body. Nice straight right hand lands. Both guys land a good straight right hand. Mercado lands one, and Utria responds with his own right hand. Mercado still putting that pressure, walking him forward as Utria tries to set him with that uppercut. Misses him on that uppercut, but there he goes as Mercado being first here, using that lead hand to be first. Jump in there, touch him with that lead hand. Level changing with that lead hand. Touching him up top and then ripping that hand to the body. And Mercado's been very faithful of ripping that lead hand to the body of Utria all night, man. Really touching him to the body with that lead hand. Good jab by Israel Mercado. Getting in that high guard, getting low, and getting his head off that line. Good jab by Israel Mercado again, man. As Utria kind of stuck, man. Good work right there. Utria just, being defensive there. Nice left hook to the body. Nice left hook. Good right hand. Good uppercut. Good right hand to the body. Good shots by Israel Mercado. That was one of the best exchanges in the fight so far from Israel Mercado. As Utria rips a lead hook, tries to rip a lead hook to the body of Israel Mercado. There kind of spams it, but Mercado responds back, doubling up, tripling up on that jab, shooting that right hand. Utria takes a deep breath right there. Nice jab by Israel Mercado as he steps in and ties up Carlos Utria. Or on the other side, Carlos Utria is trying to tie up Israel Mercado. Mercado, nice straight left hand down the middle, catches Mercado, catches Utria. Mercado kind of had like a quick little switch a little bit, kind of had that left hand as his backhand, shot that left hand, touched him, and then switched right back over into that orthodox position and used that same hand to continue to delegate those jabs, man, just domesticating. And really that might be the story of this fight here, is how Israel Mercado was able to really just neutralize Carlos Utria with that jab today. His movement and that jab to the body, just domesticating Carlos Utria right there. And that was definitely a round for Israel Mercado for me right there. So that puts Israel Mercado in the lead here. I got Israel Mercado up 4 rounds to 3 at this point. 1 round up over Carlos Utria here. We're down to the championship rounds. Let's see what we're able to see here, man. Yeah, Z Pacino said that body work too, 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. Birdman has it 5-2. I've got it 4-3. 4-3. 4-3 on my cards here. Edwin Perez in the building says, never, ever pay-per-view. No doubt, no doubt. Hey, you got me, Edwin. If you don't got the fire stick, you got me, man. We calling it right down the middle right now, man. Wow, Kaisu has a 6-1 Utria, man. Wow. Kaisu don't see, he's not seeing the movement. He doesn't think that's enough. He doesn't feel like Israel Mercado's doing enough to win these rounds. Very interesting, man. Very excited to see what these judges are going to say, because usually the room is usually pretty close in the scoring here. You know, to see Kaisu up there giving Carlos Utria a 5-round lead here. I'm here, you know, I've got it 4-3, and we've got Birdman who has it 5-2, man. I've got it a way closer fight, but let's see here. 2 minutes and 30 seconds mark just passed here in round number 8 here. Let's see if Carlos Utria, who's being more active on that jab, he's reacting as somebody who knows he's not winning this fight completely. He knows he needs to win every single one of these rounds. He's no longer trying to get that knockout. He's trying to win this fight. Good work to the body by Carlos Utria right there, as Ernesto Mercado continues to apply that pressure, work behind that jab, and use his movement to neutralize Carlos Utria's leverage on that power. Good, nice 1-2 there as Carlos Utria comes over the top with a big right hand, but that lead hand of Israel Mercado's high enough, caught a lot of that shot in the gloves here. But there he goes as Israel Mercado's finding him again, working behind that jab, shooting that left hook, catching. Oh, nice work right there. Good combination punching by Israel Mercado right there, who's able to put together a good shot, ended it with a nice short lead hook that touched Carlos Utria right there. Good work right there. Once again, level changing, up high, up low with that lead hand. The lead hand of Israel Mercado has been very active tonight, man. If he wins this fight, it's going to be that right there. Good 2-3 punch combination by Carlos Utria there. Not too much sauce on it, but Israel Mercado very active there. Good work. Good work with Israel Mercado, slipping those shots, man. Oh, nice overhand right lands for Carlos Utria there in that exchange there. Back on that jab. Israel Mercado kind of reaching with his shots right now. Needs to be not to be too lazy with his hands right there, because Carlos Utria has been looking for an excuse to let that big right hand go right there, spamming the left hook and follows it up with our big right hook right there. Carlos Utria responds, getting active with the jab and shooting that straight right hand down the middle. We down to 50 seconds left here in round number 8 here, as Carlos Utria is starting to find Israel Mercado here in this round right here. He's finding him with that jab, and he's starting to find him with that right hand a little bit right there. But you know, Israel Mercado is still active, keeping his head off the line, punches in bunches. Man, nice right hand stops Israel Mercado right in his tracks, right in the middle of that, forcing him to reset here. Nice right hand lands for Israel Mercado, walking down Carlos Utria. This is one of those rounds where anybody can win it. Just whoever has, 20 seconds left in this round, somebody could win this round in the last 20 seconds here, man. Nice left hook to the body from Carlos Utria, catches Israel Mercado. Israel Mercado on his back foot a little bit here as the round's getting ready to close. Big shots getting exchanged right there. Wow. Israel Mercado made his way in there, found him with the big shots right there. But, man, these guys are exchanging shots right. I don't know. That was a very close round. Swing round right there, however you want to look at it. I'm going to give that round, wow. This was the closest round. This was definitely the closest round in this fight. Fuck, man. I think I'm going to give it to Mercado, man. I think I'm going to give Mercado that round, man. I think I'm going to give Mercado that round. Man. I'm gonna give Mercado that round here, man. I've got Mercado winning this fight 5-2 right now. Well, no, what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, 5 rounds to 2 right now. I've got Mercado up 5 rounds to 2 right now, man. No, that's not possible. Am I missing something here? Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 5 rounds to 3. Sorry, I got it 5 rounds to 3. Sorry, I said 5 to 2. 5 rounds to 3. Dude says all that headhunting probably from Carlos Utria, right? Yeah, a little bit, man. Alan Land once in this fight is flying by. Z Pacino says Utria is up for me. Hey, I ain't mad at you. It's one of those. I get it, man. Styles make fights. All about the kind of fights you like, man. Low nose boxing in the building was good, man. 135 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel, man. Top of the 9th round right now, man. Anybody's fight, man. You look at these scorecards, man. You got Birdman with a scorecard. I got a scorecard. Kai Su's got a scorecard. And I don't know what Mannix has got going on here, but I've got Mercado up right now 2 rounds. 5 rounds to 3 right now. This round could be a draw if Carlos Utria on my scorecard wins this round in the last round here, but he needs a knockout to win this round or a knockdown, right, to win this round on my scorecards. He needs a knockdown to like really put himself up in a position. He needs a knockdown and he needs to win the 10th round, right? 2 minutes left in this round right now. I'm just watching a good boxing match from Israel Mercado, and I'm watching Carlos Utria remain dangerous and remain menacing in the ring, which makes this fight not as one-sided. No matter how the scorecards may look one way or another, it just feels like Carlos Utria is very close to landing a big shot. But at the same time, until he does, you got to give Israel Mercado his respect for his ability to control the pace. Even right now, as you're watching Carlos Utria on his back foot, using his lateral movement, good lead hand, stabbing short punches from Israel Mercado, winning the conversation here as Carlos Utria is still headhunting, still doubling up behind that jab, shooting that big right hand, spamming the right hand, looking for a shot that's going to make a difference in this fight here. And you got the consistency of Israel Mercado, who's been working behind that jab all night long, touching him to the body, slipping those shots, working him to the body, and really letting his hands go punches and bunches. I'm very interested in seeing what oh, I got something on my lip, bro. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I'm looking in the camera right now. Lord child, bro. Ooh, wee. That was disgusting. Had me looking crazy. All right. 40 seconds left here in the round here. And really, Israel Mercado really doing the championship round things right now, man. Really just being ruthless, ripping right hands to the body, staying on Carlos Utria. Utria not very comfortable inside that mid-range, close range, man. Kind of being forced to let his hands go. And Israel Mercado knows it, right? As he's using his movement, he's slipping those shots. Look at that nice straight right hand lands for Israel Mercado, doing a good job of moving his head off the line, stepping to Carlos Utria, shooting those shots up top. Good left hook, good straight right hands, good left hook to the body, another left hook to the body, another right hook to the body, rips the left hook to the chest, right hand over the top of the guard, another overhand left, big overhand right. There he goes, working Carlos Utria against the ropes here. Nice overhand right, sends Carlos Utria on his way as he gets off the line right there. That was one of the best rounds for Israel Mercado, man. At this point on my scorecard, Carlos Utria needs a knockout to win this fight here, as I have it 6 rounds to 3 right now on my scorecard. Mercado's definitely pulling away, 100%. Cass 3583 said Mercado pulling away, 100%. C. Pacino says, my boy getting tired. The visa and weight is playing a factor right now. No doubt, no doubt. Clay Circle in the building says, is the big news Shakur versus Gary Antoine Russell? No, it's not. Clay, it's not good news, man. It's not good news. I'm gonna tell you that. That's all I can tell you. It's not good news. It's not good news. It's not good news. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's not good news. That's all I'm gonna tell you for sure. It's not good news. It's not good news. That's why I'm gonna leave it at that. We're not gonna like it. We're not gonna like it. Here we go in the last 10th round here. As we got Israel Mercado working behind that lead hand and had a great round in that last round. Carlos Utria needs to be looking for the big knockout. Woo, nice shots. Israel Mercado really finding, okay, so Mannix has given him 1 round more than I did. But there it is Israel Mercado's working. Oh my God, Israel Mercado might get the stoppage. He might He might drop Carlos. He might not. I'm not saying he's going to knock him out, but he might. Oh man, big uppercuts, big right hooks. Oh man, Israel Mercado finding his shots right here. He's not going to let this one go away. Both fighters finding this round to be very important. Israel Mercado is not feeling like he's dominating this fight at all. He's not running away. He's not on his bicycle. He's not doing the boxing thing. He's staying in the paint. He's exchanging these big shots and he's winning these exchanges, letting his hands go, man. Great punches. You know, he's really picking Carlos Utria apart. Carlos Utria tonight has been reserved to a straight lead hand, maybe a left hook to the body at times, but really the straight right hand is what he's been trying to find, spamming the right hand. And Mercado's shown that his bag is deeper, really putting those punches together. He's worked it from a lead and backhands to the body, uppercuts, overhand rights, overhand left hands, been able to get the respect from Carlos Utria, put him on his back foot. That jab has been nasty, that jab to the body. He's just really been digging into that bag, going deep into that bag, putting his shots together. And Carlos Utria has been just, you know, kind of like resorting down, you know, just resorting down to a straight right hand and a jab, at times spamming uppercuts and shots to the body, but nothing really effective that's been able to get the respect enough from Israel Mercado to get him to stop the pressure. Nice straight right hand lands for Carlos Utria right there. But there, Israel Mercado is putting that pressure as he slaps his fist together, walking down Carlos Utria. Man, good work here by Israel Mercado, who's taking this round away from Carlos Utria, who's just really, you know, punching with a little desperation, you know, maybe even exhausted. Maybe the conditioning has him right there. Good work by Israel Mercado catching Carlos Utria on the ropes right there. Nice straight left hand to the body right there, ripping these shots. Nice lead hook, catches Carlos Utria right there. They're going at it. Mercado's not trying to leave it in the hand of the judges. He's spamming, catching them with these lead hooks. Utria ripping his own 1-2 down the middle, trying to put together the big right hands there. We're down in the last 30 seconds. Oh, nice straight right hand stops Carlos Utria right there in his tracks as Utria was spamming big straight right hands himself. And Mercado just timed it out and touched him with his own right hand there, doubling up with that lead hand, ripping shots to the body, level changing, getting low. I mean, he's just moving all around this right now. The movement of Mercado is just completely debilitating Carlos Utria right there, who's letting these shots go. Both guys kind of letting it go right there. Oh, right in the middle of Carlos Utria trying to celebrate right there. Israel Mercado catches him with a nasty 1-2 right down the middle. And we close the round out right now as both guys have nothing to hold their head down about. Carlos Utria just really looked regular tonight. You know what I mean? Really just never was able to hit that second gear. He found that right hand at times, but he just resorted down to that 1-2, that right hand. Every now and then he was, you know, getting that lead hook to the body, but he wasn't capitalizing off it. He wasn't able to make nothing happen out of it. Israel Mercado just really found himself in the second half of this fight. I had him dominating the whole second half of this fight. I had him winning the last 5 rounds in a straight row. On my card, I've got it, 5, 6, 7. I've got it 7 rounds to 3 rounds for Israel Mercado on my card here. Alan Land 1 says, I smell a robbery. Wow, man. Clay 013 says, once the news come out, we need you, Ness, Julius, Johnny, Marco together on the panel to discuss the topic. Yeah, for sure. I got to find my way back on the boxing voice, man. I just be, my schedule is so upside down, man. Honestly, I'll be sleeping in the morning. I work at night. And at times when I come up on that show, you know, I'm really losing out on sleep. I ain't gonna lie, because you know, I end up dragging myself, you know, all the way till 2, 3 o'clock being on the show. And then I try to get some sleep. I got to get up by like 6:30, 7. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm lying. Usually I got to get up later than that. I usually get up a little bit later than that. But between dinner and everything, I don't know. I just found myself not sleeping as much as I should. So I've been kind of picking that. So when I come home from work in the morning, I lay it down, man. So while the show's going on, I'll be asleep. I'll be waking up about like 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? Like 2 o'clock. That's when I'll be waking up. So hopefully there's some opportunities in there for me to get on the show. I'm always, you know, reaching out to Ness on social media, so he knows I'm alive and we still outside. But our schedule is this. I'm a night shift worker. It's kind of hard for me to do that early morning show with Ness. It's kind of hard for me. I ain't gonna lie. Mercado won, but may get robbed, no doubt. Yeah, I got money on this. Rob is at. Let me see who wins here. Let me see what the scorecard is here. Shit. Yeah, that was disgusting. That was disgusting. I'm watching. I'm sorry. That was disgusting. Man, bro, 97, 93. They gave Israel Mercado 3 rounds. Oh man, bro. You know, once again, boxing has to just do better than that. And Patricia Moore, once again, her name involved in some very weird scoring. I don't know that lady knows boxing or knows how to. I mean, I've seen she is consistently in these conversations, consistently. And I was listening to Chris Mannix speak to it and just say that. And we talk about this, you know, whenever we see crazy scorecards, we always say, I've been saying that, you know, take these judges, bring them into a room somehow, you know, in front of a board of, you know, judges of some sort. And, you know, let's rewatch the fight together as judges and score these rounds. And I want to know where you found 7 rounds. 7 rounds for Carlos Utria. Now, shout out to my brother Kaisu 953, who's in the building right now. Kaisu's card was there, man. That's what Kaisu had it, man. He said it right there, 97, 93. Yeah, he had it, but I didn't see it that way. You know what I'm saying? I thought, like, Kaisu, I ain't gonna lie, man. I didn't agree with your card when you had it 6-1. I'm like, man, I didn't see it that way, but I thought it was gonna be interesting to see how the judges saw it. I thought it was gonna be interesting. I knew it was gonna be interesting to see how the judges saw it. I just, man, I you know what I mean? I had it the complete opposite way. I had Israel Mercado winning 7 rounds, and I had Carlos Utria only winning 3 rounds. Anyway, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. It is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, man. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, man. I appreciate all the support. Thank you guys, man. As we're getting into the card, that was an opening card. That was an opening fight on the main card, man. That was a great opening fight, man. The judges, you know, I think they got it wrong, man. I think they got it wrong. And I think more importantly, Patricia Moore, man. Patricia Moore, man. I'm sorry. Let me pull up something here to see something about Patricia Moore here. Let me just see something here, man. His recent judging assignments run by Ron Carl's commission, box reg, I'll verify whether he because won't maybe their name, except it's yeah, man. Sonny Chiba says, what the F is wrong with Malik? His tattoo hairline's crooked. Hey, man, you can't go back on the tattoo, man. Once you put the ink down, the ink is down, man. So listen, man. Hey, man, he has to commit, right? That's one thing about he has to commit. You know what I mean? Deuce 8885 says Compy box was pretty even, but we know fights are scored round to round. Yeah. I thought it was a close fight, right? So I thought it was a close fight. I said that the whole, you know what I mean? I thought it was a close fight. I thought I gave Israel Mercado the last 5 rounds of this fight, right? I gave him the last 5 rounds. I would say at a minimum, the last 3 rounds should have went to him. Maybe a draw, right? When I say competitive, a draw wouldn't have pissed me off. Or either fighter by 1 round, 1 or 2 rounds. But I do think 97 to 93 for Carlos Utria is hard for me to find that. It's difficult for me to find that. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. We've seen worse, man. We've seen worse. Let me see what we got here on her. So Patricia Morse Jarman. Morris, highly experienced Las Vegas-based judge, licensed in Nevada since 1984, has judged approximately 1,087 professional bouts. All right, her last couple of decisions here. Raul Curiel versus Quentin Randall. She gave Raul Curiel
all 10 rounds, man. Look at that, man. Look at this. I want to give you guys a breakdown of this judge, man, this lady, right? So in the fight between Raul Carrillo and Quentin Randall, we call that fight on here, right? We had one judge go 95-95. We thought that was a close fight. Some people thought Quentin Randall won it. I was okay with Raul Carrillo getting the win, right? Another judge gave it 97-93, right? To Raul Carrillo. Jarman gave it 100-90. She gave 10 rounds to Raul Carrillo and no rounds to Quentin Randall. That was in her last card. Let me see here. In her, against Fabian Guzman and Aaron Coley, she gave Guzman, that was a good card, 78-74. I remember that one right here. Omar Trinidad versus Jerwin Ancajas, 97-93 across the board. Not bad. Floyd Diaz against Andres Terran. Terran stopped Cash Diaz, but she had it 50-45 at the stoppage. She had Diaz up. That's the same thing I had. All the judges had it the same way. They had Diaz winning every single round, 5 rounds-0 until Diaz finally got that stoppage. Damani Kato Kane versus Vernon Brown. She did good on that one there. All right, so she hasn't been horrible. But definitely with the Raul Carrillo Quentin Randall fight, she was definitely crazy in that one right there. I guess it ain't that bad, man. You know, sometimes it just looks worse than it is, I guess. I don't know. Let's be real in the building. Says Shaw said, is the news that Zepeda and his back knee popped dirty? No. I'm not going to tell you guys what it is, and it's not that. I'll tell you like this. When the news comes out, y'all going to say, oh, shit, that's what Clay was talking about. Let's put it that way. It's going to be that kind of news. When the news comes out, it's going to be that impactful to where you're going to be like, that's what he was saying. You're going to feel it. You're going to know when the news come out, you're going to be like, that's what he heard. And I had somebody call me directly from, once again, somebody who's telling me I can't go on here and say that, right? That's how he's a very trusting person of me and my ability to know what's newsworthy and what's not newsworthy, right? That's not what we should be going out here. We don't drop stuff like that here. Right? No, I'm not going to tell you, Berman. I really just can't do it. I really can't. It's that. And I think when you guys hear it, you'll see why I couldn't do that. You'll see why it didn't make no sense for me to do that. You're going to see. When the news comes out, you're going to see. You're going to be like, damn. Just leave it like that. Just trust me. Nah, we ain't doing that. Don't do that. Don't unsubscribe, Birdman. Don't unsubscribe. But just know when it comes out, Clay be getting shit. and that's not, I get a lot of shit like that I don't speak on. You know, some people are very content hungry. They're very hungry and thirsty out here to be the first. And it's not, not everything is content, man. Some things aren't there for just like that. But we'll talk about it when the news comes out, because I think it's gonna spark a big conversation, man. Because it's been a very it's gonna be like the question may be, is that the hair that breaks the camel's back for 2026? Does that or does it do something else? I think it potentially will move the needle in a certain conversation. It will move the needle one way or the other. It's definitely a needle mover in a certain conversation. And you guys will see when it comes out. It's going to be a, man, is this going to be, or man, is this going to be, may define a fighter. Really define a fighter. May really define a fighter, man. Really. Sometimes God provides that test, man. We'll find out. We'll find out, man. Next fight that we got coming on this card right now. Oh, man. Is this going to be? Yes, this is going to be a good fight. This Victor Santillan fight against Gary Antonio Russell here. This is going to be a good fight here. Victor Santillan, promising pressure, promising all these different things. I think this is a fight for Gary Antonio Russell to really do his thing, man. This might be, on the main card, an opportunity for Gary Antonio Russell to really make a mark here. What division is Gary Antonio fighting in? Hold on a second here. This is going to be a super bantamweight fight, right? Yeah, super bantamweight fight. So this is in the same division as this is a division because this is in the same division, obviously, as Monster Inoue, but you might see, depending on, and I want to be clear here, right? Depending on A, how this fight goes, B, what Monster Inoue does, if he waits for Bam Rodriguez or if he moves to 126, you could see Bam Rodriguez and Gary Antonio Russell getting it in at 122 if he's able to put himself in a position to pick up a title. Right? Because I don't see Monster Inoue fighting Gary Antonio Russell. It's just fight doesn't make sense for him. I mean, he has bigger fights at 126. I'm sure at this point he wants to be part of the super fights. But this is going to be for an interim WBA title. So this puts him in position to potentially be up next at one of those titles that Monster Inoue has in the division, right? So if it doesn't work out for him on that Monster Inoue side, I could see a fight between Gary Antonio Russell and Bam Rodriguez if Inoue leaves the division. This might be one of the premier fights that makes sense for a big fight for Bam Rodriguez. What do you guys think about that? I don't know. Nope, it ain't Shakur's fight. Akeem said, yo, chat, I don't know who's going to win 50-50 right now. Oddly, yeah. That's not what it is, let's be real. It ain't got nothing to do with that at all. Has nothing to do with that at all, brother. Nothing to do with that. Nope, Birdman. Nope. Because if I say the division, then it's gonna really. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I really want to respect all parties involved in that conversation and allow that to come out on its own. But I promise you, when it comes out, you'll remember. You'll be like, that's what the fuck Clay was talking about. You're going to know immediately. It's going to click immediately. Rick Tim's in the building. What's good, Rick? Said, Clay said, I've been torn all week, but I'm going with T.O. by decision. Yeah, man, I feel the same way, man. I'm feeling like T.O. should be able to do what he needs to do here, but I'm going to tell you the wild card in this fight is going to be Ismael Salas. That's the wild card. The wild card is going to be everything that he's been working on with Rolly Romero. Is Rolly going to be able to, and it's really going to be on Rolly's side, you know what I'm saying? Because if Rolly can apply the pressure, be patient, and start bagging rounds in there and force Teofimo to be offensive. If he can force Teofimo to become offensive and he can become the counterpuncher, there's an opportunity there for Rolly Romero to upset Teofimo Lopez. And I know some people might say it won't be an upset, but it will be an upset. It'll be an upset because Teofimo on paper is supposed to be able to handle Rolly Romero pretty easily. On paper, Teofimo is supposed to win this fight, period. If Teofimo does not win this fight tonight, Teofimo may need to get rid of his whole entire team. Shout out to all the Teofimo supporters in here who might want to say, oh, Clay going too hard, he jumping the gun. Fine. Teofimo's supposed to win this fight tonight. He's supposed to win this fight. I'm telling you guys. He's way more accomplished, way more experienced, way higher pedigree than Rolly Romero on paper. If T.O. loses this fight tonight, there's an argument there to say that T.O. needs to redo his whole entire team. We've got Gary Antonio Russell making his way into the ring right now, taking his time. He's got his corner behind him and his brother Gary Russell Jr. in the background. Big fight for Gary Antonio Russell, looking for a big opportunity for a long time. Part of that Russell Russell legacy, right? The Russells have been the Garys, right? The Gary Russells. We can say they all, because they all Gary first name, and the middle names are different. Really got a legacy in this boxing sport. And we've seen Gary Antoine Russell do his thing at 140 pounds, pick up a WBA title, had his redemption, took that loss against Alberto Puello, took that loss, and then came right back, rolled into a fight against Rayo Venezuela, put the beats on him, right? We also seen him in a crazy war with Andy Hiroka and hold that and defend that WBA title. We watched Gary Russell Jr. do his thing, one of the longest reigning WBC champions in the history of that belt, as far as at 120, what was it, 126, I think it was, or 122. I can't remember what weight class it was, but he lost it against Vasily Lomachenko, right? And then, now Gary Antonio Russell being the other brother who hasn't really, had that opportunity. This is a big opportunity for him here as he gets to fight for an interim WBA title in a division where Monster Inoue is at, in a division that's kind of slowly, getting its feet up under, it's moving around, right? As we're watching Bam Rodriguez make his way through these weight classes. He's saying that he wants to fight one more fight at 118 or maybe a tune-up fight at 122 before he fights Monster Inoue in let's say early or towards the end of this year, 2026, or early 2027. Gary Antonio Russell might be in position to do something special tonight and really get a lot of people to jump up on his on the train, right? Jump up on a Gary Antonio Russell train, as far as maybe they want to see him in the ring with a Bam Rodriguez. But he has a very gamed opponent in the ring with him tonight, man. Santillan has promised to be a pressure fighter tonight. He's promised to put a lot of pressure on Gary Antonio Russell, and the Russells probably enjoy an opportunity to get in the ring. Like, he has a dance partner, right? That's what all great fighters want. They want that dance partner who's going to bring out the best in him, who's going to fight the shit out of him and force him to showcase a lot of what he's probably been working on with his brothers, man, right? So it's going to be very interesting to watch this play out, man. Very interesting. 130 people in the building. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. What's going on here, man? The wild card is if we get good TO or bad TO. Yeah, that's a wild card too as well. But I'm going to tell you, if Rolly Romero, Trini, if Rolly Romero, was that Trini who said? I'm sorry. No, Deuce. Sorry, Deuce. If Rolly Romero fights aggressive, tries to bring a lot of pressure to Teofimo, he's not going to force Teofimo to do shit. That's Teofimo's bowl of grease. That's what that's a jacuzzi for Teofimo. That's why he loves it. He's relaxing there. Turn up the heat, turn up the bubbles. Oh, yeah, he loves the pressure because that's when he gets to use his athleticism, use his movement, look pretty, make Rolly look bad. That's where he operates at. If Rolly Romero is able to add to that patience that we saw him showcase against Ryan Garcia, if he's able to add to that and get a little bit more active with that lead hand, that lead hook for Rolly Romero is going to play, if he times it out right, is going to be a good looking knockout for him. He has the power to do that. And T.O. has a bad habit of backing out and moving around with his hands low and his head high. He does it. He does it. He depends a lot on that athleticism. He depends on his ability to judge that range, and slip shots and not have his hands up, not catch shots, but slip shots. Rolly's explosive and fast. So there's going to be some adjustments that may need to be made in this fight. If Rolly and Ismael Salas can present those issues to Teofimo Lopez, will Teofimo's team be ready to adjust to all that? And can we see an offensive Teofimo who's not scared to be first, who's not scared to let his hands go, who's not waiting on the fighter to just apply pressure to him, right? So I'm telling you, I believe the wild card is Rolly and his team. I do. I think it's Rolly and his team. We'll see. Because he has to, because the name of the game is, can they force Teofimo to have to adjust? Because that's where he falls short at. Gary Antoine Russell versus Gary Antoine Russell in the ring right now versus Antonio Russell versus Victor Santillan here. Very early here. These guys are getting it in right now as Antonio is not backing up. He's not backing up. Both guys really tied it up very early here. And there goes Victor Santillan being very aggressive, working behind that jab. And already I could tell you that Gary Antonio Russell has already gotten the respect of Santillan. Santillan's not coming in there as much as he was before, as Antonio's letting his hands go. Good punching by Gary Antonio Russell here. It was really boxing. Santillan trying to be dangerous here, but good work to the body by Gary Antonio Russell here, who's working in a very dangerous position, working behind that jab, stabbing him to the body, not backing up. And that's what's going to make this fight great. You can already tell the elements are there. Santillan being very menacing, dangerous with that left hand as he's working. Both guys in a southpaw position right now. So, no stylistic, great work right there inside that close range right there. As Gary Antonio Russell ripping lead right hands inside that close range. Nobody tying up here. Both guys letting their hands go. Minute 40 seconds left here inside this first round right here. Santillan fainting to the body here as Gary Antonio Russell continues to control the range and maybe even the aggression right now, getting that respect actually on his front foot as Santillan isn't being as aggressive as he promised he was going to be. And that's from Gary Antonio Russell kind of setting the precedence very early here as he's ripping these left hands here. Referee warns Gary Antonio Russell about ripping these left hands and touching the back of the head of Victor Santillan here. Minute and 10 seconds left here in this round right now as Gary Antonio Russell has already gotten the respect of Santillan. You can already see the body language as Santillan isn't as aggressive as he was being. He's trying to pick his shots right now. And Antonio is saying, okay, let's box. That's what I wanted to do. He's not going to be over aggressive, but he's already made it clear. If you cross and you violate, I'm going to demonstrate. And that's all he needed to do very early in this fight. He's shown Santillan what the consequences is going to be for being over aggressive. And now we've got two guys boxing here. And this might be where Gary Antonio Russell shines his best at right here, is at a fight where he controls the pace. He's working behind that jab, and he's just looking for an opportunity to set up that big left hand. As Santillan is trying to work behind his jab, trying to get that confidence back up to applying that pressure. Good work by Gary Antonio Russell. Steps in there. Good work. Steps in there, working them. Big right hands, lead hands to the body. Good work to the body. Ripping that left hand. Short left hooks, man. Eventually, that left hook is going to land for him. Good work on the inside right there. As Gary Antonio Russell is putting on, really just doing a great job. He's already got a control of this whole pressure thing that Santillan thought he was going to bring to the table. And his counter punching is clean. And that time stepping to Santillan, crossing that void, tying him up, but working inside that clinch. Very good, good round right there. I'm giving that to Gary Antonio Russell for sure. I'm giving that round to Gary Antonio Russell. I got it 1-0, 10-9 round for Gary Antonio Russell. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, man. Let's go. Top of the second round here, man. Great round by Gary Antonio Russell. Let's see what Santillan can make the adjustments here, and let's see what we can make happen. He still seems like he's trying to win it with the look here, trying to be mean. But Gary Antonio is not subscribing to that. He's going to have to show improve. You're going to have to show Gary Antonio Russell something he ain't seen before. And arguably Gary Antonio Russell's team, his sparring partners being his brothers, and the trainer he has in his younger brother Gary Russell. Well, is he his older brother? Gary Russell Jr. I don't know if he's older than Gary or younger, but good work by Santillan working to the body right there. Good work. Santillan found him with that lead hook to the body, but Antonio's just dangerous, man. You can just see it, man. Good, straight, fast, snappy lead hand and really making him pay with the work to the body that he's been touching Santillan with. Here they are tied up here, working on the inside right now. The referee allowing them to try to figure out as the referee gets in the middle of them right now, though, and separates him. Referee warns him again about the back of the head shots. And Gary's ripping those left hooks. Santillan is turning his head towards that right shoulder of Gary Antonio Russell. And, Gary ripping that left hand, starts touching him to the back of the head a little bit right there. So Gary has a nice short left uppercut by Gary Antonio Russell inside that range right there. Good work to the body. Good short left hook by Gary Antonio Russell, ripping that left hand over the top, ripping the left hand, putting the left hand over the top of that lead hand of over the top of the good jab by Gary Antonio Russell, putting that left hand over the lead hand of Santillan and ripping that lead right hand to the body, man. Just a great punch combinations from Gary Antonio Russell here, working to the body here of Santillan and physically pushing Santillan back, tying him up and pushing him back. Yeah, short left hook right there for Gary Antonio Russell. Back on that jab. Santillan tries to continue to walk him out. Another left hand lands for Gary Antonio Russell. Rips the right hand to the body and a short right uppercut. Referee gets in the middle, separates him. Antonio gets off the ropes and uses his feet right there. Getting up underneath all that work Santillan's trying to do. Once again, they're back inside that close range again. Back inside that close range, and Santillan's trying to get physical. Antonio just turns him, separates and turns him, working behind that jab. And Santillan is really trying to smother Gary Antonio's work. Gary Antonio letting his hands go. Santillan is a nice short lead hook from Antonio Russell, catches Santillan, and Santillan was starting to put together some punches to the body of Gary Antonio Russell. And that's what Santillan is trying to do. The respect is there. He's trying to smother the work of Gary Antonio Russell, who's letting his hands go. But Santillan doesn't want to get in those exchanges. So when they get in that close range, he's trying to tie him up. Good work to the body by Santillan right there in those exchanges. Nice short little left hand over the top lands for Santillan there. But there, Gary Antonio Russell is working inside that clinch here. Santillan is just trying to tie him up. We're down to the last 10 seconds of this round right here. Nice overhand left by Gary Antonio Russell. Both guys end up tied up again as Gary Antonio Russell refuses to allow Santillan to bully him. Nice short lead hook lands for Gary Antonio Russell. I don't know. I saw Santillan doing a lot of grabbing, a lot of, it was a lot of wrestling in there, but a lot of it was being initiated by Santillan. I felt like Gary Antonio Russell was getting him with some good clean punches inside those clinches. Good work to the body, good short left hands over the top of the head. I got to give that round to Gary Antonio Russell again. Akeem Blaze say no camp, bam, too much for Antonio. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. You never know. No cap. I got you. No cap. You never know, man. We never know. Right now, Bam is at 118. You know what I'm saying? He's not at 122. You know what I mean? But Gary Antonio, if he wins this fight tonight and picks up that interim WBA title, he might put himself in a position to be, to be fighting for a vacant title, or maybe even fighting Bam Rodriguez for a vacant title. Bam, leverages. What title does Bam have right now at 118? At WBA, right? Yeah. He just won that off Antonio Vargas. So, yeah, might be, listen, he picks it up. He might put himself in a position where that's the fight that's made for Bam Rodriguez, man. Top of the third round here on my scorecard, I have it 2-0 for Antonio Russell here. Gary Antonio Russell's just been able to put on the clinic, man. Got the respect very early. There he is, working to the body right there. Good work to the body coming over the top. And Santillan got this look over his face, just kind of like trying to act like he's in disbelief a little bit about maybe, I don't know what it is, but Antonio is dangerous, man. Antonio is dangerous. And Santillan continues to work behind, that aggressive boxing, trying to work behind that jab, find him to the body. Nice short lead hook, for Victor Santillan. Catches Gary there. But once again, they end up getting tied up right there. The referee may have to get involved right now as he taps both fighters to separate them. Both fighters, back on the ropes for Gary Antonio Russell, ripping those lead hooks right there, ripping left hooks to the body and ripping lead hooks over the top of the backhand of Santillan right there, physically pushing, physically wrestling and pushing back Santillan, ripping shots to the body here. Referee warns both fighters that he needs both of these guys to to fight a little bit cleaner, right? I need you to fight a little cleaner, says the referee. But these guys both not trying to take a step back here. Antonio's not trying to be bullied here, man. He's trying to time and shoot his shot and be the counterpunch here, but he's not allowing Santillan to convince these judges that he has this effective pressure. Good work, good short lead hook by Antonio Russell right now. Good work by Antonio Russell, ripping nice lead hooks to the body and a nice lead hook over the top of the backhand of Santillan right there. Both guys end up tied up again. Minute and 20 seconds here as the referee brings both guys to the center ring. Gary Antonio shooting and ripping lead hooks here. What is this thing doing here, man? Get that hook on my screen, man. Minute and 7 seconds left here inside of this round. Timeout here as both fighters being brought to the center of the ring here. The referee wants the clean fighting to start. Stop tying up, stop all the wrestling. Both guys kind of complaining here. Referee's putting the pressure on both these guys to just do better here. As Santillan tries to rip these shots, applying this pressure And they end up tied up again. Oh, rips a nice left hand, nice lead hand, nice left hand from Gary Antonio again, man, ripping these short left hands, ripping these shots down. And that's the way I would describe it is Gary Antonio's ripping these left hands, man, really short and really putting those shots, turning. Nice lead hook to the body from Gary Antonio. Back on that jab. Santillan continues to just apply that pressure and push forward. Gary Antonio kind of using that clinch in the right way, punching inside those clinches, man, letting his hands go. Nice work. Oh, nice overhand left hand lands for Santillan, backing up Gary Antonio Russell here. This might be the best round I've seen for Santillan. Santillan letting his shots go, but I don't know if I'm ready to give him this round here. But Santillan's having a decent round here, finding him to the body and coming over the top with that left hand. This might be a round that goes to Santillan just based off of the body language as Antonio's kind of on his back foot, using a lot of movement and Santillan's coming forward. Effective pressure? Are we going to say that? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. That's a close round right there, man. That's a close round right there. Very close round. Very close. I'm going to give it to Antonio Russell, but I'm going to give Gary Antonio that round, but I'm going to say that Santillan picking up the pace. I'm going to say that there's going to be an adjustment that's going to be needed from the Russells a little bit, right? Dealing with this Santillan who's gaining confidence. He's gaining confidence. He's working him effectively to the body. I'm going to give Gary that round, but I'm watching Santillan. Right? Santillan is that was one of Santillan's better rounds, but I'm giving Gary Antonio the round, man. I thought he's just cleaner with the shots, man. Cleaner with the shots. He's still cleaner with the shots, but you know, we just got to see if Santillan can make it. Nice left hand lands for Gary Antonio Russell right there. Top of the fourth round right here, man. Antonio working behind that jab, working behind that high guard. There we go. 1-2 down the middle. Nice left hand over that lead hand of Santillan. Santillan catches him with a nice lead hook right there. Nice lead hook for Santillan. Nice straight lead hand to the body by Gary Antonio Russell. Tapping him up, you know, feigning up top pretty much, but shooting that left hand to the body. Using and controlling the range here. Gary Antonio doing a good job in this round of controlling the range here. It looks like Santillan isn't trying to necessarily collapse that pocket anymore. It's back to a boxing match, and this is where Gary Antonio is going to do his thing, man. Just being first, touching him with that lead hand to the body. Nice left hand. Nice straight left hand catches Santillan coming in there. Santillan and Gary Antonio Russell fight for position in the middle of the ring there. Referee separates him. There Gary is using his movement. Doubling up on that jab. Found up. Nice straight left hand for Gary Antonio Russell right there. Taking his time. Controlling that range. Being very patient. Working behind that lead hand. Good counter, but good. Doubles up on that jab. Nice. Jumps in there with a nice left uppercut. Gets into that little bit of a clinch and rips the left hand over the lead hand of Santillan right there. Minute 40 seconds left here in round number 4 here. Santillan, there we go. Santillan working to the body, comes over the top of the left hand and doubling up with that lead hand to the body, but really Gary Antonio catching a lot of those shots on his gloves and on his forearms right there. Gary working inside that clinch right now, frustrating Santillan a little bit right there. Really frustrating Santillan. Now he's finding opportunities, looking at some short left hands, finding him. Okay, he's going to a corner right now, and the referee speaking directly to Victor Santillan, telling him that you're doing the clinch and you're tying him up, and he's being right. Gary Antonio is just working inside of that clinch. He's active in that clinch, and it's frustrating Santillan. Santillan not able to get what he wants, which is he wants Gary Antonio Russell to stop throwing punches when he ties him up. He wants Gary Antonio Russell to stop the action, but Gary Antonio is finding a way to stay active inside those clinches. Nice check lead hook, catches Santillan there. Once again, there you have Giovanni Santillan trying to tie him up, and Gary Antonio ripping those left hands, potentially catching Santillan behind the head. But once again, that's Santillan just setting up the environment to get punched in the back of the head. Like I said, the way he's grabbing Gary Antonio, he wants Gary Antonio to not let his hands go. But look at Gary Antonio ripping good lead hooks to the body, man. Good left hook to the body as Gary's making the space. Nice left hook over the lead hand of Santillan right there. Back on that jab. 25 seconds left here in this round right here as Gary Antonio Russell is working Santillan, working on the inside here. Short left hook, short lead right hooks inside that clinch right there. Referee separates him. Santillan not falling short of complaining. He's been complaining this whole round. And that's just got to be from the effective punching from Gary Antonio Russell. He wants the referee to get involved in this and say, come on, man, you can't keep letting them punch me clean like this. But this is boxing. This is boxing. You know, just because you clinch him doesn't mean that was the best round for Gary Antonio Russell. That was a one-sided round. Gary Antonio Russell took that round. That was the best round he had. 4 rounds to 0. Santillan needs to make some adjustments right now. All that jumping in there and collapsing the pocket and smothering his own work, him thinking that he's going to smother Gary Antonio Russell's work is not working. He's really just smothering his own work, and he's getting hit with a lot of shots. And the referee's already checked him and said, listen, you're not going to keep complaining to me about getting hit with these shots. I need you to do better. You're initiating a lot of these clinches. You're initiating a lot of these situations. And I got a fighter in Gary Antonio Russell who's just being active as he's supposed to be in there. I'm not going to take a point away from him. So now that Santillan knows that's not going to work, he needs to find a better way. He needs to find a better way to make a statement in here. He's down 4 rounds to 0 on my card. I'm not too sure what the judges have it on their cards, but I would say that Santillan needs to really make a big adjustment here and put a round in the bag for himself. Brian Dow says this is a nasty fight. Someone's going to get hit with a headbutt. It's possible. It's possible. Top of the 5th round right now, as Gary Antonio Russell has Ray goes working, doubling up on that jab, straight left hand. Antonio doing a good job of working behind that range, letting his shots go, letting those punches go, turning Giovanni Santillan there, turning him, using him inside that clinch right there as the referee separates him. But, you know, Santillan once again keeps on looking at the referee, complaining, trying to find out what he can do in there. The referee's not going to help him. So he's going to have to make it happen right there. As he's spamming that left hand, he's out of range right now, trying to work, trying to catch him with that lead hook right there. Feints that jab and then comes right over with a lead hook right there. But Antonio Russell is just too game, just been here, too experienced, just knows what he's looking at here, and he's not going to allow Victor Santillan to trick him out of his position here. 2-minute mark getting ready to be approached here in round number 5 here. Antonio Russell continues to work. That's the name of the game for Gary Antonio Russell, whether it's in the clinch, whether it's at range, he's working. He's first. He's letting the lead hand go. He's ripping shots to the body. He's ripping lead hooks. He's ripping big body shots. He's ripping short left hooks inside those clinches. He's turning Giovanni Santillan. Santillan has not been able to find his way in this fight here. Good work. As Gary Antonio Russell gets up underneath that lead hook and ties up Victor Santillan. Referee separates and brings back to the center of the ring here at 1 minute and 25 seconds here in round number 5. Good jab to the body by Antonio Russell. Gary Antonio Russell. Behind that jab, Santillan trying to find him as well, trying to keep him at range right there. Nice. Reaps a lead hook to the body of Gary Antonio Russell, but Antonio Russell doing a good job of working behind that jab and then getting up underneath the counter punch of Santillan and tying him up. Referee separates and brings him back to the center of the ring here. Antonio Russell putting on the clinic here. Nice straight left hand for Antonio Russell. Good work to the body. Nice short lead hook to the body of Santillan there. Another lead hook to the body of Santillan there from Gary Antonio. Rips a left hook over the top of the lead hand inside that clinch. Ripping lead hooks, ripping left hand to the body of Santillan. Santillan shakes his head in frustration. 40 seconds left here in round number 5 right here as Antonio Russell continues to work behind that jab, touch him to the body. Good work right there. Controlling this fight, man. Just controlling the pace of this fight and controlling the range of this fight and working on the inside and on the outside. Santillan really not getting the work on the inside. When he gets on the inside, he's just tying up Antonio Russell and boom, nice work right there. As both guys try to get the exchange in there, but nice lead hook for Antonio Russell. Nice lead hook to the body by Santillan right there. There we go. Santillan lands a nice lead hook right there. Doubles up on the jab and shoots his own left hand over the top right there. Nice work right there. Shoots a lead hook that catches, might have caught Antonio Russell on the way out there, but Antonio letting it go. Good punches and bunches from Antonio Russell. Rips a lead hand to the body of Santillan. Nice straight left hand at the end of the round right there for Antonio Russell, man. Another 10-9 round for Antonio Russell. Santillan had a better round for Santillan. Again, one of those rounds where it wasn't too much clinching going on, but once again, that's Gary Antonio's game right there, man. He's got to watch it. Good body work from Gary Antonio in that round in particular too. Great body work. T. Pacino says that body. Okay, there it goes, that body, no doubt. Remo Holdana in the building says Gary Antonio Russell, speed hand and strong arm. Let's go, Russell, no doubt. 132 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Support the grind, man. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys in advance, man. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel, man. Let's go. Yeah, right there. They're showing an exchange here where both those guys landed a lead hook at the same time. Top of the 6th round right now. This one right here, I believe, is a 12-rounder. Yes, it is. So we're hitting the halfway mark here. This one right here, as I've got Gary Antoine Russell winning 5 rounds to 0 here. Victor Santillan needs to do something here. Chris Mannix's scorecard has just popped up on the screen. He has it 5 rounds nil as well. Has Gary Antonio Russell comfortably winning this fight right now. Without a doubt, Victor Santillan needs to do something here. He needs to do something here. Good work by Gary Antonio Russell right there. Just doubles up on that jab, works speed, punches, and then boom, rips a nasty lead hook that catches Victor Santillan. Good work behind that jab, man. Santillan does not have the answers. He continues to apply that pressure, stepping forward. Good lead hook to the body from Gary Antonio Russell. Oh, good lead uppercut catches Santillan right between the guard right there. Good work to the body. Nice left hand to the body. Ripping lead hooks over the top. Good short left hands right there. Both fighters being told, let's keep it clean. Let's make this fight happen here. Gary Antonio Russell is doing his job. He's saying, listen, what you want me to do, man? I'm not going to let this guy tie me up and not be active in there. I'm going to let my hands go. Good little exchange right there on the ropes right there. I'll say Santillan got the best of that exchange as he was starting to touch Gary Antonio Russell to the body right there. Gary Antonio just has to keep his cool, right? He does seem like he gets frustrated when the referee kind of, scrutinizes some of the action inside the ring right there, but he's working well. Very quick, very efficient. Good work to the body. Good short left uppercuts. You know what I'm saying? From Gary Antonio Russell. He's not hitting him with all those shots, but he's spamming those shots. And eventually, a Santillan who may fall, if he doesn't have his hands in the right place at the right time, he's going to get hit with a big shot. Antonio has that conditioning. Good left uppercut lands for Gary Antonio Russell right there as Santillan ties him up. Nice, clean left uppercut from Gary Antonio Russell here. We just passed the minute mark here in round number 6 here as Gary Antonio Russell continues to work, keeping that left hand high, knowing that he's trying to spam that lead right hand, but working on the inside. Good work, timing out, trying to shoot that lead hook right there. There we go. 1-2, shoots a lead hook and the left hook. Santillan working the body right there. Good lead, short left. Oh man, good lead hook to over the top and rips the lead hook to the body of Santillan. And it looks like Gary Antonio Russell may have a little bit of bleeding, may have a cut over that left eye. If I'm looking correctly, I'm thinking he might have a cut over that left eye. Maybe from a headbutt, maybe from a short lead hook. Under 10 seconds here in this round right now. Antonio just using his legs here, moving here. Nice lead hook here. I don't know. They might give that round to Santillan. They might give that round to Santillan. They might give that round to Santillan, man. That might be I'm going to give that round to Santillan. I ain't going to lie to you. I'm going to give that round to Santillan. I've got it 5 rounds to 1. I'm going to give that round to Santillan. I thought his pressure was relentless. Thought he did a good job. Antonio Russell was very active inside that clinch, but that was the first round where I feel like Santillan was dictating the pace. He was dictating the pace of the fight. So would I call that effective pressure? Maybe, right? Maybe. Kay said that cut been there a minute now. I didn't see it, man. I just saw it. Akeem, did you give Santillan that round, or we got a 6-0 for Gary, or did you give Santillan that round? 6-1. No, it's 5-1. Ryan Dow, 5 rounds to 1. It's only 6 rounds that went by in the fight. This is round 7 right now. It's round 7. 5-1, Ryan. 5-1. We're in the 7th round. Oh, man, Gary Antonio Russell coming out with big shots very early, man. Ripping some big shots very early, setting the pace and the temperature. Wow. Let's see here. Into the body. Ooh, ripping those uppercuts. Ooh, big shots from Gary Antonio Russell. Big shots. Oh, nice overhand left lands for Gary Antonio Russell right there. Back on that jab, touching Santillan with that jab, feinting with that jab. Santillan Gary jumps in there with a straight left hand, a lot of power. Santillan ties him up. Referee separates him. Santillan spamming that lead hook, trying to find him with that lead hook to the body and try to spam that lead hook over the top, man, out of range with Antonio, aiming at that, probably at that cutover over the left eye of Gary Antonio Russell. Santillan stepping. Good work by Gary Antoine. Behind that lead, shoots that overhand left. Santillan still looking fresh on his legs, still trying to make it happen, but still hasn't been able to really get that, get that real. I mean, he got a round, and I gave him the last round, so I got it 5 rounds of 1. But once again, this is another round where there he goes. There he is with the short lead hook, with the short left hook. Good work to the body from Santillan, who's trying to rip that lead hook over the top of that backhand. Back on that jab, working that jab. Nice. Working behind that jab, spamming that left hand. Antonio Russell continues to work, getting inside there, tying up Santillan every time Santillan gets in there. Gary being a little bit excessive with the clinches in this round right here. This round right here, he's clinching a lot more, but there he is working on the inside. Good punches and bunches on the inside and rips a left hand over the top as he breaks that clinch right there. 45 seconds left here in this round. Santillan working behind that jab, walking down, getting active in this. Gary's working inside that clinch, man, constantly working that clinch. Good work to the body by Santillan right there. Gary ties him up again. 30 seconds left here inside of this round here. Santillan continues to apply the pressure, walking down, applying the pressure to Gary Antonio. Continues to walk forward. Antonio's still hitting him with the big shots, forcing the reset. Nice short lead hook to the body of Santillan there. Right from Gary Antonio Russell, man. 10 seconds left here in this round right here. This may be another Santillan round. I don't know, man. Ouch, man. I don't know, man. He's working in there. I don't know how the referee, I don't know how the judge is going to look at this here, man. There's an effective pressure about the way Santillan is pressing the pace here. But Gary Antonio Russell's been able to catch a lot of those shots on the gloves, and he's very active on the inside, man. We just watched a fight with Israel Mercado and Carlos Utria, where we saw a boxer in Israel Mercado put on a clinic, right? Put on a real good boxing match there. You know what I'm saying? Really a masterclass to a certain point. But we watched the judges give Carlos Utria 7 rounds out of 10 rounds. Only give Israel Mercado 3 rounds tonight. So we got to see what ends up happening here. We're watching Teofimo Lopez make his way into the ring right now with his son and his wife as she's expecting another child. And of course, we've got the father there. They're smiling. Everybody's coming together as a family. It's a good look. It looks good, man. Teofimo Lopez looks like he's in a good place, man. Has his woman on his arm, has another baby on the way. Hey, man, they're making it happen over there, man. I don't know, man. That last round, man, I don't know, man. I'm gonna go with Russell. I'm gonna give Gary Antonio Russell the round, but I wouldn't be shocked if they gave that last round to Santillan. I wouldn't be shocked at all, man. Good punches in bunches by Gary Antonio Russell here in the top of the 8th round right now. Gary working it, man. Good short left hand. Good short left hands, man. Good high guard, too. Catch it. Very defensively responsible by Gary Antonio Russell, taking his time. Feinting to the body. Good jab. Doubles up on that jab and catches Santillan on the way back. Feinting him back. Good work by Antonio Russell. Putting together those punches here. Very clean work by Gary Antonio Russell here inside the first minute of this 8th round here. Santillan steps over and hooks off the jab a little bit. Catches Antonio a little bit, but Antonio ties him up. The referee separates him. Good work by Gary Antonio Russell inside of that clinch, man. And look, man, we got it 7 rounds to 0 here, as Chris Mannix has not given Santillan not 1 round. I gave Santillan that 6th round, but I mean, very close round. It could very well be 7 rounds to 0. You know what I mean? I think I was being nice. I don't know. That was the best round Santillan had. Maybe that round wasn't good enough to win the round. Maybe I was just giving him credit for not getting dominated. I don't know, right? But I got it 6-1 for Antonio. Let's see what ends up happening here, though. Antonio working behind that jab, man. Good work to the body, man. Ripping those lead hooks to the body. Comes over the top with a hard Short left hand, man, over the top, man. He's been doing this all night, getting inside, ripping these lead hooks to the body and coming over the top with a left hand. Oh, man, times him out with a nice left uppercut in there, tying up Santillan right now. His referee separates him. Nice short left hand for Gary Antonio Russell, ripping body shots. Good work to the body. Good work up top, man. Good punches and bunches by Gary Antonio Russell here as we're inside of the last minute of this 8th round right now. 50 seconds left in this 8th round, man. Very good round for Gary Antonio Russell. Good clean punching by Gary Antonio Russell. Ripping those lead hooks to the body, man. He's really ripping those lead hooks to the body. And when you give him time, he's ripping those left hands over the top of the lead hand of Santillan, man. There he goes. He rips a lead hook right there. They're tied up, and he does a good job of turning Santillan, which is forcing Santillan to get frustrated because Santillan can't let his hands go. He's too caught up as he's turning him, leaning into him, leaning that head over the right shoulder of Santillan. So Santillan can't really get off any clean big shots. But Antonio is very active inside that clinch. When he gets an opportunity, he's ripping a short left hand, ripping a short lead hook, ripping left hands to the body. Good work right there against the rope. But there he goes, saying, ooh, he's about to rip a right hand to the body. He saw it was about to happen before the referee got involved in that conversation. End of that round. One-sided round, man. Antonio Russell was putting on a clinic here, man. Clinic here. I've got it 7 rounds to 1. It may literally be 8 rounds to 0 right now. Katie Taylor's van outside of some arena in Ireland right now. Katie Taylor, Croke Park. From what I understand, she sold that event out, man. September 5th, man. It's supposed to be a big event here. Ireland really showing up for Katie Taylor on her potential, her last hoorah, her last dance in front of her home country here. Katie Taylor will be in the history books as one of the biggest women fighters of this generation, man. A trendsetter in many ways, involved with the big trilogy fights with Amanda Serrano and everything she's done in, an Olympian and the things she's done inside of the ring, man. She's always had that whole entire country behind her. Katie Taylor's just she's just up there when it comes to women's boxing, for sure. Keem Blake said 80,000 seats sold already, man. Attorney Bailey said, Claymore, I see Russell wearing down. I see it different. Okay, no doubt, man. Zena Suck says that this has decision written all over it. No doubt. Z Pacino said Russell's got to keep working. Santillan will be there all night. Sturdy guy. No doubt, man. There we go. Top of the 9th round right here. Santillan's trying to be a little bit more effective here behind that jab and trying to work to that body. But this inside the clinch work here by Gary Antonio Russell is really separating himself from Santillan. Really doing that, because when they get inside those clinches, Santillan complains to the referee, but he's not finding a way to work inside of that clinch. Antonio Russell has worked inside that clinch all night long. Big shots, big short left hands, good work to the body. He'll rip a lead hook to the body, then rip a left hand over the top of the lead hand. He's very active inside those clinches. Santillan is not doing the same work inside those clinches. When Santillan is effective is when he's able to control that range, walk down Antonio Russell, double, triple up on that jab, and then at times he's able to set up some decent left hands or some lead hooks. But Antonio Russell is also good at seeing that happening and tying him up when he gets in the middle of all that. So, those shots are not translating into winning rounds because he's not able to capitalize. Good left hand to the body from Santillan. Santillan spamming a lead hook right there. Catches Antonio Russell getting in there a little bit, but Antonio just doubling up, staying faithful to that jab and staying faithful to his ability to touch that body and touch him with that left hand. Good work with that left hand again by Antonio Russell, working behind that jab and shooting that left hand behind that left jab. Minute and 25 seconds left here in this round right now. Both guys clinched up right now. His referee has to get involved and separate them, bringing them both to the center of the ring here. Antonio just sits back, though, doesn't press. He doesn't mind being on the ropes for a little bit either, man. He's able to work inside those close quarters. He's able to fight inside that phone booth. Good work to the body right there by Antonio Russell. Ripping the right hands to the body, ripping left hands to the body, rips the left hand over the top of the lead hand, rips the right hand, pushing Santillan back on the ropes, putting those punches together on Santillan, who's trying to get a control of the wily, sturdy Gary Antonio Russell, man. That was a great exchange right there. Antonio ripping these left hooks, man. Eventually, it feels like one of these left hooks are going to catch Santillan at the wrong time, man. He's ripping them. Such bad intention on those left hooks, man. Look at that work. Good left hook, followed up by a lead hook. Back on that jab. Stand his ground. Back on that jab. Ooh, almost timed him. Almost walked him into a left uppercut right there. Back on that jab for Antonio, man. Antonio continues to put in that work. Oh, nice work. 1-2 right down the middle, man. Nice left hand lands for Gary Antonio Russell here. 15 seconds left in this round right now. Santillan trying to press it, but Antonio knows if I tie him up, he's not going to do nothing. Santillan has not found a way to make the work happen inside of that clinch, and that's going to be the difference. That's where the separation is lying out here for Gary Antonio Russell tonight, man. It's the end of the round. That quick, man. Another 10-9 round in the back. I've got it 8 rounds of 1. I'm sure most of you guys in here have it 9 rounds to 0. Let's see what Mannix puts it on there. I'm sure Mannix has it 9 rounds to 0. The 1 round I gave to Santillan, Mannix didn't give to him, and I haven't given another round to Santillan since then, man. So this may be a closeout. Z Pacino says that sequence was hilarious. They both tired. Yeah, they both, a lot of punches, man, a lot of volume in this fight here, man. These light guys, man, they let it go. They let their hands go. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't done so, subscribe to the channel, but definitely hit the like button, man. Hit the like button. Let's get it up. 2 more subscribers, we get it to 350, man. So let's get it to 4350. Let me get those 2 subscribers, man. You're in the building, you haven't subscribed yet. 166 people in the building. Subscribe to the channel. Let's go. And definitely hit the like button. OBKB, let's go, man. Top of the 10th round here. Santillan needs a knockout on my card here to win this fight. So he needs to continue to press the action, but he has to find a way to make it happen inside that range. He's allowing Antonio Russell to time up, and really he's initiating a lot of this. So he's collapsing the pocket, smothering his own work. And Gary Antonio Russell very active on the inside. He's working those lead hooks to the body. He's working those left hands over the top of the lead hook. He's turning him. He's doing a good job of just controlling where this fight goes, man, as he continues to touch Santillan at will, man. Nice left hand. Goes in there. Nice short lead hook. Lands inside the clinch. Good short lead hooks to the body from Gary Antonio Russell, man. Just making the most. Nice left hand again lands. Nice 1-2. But a good clean left hand lands for Gary Antonio Russell. And there he is, ripping those lead hooks to the body, ripping those lead hooks over the backhand of Santillan, man. I mean, he's just very active in there, man. And Santillan backs up a little bit, doesn't want to keep collapsing his pocket. He's looking for an opportunity to land a left hand here, but he's getting tied up here. When he gets tied up, he's not working. Antonio Russell throws that shoulder a little bit into the mouth of Santillan. The referee warns him about that one, man. Just trying to make the space, coach. Ref, I'm just trying to make the space here, man. Just trying to find an opportunity to land a big shot. Nice left hand lands for Gary Antonio Russell here on that exchange. Working behind that jab. Nice work. Rips a left uppercut and a lead hook right up in there. Nice lead hook to the body. Comes right over the top with a big lead hook over the top and follows it up with a left hook that catches Santillan. We're down to 1 minute and 20 seconds left in this round here. Santillan is just getting outclassed here, unable to do anything but just be overly aggressive there, not able to rip those shots as he tries to rip that left hand that gets caught off on the shoulder of Gary Antonio Russell. Good, nice overhand left lands for Santillan right there. Gary Antonio Russell ties him up, brings the fight back to the center of the ring. As the referee brings the fight back to the center of the ring here. Timing him out with that lead hook. Nice left hand lands for Gary Antonio Russell. Ties him up again, turning him. Referee gets in the middle, presses the action. Good work, working. Ooh, good work by Gary Antonio Russell. Lands a lead hand to the body, comes over the top with a lead hook and a short left hook that shakes up Santillan. Santillan continues to push the pace on Gary Antonio Russell, but is not able to get anything going on here. There he goes, tries to spam a lead hook. Gary Antonio gets under it and ties him up. Referee gets involved in it and separates him, brings both guys to the center of the ring. Antonio on his back foot right now as we're down to the last 20 seconds of this 10th round here. 2 more rounds left here in this fight. After this one here, Santillan needs a knockout, man, as he's getting a masterclass put on him. Nice left hand to the body of Antonio Russell here. Santillan lands a nice left hand to the body, doubling up on that jag. There goes a punches and bunches by Antonio Russell, working it from the bottom and bringing it over to the top. Ends up with that left hook, man, as we're getting ready to close out this round right now. Bing. That's it, man. Antonio puts it together, man. He puts it together. Another 10-9 round. I've got this one here. 9 rounds to 1, man. As we're getting ready to go into the 11th round here, you're looking into the corner. You're looking at a very frustrated Victor Santillan, who's getting instructions from his corner, but we really haven't seen no adjustments from Santillan tonight. Same game plan, working behind that lead hand, shooting with that left hand, collapsing the pocket, getting tied up, and just getting touched up to the body and touched up with short left hooks from Antonio Russell. The clinching isn't smothering Antonio Russell's work. It's smothering Victor Santillan's work. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet, but hit the like button, man. Support the grind, man. Support the grind. Support the grind. Top of the 11th round here. Victor Santillan needs to knock out Gary Antonio Russell on my card to win this fight, period. He cannot win this on the cards anymore. The cards are not his friends. But he has a fighter in front of him who just, shout out to the conditioning of both these guys, because these guys are letting their hands go, and it's the 11th round, and they haven't stopped it yet. If anything, I feel like Gary Antonio Russell is picking it up, man. He's hit a second gear here. Look how focused he is. Look how he's working behind that jab. We got Chris Mannix, who has Gary Antonio Russell pitching a shutout here. 10 rounds to 0. I have it 9 rounds to 1, and I'm really looking at that 1 round I gave Santillan and wondering if he deserved it, man. I gave him more credit for not looking as bad as he has in other rounds more than actually winning that round. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is, man. 2 minutes left here inside of this round right now. Good work as Santillan works behind the lead hand and shoots a left hand straight to the body. Antonio ties him up. Referee gets involved. Brings them both to the center of the ring. Oh, nice overhand left lands for Gary Antonio Russell. Tries to catch him with that short lead hook. Back on that jab. Back on that jab here. Continuing to work behind that jab, keeping his head off that line, looking for those opportunities, shooting that jab to the body of Santillan. Good work behind that lead hand to the body, comes over the top with the left hand. And there they are, tied up and clinching in the middle. The referee separates and brings him back to the center. Santillan steps to him, trying to apply that pressure. Antonio finding those opportunities, punching in between the punches, catching them with clean shots, working them to the body, using that lateral movement, finding those angles. Yeah, shoots the left hand, catches Santillan off guard a little bit, and Santillan ties him up. Referee gets involved, separates him. As Antonio continues uses his movement, use that ring, use his footwork, nice lead hook, nice left hand for Antonio Russell right there in that exchange right there. Good work. Gets in that high guard. Peekaboo, catches him with a lead hook. Nice straight left hand, comes down the middle, ties up Santillan again, and Santillan shows that frustration. Tired and frustrated, borderline exhausted at the movement and activity of Gary Antonio Russell. 40 seconds left here in this round right now. Antonio Russell just continues to be 1 to 2 steps ahead of Santillan. Every time Santillan tries to get something going, he ties him up, he clinches him. And he touches him with a shot. Nice lead hook, catches Santillan on the way in there. Nice lead hook to the body. Doubles up on a lead hook to the body. Nice short left uppercut between the guard of Santillan. The referee gets involved in it as they were involved in the clinch, separates and brings it back to the center. Good work by Antonio Russell's just 1 step ahead of him. Working behind that jab, working behind those lead hooks and tying him up. Good effective clinching. Another overhand left hand lands clean for Antonio Russell and back into a clinch as the referee has to get involved and separate him again. Santillan clapping his gloves together, walking forward, applying pressure, trying to make something happen here. But Antonio is just too quick, too alert, and just too focused and sees everything coming at him like he's in a slow motion movie, like he's in the Matrix. Another 10-9 round here, a shutout, an absolute shutout here so far by Antonio Russell outside of 1 round on my card, and Mannix has it a shutout. I'm sure a lot of people in here have it a shutout as well. Alan says it's a shutout, man. Mixed production in the building says, chat, what time Australia time is to fight? What time Australia time is? I don't understand what Mix's production is saying here. 160 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Y'all already know when it comes to calling these fights, ain't too many people doing it better than we're doing it over here, man. We're calling it. We're giving it to you fair and square. And we're keeping it boxing over here, man. It's not as animated like, say, Busta Rhymes, but the real shit you get when you bust down these lines. Oh, there we go. Antonio Russell catches him at the top of the 12th round there with those hard left hooks, puts him down as he's still down trying to get himself. Is there blood in the water? Is there blood in the water? Was that a flash knockdown? Beautiful work by Antonio Russell, finally catching him with the big shot. There goes the big left hand. Oh, big left hand lands again. Big left hand lands again as Santillan's trying to find air, but there's the movement of Gary Antonio Russell turning and moving here, looking for the stoppage here in the final round here, working behind that jab, rips over the left hand again here. Santillan's trying to find it, ripping lead hooks to the body. Santillan trying to time up. The referee separates him. They're back at it again. Antonio's hurt him already, and I saw it coming, man. You saw the bad intention on those shots there. Eventually, that was going to happen there. Big shots right there, working behind the lead hook in the left hand. Santillan on the back foot. Oh, my goodness, man. You just feel like it's so close with Gary Antonio Russell. He's got to feel like it's so close here, man. He's already put him down, man. Dominating fight. Takes away that 1 point I gave him in round, what was it, 5 or 6, whatever round it was. Yeah, man, might want to take that back. This is a complete one-sided affair here, man. We have a new interim champion unless something big happens for Santillan here. Oh, big, doubles up on the left hand, catches Santillan. Santillan on his back foot right now, just trying to get the space. Is he hurt? Oh, big left hand lands again, catches Santillan on the ropes, and Santillan's holding on to Antonio. Good work by the referee separating them. They're working on the inside. Good work by Gary Antonio Russell, working on the inside. Santillan initiating these clinches here. Minute and 25 seconds left here in this round. Back, lead hand to the body of Santillan. Antonio Russell taking his time, man, working behind that heart. Peekaboo, nice left hand lanes over the top of the lead hand of Santillan, followed up with a lead hook to the body here. All right, man. A minute left here inside of this 12th round. Big left hand gets spammed over the top by Santillan that gets caught in the gloves of Antonio Russell. He continues to walk him down, apply that pressure. There he goes, shooting that left hand. Very active by Antonio Russell here. Already put him down here, looking for the stoppage, but looks like Santillan might found his second win here, as he looks like he may survive this round here. Nice lead hook, catches Santillan over there as he spams that lazy left hand there. Nice short lead hooks by Antonio Russell. Good overhand left. Another left hand lands for Gary Antonio Russell right there, as Santillan shakes his head to say, as if to say he's not hurt, but we know what that means here at ATP. When they shake in their head that way, we know exactly what that means. 20 seconds left here in this round here. Back on that jab for Antonio Russell. Working behind that jab, shooting short left hands inside that clinch here. We're down to the last 10 seconds left in this round right now. Let's see what Antonio can put together here. Santillan rips on overhand left hand right there. And they both tied up right now. It's about time for this round to end. Ding, 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 ding. Easy work here. 10-8 round for Antonio Russell here. It's basically been a damn shutout, man. This is crazy, man. 10-8 round. And if you potentially have this as a shutout, I mean, the scorecards shouldn't be nowhere near each other. Nowhere near each other, man. I got it 119, 108 on my card. Let's see what they say. 119, 108 on my card. Let's see if I can get this fight up here. They finally stopped with the BS, man. $119, 108 on my card, but it may be 120, 107. 119, 108 on 2 cards. That's what I had on my card. And we had a 118 to 109. Yeah, the brothers are in the ring. Gary Antoine Russell in the ring. Antonio in the ring. And Gary Russell in the ring. They talking. Antonio not talking too much. He look a little emotional. He look like he holding it together. Oh, okay. I see why. Because it's a pay-per-view. Because the pay-per-view is limited to one stream. That makes sense. Yeah, Yoenli Hernández versus Verón is on the co-main. That's next. We're gonna watch our guy Gary. We're gonna watch our guy Coach Hector Bermudez. Coach, I really need that sound, man. I think I might literally have to put this fight. Oh, it was a lead hook that caught him. It was a lead hook with that right hand I caught him. I'm gonna try. You know what? I might have to shut this down, man, and put it on my computer, man. Because I need to hear the sound, man. I need to hear the sound. I want to hear Coach Hector Bermudez giving those instructions, man. Damn, bro. I'm up out of there. Let me see if it'll play it now. Let's see if it'll play it now. I need to hear Coach Hector Bermudez give those instructions. Emiliano Vargas tried to back out of that T.O. pick. He tried to back out of that T.O. pick. Gary Antonio Russell, what do you guys think about Gary Antonio Russell versus Bam Rodriguez? What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about Gary Antonio Russell versus Bam Rodriguez? Their Coach Hector Bermudez is there working with Yoenli. Coach Hector Bermudez in there working with Yoenli. Rule say he needs a break. Russell train him annual fights. Yeah. Yeah. Kazu says, I think Bam figures him out. Wins it. Won't be as glamorous as his other wins, but yeah. I mean, yeah, picking a winner, but would you guys like to see the fight, period, though? Is that a good fight? Is Gary Antonio Russell versus Bam Rodriguez a good fight? What do y'all think about that fight? Ryan, those Russell bots are the boogeyman, yeah. Y'all hold down for a second. I'm going to run to the bathroom right quick. We're back at it. My bad. They gave props to coach on Avia's card. Said he can play you in chess without even being in the room. Yeah, I didn't see that fight. I got to watch that fight. Lay low. Gary Antonio Russell's at 122, but you gotta look at the timeline, right? He's trying to make his way to 122. Bam Rodriguez is to fight Monster Inoue. So if Monster Inoue doesn't hang back to fight, if Monster Inoue doesn't hang back to fight Bam Rodriguez, if Bam takes too long at 118, because Robert Garcia said he wants to get another fight at 118 to get him up in that weight, to get him used to that weight. He's only had one fight at 118. Now that Gary Antonio Russell may be leveraging an interim title, he may be in position to be next up for a WBA title shot. If Inoue's not going to defend that, which I don't think he would, defend that title shot against Antonio Russell, and he moves up to 126 to fight, let's say Shushu or whoever have you at 126, that might put Bam in a position where he wants a big fight, where he doesn't want to just fight at nobody. And Antonio Russell just had a great performance here. Stylistically, I think that's a great fight. I would say that the Russells have a good enough name for Bam. Bam's already fought over on the West, on the East Coast. He's fought on the Matchroom cards on the East Coast, on Boots Ennis's cards and things of that nature. So you never know, you know what I mean? That fight could be a real big fight, man. An opportunity for Antonio Russell, obviously, to do something special, but also an opportunity for Bam Rodriguez to make a move up to 122 and try to make some big fights up there. Maybe, maybe with a Nakatani or something like that, right? Those type of fights. Right now, you got Chris Mannix giving some news here. Looks like that Boots Ennis and Josh Kelly fight is a fight that they're trying to put together. They're advancing in negotiations, is what he's saying. Yeah, like I said, I mean, just another reason for Virgil to just move on, right? I know people don't like the Virgil thing, but I try to put the right perspective and the right picture on that so you guys can kind of see what I'm saying there. I know people don't like the news. They want, I think people sometimes get caught up. They just want you to hold fighters to the fire, right? And sometimes it is time to hold fighters to the fire, to put the pressure on. Like right now, David Benavidez, I do want to put the pressure to him to do the right thing. Push your handlers towards making the fight with Jao Batai. That's the biggest fight that could be made for David Benavidez right now. The absolute biggest fight. Dimitri Bivol is no longer in the conversation. He's at 175. Benavidez does not look like a fighter who's heading back to 175 anytime soon. Artur Beterbiev 175 and also old, long in the tooth. You're not going to Alexander Usyk. I don't think that Benavidez is interested in fighting Usyk. On top of that, I don't think Usyk is interested in fighting David Benavidez. It looks like Usyk's interested in Deontay Wilder. So David Benavidez says he wants to make the biggest fights. He wants to be a big star. The biggest fight that David Benavidez can make right now is against Jao Batai, and it's going to take his hand. It's going to take him pushing it to the handlers and letting them know what he wants and that he's not trying to budge one way or the other. Is that George Masvidal? Jorge Masvidal up there selling his little organization. Well, Keem, you said, Clay, why are we talking about Bam when Shushu was the one to fight anyway? Well, we're talking about Bam because we're talking about Bam, and that's why I'm talking about Bam and Gary Antonio Russell, right? I'm trying to make the next fight for Bam Rodriguez, right? Because if what you're saying, I'm hearing what you're saying, right? You're saying Inoue is the fight. You're saying Inoue and Shushu is the fight. Okay, well, that's at 126, though. So Bam Rodriguez is an up-and-coming star, man. A pound-for-pound fighter, top 5 pound-for-pound fighter, man. He needs big fights. He doesn't want to just fight fights just to be fighting, right? He's already a multiple division champion, and maybe he might go for a unification at 118 in his next fight. That'll be his last fight. But if Inoue doesn't hang back and does make it to 126 to fight a Shushu, like you're saying, then who's the next fight for Bam Rodriguez that makes sense? I don't know. You know what I mean? At 122, I mean, Bam can go straight into a Nakatani fight, of course, right? He can go straight into that. But does he want to do that? Is that how Robert Garcia would want to move him? Nakatani's a bigger fighter, taller, longer arms. You know, Inoue's closer to like physically the same size as Bam Rodriguez is. That's a better fight for him, right? Unless it's a really big payday. You know, if he's looking just to get into the division and pick up a belt, maybe he becomes a champion and he fights a Gary Antonio Russell. Just saying. Nah, Bam for Shushu. No, I think Shushu's just too big for Bam right now. Not to say that Bam couldn't win that fight, but that's a big, you know, that's a fighter who's only fought one fight at 118 just to go to 126 and fight Shushu. How much money needs to be on the table for that fight to make sense for Bam Rodriguez, right? Let's be honest. We got 140 people in the building. Hit that like button, man. Hit that like button if you haven't done it. Subscribe to the channel. Yeah, I think, you know, what Rolly said right there was very accurate. What he's saying here when he's talking about Clarissa Shields constantly reaching and saying that she could beat Rolly Romero, it's just that she keeps calling Rolly out. It is weird. It is weird. I think she should stop doing that shit. That shit don't make no sense. Like, I just think Clarissa she should stop that shit, man. She puts her name in these weird conversations. It doesn't need to be like that. You know what I mean? Whether it's your relationship with Papoose and the sex that you guys are having, or babies you guys plan on having, or whether it's fighting men. It's just somebody, Papoose, man. She doesn't need to do that. It doesn't do nothing. But it just, you're just gonna keep getting these the ridicule. You're gonna keep catching these hands. You're gonna keep catching this scrutiny. They're gonna keep overlooking your accomplishments because they're always gonna have these weird moments because you have no couth about you. You have no real etiquette or media training about you to understand when to hold them and when to fold them. You're not going to fight a man. No man wants to fight you, whether it's because no man wants to lose to a woman or whether or not as a man doesn't just want to put hands on a woman. You're just talking now. And what is it doing for you? Is anybody sitting here listening to you talking like that and like, yo, or they just completely shitting all over you every time you do that? And why would you strategically do that on purpose? What do you think is coming out of it? You just seem to be somebody who don't know no better. And you got a grown man as a man who's in his mid-40s who should be teaching you better, period. A grown man who should be able to pull your shirt and be like, stop that, babe. That's not what it is. You're not fighting a man. Stop it. It doesn't look good. You're a black woman trying to make it happen in this space. You've accomplished so much. You leave no room to be celebrated when you make so much room to be criticized. That's not what it looks like to be the face of boxing. Be great. Be great. Don't be delusional. There's no reason to do it. There's no reason to do that. Look how they're promoting and using your take to push Rolly Romero forward. You're not winning in those conversations. You just don't know no better. You just don't know no better. Stop doing that. It makes no sense. You're not making that fight happen. No man is fighting you. No man is doing it on a professional space. Unless you can offer him so much money, it doesn't make any sense. And I don't even know who's going to do it. You tried it with Keith Thurman, did not work. You got laughed out the arena. Now you're going ROLLY Romero, trying to make it, stop. It's sad because you're so much better. You're such a great women's boxer, but you just have you're not present. You're not reading the room properly. You're not doing a good job at that. You keep on going in these lanes and saying these things, and you have no way of proving it. Nobody's going to sign up to give you an opportunity to do that. Whether you could or you can't doesn't make a difference. You just sound right because you're just talking, and it's not helping you. And I'll be honest, it's kind of frustrating at times to watch you keep banging your head against this wall of just, you talk too much. You talk too much. You always got something to say. You talk too much. I know you're a female, but get a hold of that mouth a little bit better, man. You talk too much in front of cameras. Why should anybody know that you and Pap are going to have a baby next year? Why should everybody know that Pat was beating the brakes off of you, fucking the shit out of you, excuse my French, after that fight? What business is that of ours? Why? What the hell should we care about that? Stop. Stop. It shows growth, maturity as you're getting older, when you understand that everything does not need to be said. Some things are for your bedroom. Some things are for your privacy, period. As you become an adult, you learn that. Period. You learn when to just, some things you just ain't nobody's business. Could you imagine me on this show sitting here talking about, man, last night, me and my wife was, what the fuck? Could you imagine? Yo, this morning, me and my wife early in the morning, yeah, ha, ha, ha. What the fuck are we doing? Why the hell would I do that? She'd fucking kill me if I was to talk like that. She don't want nobody thinking about or knowing about, what the hell are we talking? This is a boxing channel. It is what it is. It is what it is. She should stop, man. It's ridiculous. Vernon making his way into the ring right now as we're watching Francisco Daniel Verón making his way into the ring right now. Is there any kind of a title? Yoenli Hernández, is he holding any type of title, like interim title or anything here? Is it, what's on the line here, right here? At this point, Yoenli Hernández needs, and by the way, the arena is not packed. I don't know if you guys are watching. The arena is not packed. The arena is not packed at all. At all. For the co-headliner, Yoenli Hernández making his way to the ring right now. There's Coach Hector Bermudez in the background. Yoenli making his way into the ring. Coming from Cuba. Yo, there's like so many seats in the arena. I kind of, Yeah, the arena is not packed out. He got a Haitian flag. He half Haitian. He half Haitian, half Cuban. I got to talk to coach. He got a Haitian flag on him. Hold on a second. He got a Haitian flag on his, he got a half Cuban, half Haitian flag on him, bro. Why has he got to have Haitian flag on him? Oh, he is half Haitian. He look Haitian. Damn. Damn, he look Haitian. His father's Haitian. Wow. So he's Haitian. If his father's Haitian, he Haitian. You what your daddy is. For sure. No, I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm just surprised, like, I didn't know. I'm surprised. But I'm not surprised that he is. If his father's Haitian, he Haitian. For sure, Keem. Yo, he look Haitian, bro. Look, he got his father's picture. Yeah, he's Haitian. That's his father must have, I don't know. He got his father on his shirt. He representing that Haitian, man. His father is there. Let's go, man. Top of the first round about to be on, man. Both guys getting those final instructions right now. Yoenli Hernández in the Haitian, half Cuban shorts here against Verón. Francisco Daniel Verón. Yo, I ain't know he was Haitian, bro. I'm going to love to call this fight right here, man. Let's go, man. Top of the first round here, Yoenli Hernández versus Verón. Verón starts off the fight immediately letting his hands go, letting off a left hook and a straight right hand. Yoenli in here. Oh, Yoenli on him. Yoenli's on him as Verón tried to make a statement early here, and Yoenli's on him here in that high guard, timing out, ripping out a left uppercut here. Back on that jab. Verón sticking out a stiff lead hand to the body here. Good straight right hand by Yoenli Hernández on the back of that jab right there. Continues to sit behind that high guard. Oh, big right hand. Big heavy hands by Yoenli Hernández. Already has Verón on his back foot moving around. That's what's going to have to happen. Yoenli in that high guard right there. Verón tries to work off a lead hook off that jab. Nice straight right hand lands for Yoenli Hernández, followed up by a straight left hand. Verón and Hernández get tied up. The referee separates and brings him to the center of the ring. Verón staying active with that jab, trying to work behind that jab. Yoenli just taking his time, real relaxed, but staying very defensively sound, sitting that high guard. Nice lead hand to the body from Verón here. Hernández with the picky boot gets up underneath that lead hand right there, being athletic. Good lead hand to the body by Verón. Over the top with that big overhand right here. Chopping down with that right hand, sitting behind that high guard. Ooh, nice right hand to the body, back on that jab. Nice right hand lands to the body of Verón. Go work with a jab to the body, tries to come over the top with a right hook. Real stiff jabs from Verón, but not really getting in there. Stabbing him to the body. Good left hook to the body, tries to follow it up with a left uppercut. Hernández with that tight guard gets thrown into the referee. Verón throws him into the referee. Good jab as Hernández continues to back up Verón here, probing with that lead hand. Good stiff left lead hands by Verón. Hernández working behind that lead hand. Good work, man. Oh man, doubles up on that jab, starts the left uppercut, and then tries to come over the top with a right hand. Gets up underneath that left hand. Nice check lead hook by Hernández. Hits him in the block, but pushes him back, man. A lot of power here. 40 seconds left here in round number 1. Good jab by Verón. But getting caught on the gloves of Hernández. Getting up under there. Shoots a nice right uppercut to the body and tries to catch him with one between the guard. Good jab by Hernández. Verón doubling up on that lead hook. Oh, tries to time him out and come over the top with that right hand, but Hernández catches that right hand. Comes back with his own shot. Good jab by Hernández. Verón letting his hands go. Boom. Oh, my goodness, Verón. Oh, man, Hernández is timing him up, slipping the shots, coming over the top with the right hand, coming over with the lead hooks to the body, slipping those shots, got his hands low, getting a little cocky in there. As Hernández is finding them and putting those shots together, Verón putting the pressure, pressing him up against those ropes right quick. Ooh-wee. I'm going to give that round to Hernández, man. Good clean punching by Hernández. Good activity from Verón, but nothing effective. I don't know why I sat there and put on these headphones, man. I forgot they're going to be talking Spanish in that corner. Back on that jab, straight right hand to the body by Hernández, who's sitting at a high guard. Verón is throwing those shots. He's putting those shots together, but he's touching them on the gloves. He's not finding a way to open up anything. He's not feinting him. He's not picking his shots. He's not touching him clean at all. He's not finding any real opportunities in there. Nice right hand by Hernández right there. Catching Verón, who tried to stab him to the body with that lead hand, comes right over the top with a right hand. Good jab by Hernández. And every time Hernández starts letting his hands go, Verón gets the hell up out the way. That just lets you know the power coming from Yoenli. Good jab. Good work. Comes over with that right hand. Follows up with that lead hand, lead uppercuts. Following Verón out the way here. 2 minutes and some change left here inside of this second round here. Hernández is spamming that lead hook. He really wants Verón to kind of commit a little bit more here as he's allowing Verón to let off some shots here, catching him on the gloves here so he can counter him. Verón touching that, but oh my, comes straight forward. There goes Hernández, man. Just letting his hands 1-2 straight down the middle, knocking Verón into the ropes there. Verón ties him up and he gets separated, brought back to the center. Verón letting off these big shots, but hitting off on the gloves, trying to stab him to the body behind that jab. But here comes Hernández. It comes up with that lead hand and stabs him straight to the body with a straight right hand to the body, pushing him back. Verón tries to rip a uppercut there. Woo, nice. Spams that right hand over the lead hand of Verón there and kind of catches him on the way out there. Verón's ripping these shots, big shots here that he's ripping, heavy shots, but they're on the gloves, man. A lot of spent energy, throwing a lot of shots that aren't breaking through the defense of Yoenli Hernández. As Yoenli continues to apply that pressure, work behind that jab, touch that body, and catch him and time him with good lead hooks. There's another lead hook followed up by a right uppercut and another lead hook. Overhand right by Yoenli Hernández. Catches him with a lead hook again. No, nice jab by Hernández. Verón trying to just punch. Basically, Hernández just playing mitts with Verón. Nice lead hook. catches Verón right there. Nice lead left hook. Back on there, doubles up on the jab, comes over there with a straight right hand, ripping these shots on Verón, man. There it is. Another 1-2 goes right over the top of the head of Verón right there as Verón continues to throw these shots that just get caught on the gloves of Hernández. Hernández comes through, jumps up with a lead left hook, gets back in front of that right guard. Verón putting those 2-3 punch combinations together that are just touching Hernández on the gloves, back on that jab, stabbing Hernández to the body. Nice right hand to the body by Yoenli Hernández, followed up by a left hand. Another straight right hand to the body. Another straight right hand to the body again. Nice short right hand, right hook by Hernández, who's now dancing. Nice work working behind that jab and working behind that lead hook. Got real fancy, really fancy at the end of that last round right there, man. Yeah, look over the left shoulder of Yoenli Hernández. You're going to see the back of Coach Hector Bermudez's head. He doesn't get into the ring. He does his training from outside the ring. He sticks his head into the ropes over the left shoulder of Yoenli Hernández. You'll see Coach Hector Bermudez right there. Kaisu953 said this fight is gold. Yeah, it's a good fight. There's that right hand. Beautiful work. Another right hand. Top of this third round here. I've got a 2 rounds nil here. Yoenli Hernández is just putting on a great display of great boxing, man. Very accurate, very good with his sniper shots. And he spams over the right hands, man. He's very good. Oh, man, he's coming up there with some Jerome Boots and his energy. You can't help but want to see. This is a fight that I definitely want to see at 160. I definitely would love to see Yoenli Hernández and Jerome Boots Ennis. Without a doubt, I'd love to see that fight. Without a doubt, I'd love to see that fight. You know what I mean? I know Boots is doing his thing at 154, and I want to see him do everything he wants to do at 154, but I'd love to see him and Yoenli figure it out at 160, man. I think I'd wrap, I don't know. I almost want to put maybe tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm going to do a recap show. I'd love to know from you guys, what would you guys rather see? And I think the casual energy is going to be one way, but who would you think make a better fight? Jerome Boots Ennis and Yoenli Hernández, or Devin Haney and Jerome Boots Ennis? And I know that's a hard question because I like both fights, but man, I just feel like that Yoenli Hernández, Jerome Boots Ennis fight is just going to be gold, bro. Gold. Kaisu has a 1-1. Akeem Blade has a 1-1. Wow, I've got a 2-0. Okay. 1 minute and 35 seconds left here inside of this round number 3 here. As Verón continues to put together these big power shots that are landing on the gloves of Yoenli Hernández, and Yoenli is finding ways to just be cleaner inside the ring. Nice work right there. Behind that jab, find that straight right hand to the body of Verón. There we go. Verón letting his hands go. Good right hand. Good right hand to the body. Good work behind that lead hand and straight right hand to the body. Woo, he's coming over the top with that big, heavy right hand, man. Good, short, little lead uppercut. Nice right hand catches Verón, followed up with a short right hand to the body. Verón is just sticking with that jab. Hernández's hands is low right there. He's doing the Jerome Boots Ennis, man. Yoenli looking like a Cuban Jerome Boots Ennis, man. Just turning and catching these shots and touching Verón back, man. He's looking like a little Jerome Boots Ennis, bro. I'm telling you, Jerome Boots Ennis versus Yoenli Hernández is one of the biggest fights that could be made that people don't know about. That's right next to a David Benavidez, Jairo Pataya. I'm telling you guys. I'm putting my stamp on it. That's a big fight. Yoenli Hernandez versus Ron Boots Ennis is a big fight, bro. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you guys. Monyor says, Clay, this Devin Boots has to stop. Seriously, they ain't a good fight. Y'all want to see him hospitalized 70 punches in 12 rounds won't work with Boots. I know. But so Monyor, how do you feel about the Yoenli? Yoenli versus Boots, man. That's a badass fight, man. That's a hard body ass fight, man. Straight war if it happens, Yo-Yo get that belt. It will happen. Boots Yo-Yo is a tougher fight. 100%. 100%, man. No, they'll be thinking, man. They'll be thinking in there. They'll be forced to think because of both of them. It'll be a fight that they're forced to think because both of them will be getting hit so clean that they'll just have to slow the fight down. I think it's going to be one of those fights because you're looking at somebody like Boots who can't find nobody he respects enough to box like that. And Yoenli, look at how he's doing right now. He don't respect this dude. They need each other. They fight each other. They're going to fight in a different way. I'm telling you. Go work his. Verón's trying to put these shots together, but Verón is not acknowledging the fact that, I don't know, nice right hand lands for Yoenli Hernandez. Nice short right hand lands right there. Verón's just punching on gloves, man. He's just punching on gloves, man. Oh, the body work by Yoenli. The shots, I can hear it in my ears, bro. Big right hand, big left hand to the body. Verón ain't like that. I ain't like it for Verón. Verón is spamming overhand right hands and trying to find these uppercuts. But, you know, Yoenli's defense is tight, man, and Verón just not touching that body enough. Verón needs to touch that body more, man. Minute and 35 seconds left inside this round number 4 here. I've got a 3-round zip Yo-Yo, man. Yo-Yo ripping over that right hand, ripping right hands over there. Nice left hook to the body, big overhand right again. Behind that jab. There we go. Nice 1-2 from Veronas keeps on wailing these big shots, but he's trying to break the guard of Yoenli Hernandez. It's not working. Yoenli's just strong. Look, big overhand right by Yoenli Hernandez, getting up in there, giving that Jerron Boots Ennis performance, man. This is low-key the fight that people might have thought they might have. Ooh, big left hook to the body. Big left hook to the body by Yoenli Hernandez. This kind of fight, I think people kind of thought they were going to see between Virgil Ortiz and Jerron Boots Ennis, right? Look at that jab, man. Verón putting these shots together, but they're just getting hit on the gloves of Yoenli Hernandez. Yoenli continues to just stalk him. Back on that jab. Verón trying to let his shots go, man. Punching to the body. Tries to come over the top, man. I'm sorry. I don't think Verón is not. I don't think Verón has. I don't think Verón is capable of beating Yoenli Hernandez right now because he's not able to adjust to. He's not able to adjust to what he's seeing. He's still pushing a narrative that he's going to let these shots go. He's trying to punch him on his gloves, put together these punches, but they're not. He hasn't found a way to hit Yoenli Hernandez clean, and I think the body work is missing here. I think he's missing the body work a little bit. Wow, Kaisu has a 2-2. Wow, I got it 4-0. Kaisu been on point with the scoring tonight, though. Also says, I'm worried Yo-Yo ain't got no power. What? Okay. I like that too. Mine yours. Virgil and Yo-Yo, I like that fight too. Verón putting it on right now. Ooh, Verón putting them shots together right now. He got Yoenli up on the ropes right now, putting those shots together. That was a good look for Verón, man. Good right hand to the body of Verón right there. Chris Mannix just put up his scorecard 4-0. Good work to the body, but that was a good little, big right hand lands for Yoenli Hernández right there on Verón. Verón letting his hands go. Yoenli just moving his head. He needs to watch and keep his hands high. Good right hook to the body, followed up by a lead hook up top. Minute and 35 seconds left here in round number 5 right now. Good work to the body here. I think I might give Verón this round, though. This is a very competitive round. I feel like Yoenli's taking the round off. Ooh, times him out, shoots that straight right hand. Yoenli's trying to bait him in to letting his hands go. He's trying to shoot that right hand in between the punches of Verón, man. You see him timing it. He's letting Verón get off his shots just a little bit just to get him active so he can punch and catch him clean with a right hand. Boy, times out a nice right uppercut. There he goes with that left hook. Hernández is just looking clean, man. Yoenli's such a great fighter, bro. He's a really good fighter, man. He really is. Really a good fighter here. Good work behind that lead hand here. Doubles up on that right hand. Comes over the top. Good punches. Good punch shot selections by Yoenli Hernández, man. Just getting inside, working so good inside of the storm of Verón. Verón is nonstop letting his hands go, but Yoenli's right there in the storm, weaving, moving, slipping. Ooh, big left hook lands for Verón there as Yoenli Hernández stumbles backwards right there. This is kind of like the Xander Zayas, Jerron Boots Ennis move, right? Where it looks like he got hurt, but we don't know if he really got hurt as Yoenli's sitting there. I think Yoenli just kind of got off balance a little bit here. I don't think he got hurt. I think he just stumbled a little bit here. This round might be a Verón round, though. They might give Verón this round. They might give him this round. I think Yoenli won that round. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I mean, look, there was some moments in the beginning of the round. We saw that Verón had a moment where he had Yoenli on the ropes, kind of letting his hands go, and Yoenli had to kind of like manage all that pressure, time up, let his hands go, and then right there in that moment right there, we saw Yoenli kind of stumble backwards a little bit. So they might. I'm gonna give Verón. I'll give Verón the round. I'll give him the round. I'll give him the round. Trini, you crazy as hell. He ain't packing up no yo-yo. Damn, do I got a stain on my shirt? Oh, damn, man. I got a little bit of barbecue sauce on my shirt, man. I got look like a poo putt right now on my dirty shirt. Oh, it was a nice check left hook that knocked him back, man. Damn, we're at top of round number 6 right now. I've got it 4 rounds and 1. Kaisu has it 3 rounds and 2 for Verón. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Nice left hook to the body. Catches Verón. Good work. Got 1-2 to the body. Verón continues to work behind that jab. Oh, and that right hand. Working behind that jab. Yeah, I like how Verón's working behind that jab, though. Very good jab by Verón. Minute 15 seconds here. This is not a bad round for Verón, man. Verón's letting his hands go. Good work by Hernández, slipping that lead hand and shooting that left hook, that left uppercut to the body. Come on over the top with that right hand. Oh, man, doubling up on that right hand. Good, straight right hand. I think Hernández just took the round in that last second here with that right hand. Good jab. Verón is just not punching, not. He has a high volume, but he has a low connection ratio. I'm giving Yoenli that round, man. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second here. What's going on here? Let's go. Round number 7 here. I've got Yoenli winning this handily, but this is a very good fight. Good work by Verón, working tension levels with that lead hand. Touching him to the body. He came up top. Found Yoenli with a good lead hand up top. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left here in this round right here. Verón continues to throw that jab into the guard. Oh, good work by Yoenli, just working him to the body, coming over the top with that lead hook. I'm just saying, Yoenli's cleaner with his shots, more effective, cleaner, touching Verón. Nice overhand right by Hernández. Good jab by Hernández. Verón continues to paw with that jab, man. Good right hand, catches it twice, catches Verón with that right hand. Verón continues to throw shots at the elbows and gloves of Yoenli Hernández, stabbing into the body, shooting that overhand right. Yoenli ripping those shots to the body, ripping uppercuts between the guards of Verón. Yoenli laying on the ropes right now as Verón's just putting together his shots there, trying to shoot the good work to the body right there. Nice right hand lands for him right there. Nice 1-2 by Verón right there. There goes Yoenli doubling up with that jab, follows up with that right hand to the body, ripping those hooks, ripping those right hands over right around the glove over that left glove of Verón. Verón letting off those shots and punches in bunches, but getting caught on the glove of Yoenli Hernández. Nice straight right hand by Yoenli. Verón putting on the fight, man. He putting those punches together. Nice left hooks to the body. We got Bruce Carrington in the building. Shushu doubles down on the Inoue conversation. He wants that Inoue fight. There we go. Working behind that jab, shooting that lead hook. Verón is putting the punches together, but he's not able to get around. And you almost want to give Yoenli Hernández his flowers on the defense, right? Offensively, you're going to celebrate. Look at what he's doing. Offensively, Yoenli Hernández is just a machine. But you got to give him his respect. Defensively tonight, he's not allowing Verón to hit him with any clean shots. He got caught with a good left hook a little bit earlier on that round. What was that, round number 5? And I gave that round to Verón just off the strength of having that great moment there and in the beginning of the round. But ultimately, you got to give Yoenli Hernández his respect on the defense tonight, because he has a fighter who's really letting his hands go, trying to apply the pressure, but he's just being so defensively responsible. Hands home, high guard. He's doing great at the counter punching, and he's not allowing the Argentinian style, the pressure, affect him. He's still keeping the pressure on the Argentinian fighter, hitting him with the cleaner, bigger shots. I mean, in many ways, you're watching Yoenli Hernández show that he has more layers to his game. He's showing the wrinkles to his game. He's going into his bag tonight because he has a very tough fighter who a lot of fighters would fight way more defensively, just way more, not letting their hands go. But he's still finding an opportunity to be an offensive threat in there, but at the same time, not allowing Verón to get him with any clean shots. The defense is great. He's catching like 90% of these shots on his gloves. 127 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet. Subscribe to the channel, man, and hit the like button. Look at the work. Verón is active. He's letting his shots go. None of these guys know English. Oh, nice work by Yoenli Hernández. Working to the body, coming over the top with that right hand, man. Touching him to the body. Look at the uppercut. Oh, nice right hand uppercut caught Verón, and it looked like he kind of buckled him a little bit. Nice work. Verón responds back with his own straight right hand. Working behind that jab, mixing it up with uppercuts in between the guard. Nice right hand lands for Yoenli Hernández. Nice clean right hand lands for Yoenli Hernández. Verón letting his hand go. Punches in bunches. 25 seconds left in the round. Yoenli working him to the body here. Look at the work from Yoenli, man, slapping him with the right hand. Nice straight right hand to the body of Verón, man. Back on that jab, has the Argentinian boxer going backwards, which is not very Argentinian. Argentinian fighters like to fight, they like to become forward. They like to be on that front foot. They like to be active, letting their hands go. And he's trying. Verón's trying to, but Yoenli's catching him in between those shots, man. Another Yoenli Hernández round here, man. Another Yoenli Hernández round here. That's 8 rounds. I've got this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds of one. 7 rounds to 1. Kaizu has it 4 rounds of 4, man. Wow. You know, we just watched Teofimo giving the words of wisdom there in the locker room. Main event is next. Yes, Cam. This is the co-headliner. The main event is next. Good work to the body, man. Good work by Yoenli Hernández touching Verón to the body. His Verón, good jab by Verón, man. Doubling up on that jab, trying to use the distance. Look at the Argentinian fighter being the boxer, man, working behind the jab. Yoenli just getting the timing of that cadence right there. As Verón letting his hands go, but there goes Yoenli, man, with big lead hooks, big right hands, big work, big punches to the body, big hooks to the body here. Ooh, big left hook to the body by Hernández. Big left hook over the top. Big right hand. Verón tying him up. Man, big lead hand, big right hands, man. Big right hands by Yoenli Hernández. Big right hand, man. Minute and 35-second mark getting ready to be approached here in round number 9 here. As Yoenli continues to put on this. He's putting hands on this boy, man. He's whooping this boy's ass. I mean, let's be honest here. Verón is in this fight. He's got that dog heart in him, man. He's gritty and he's in there to fight, but Yoenli's putting it on him, man. Working behind that high guard, man. I would love to see Yoenli Hernández in there with Jerome Butenis. Without a doubt, man. Without a doubt. Oh, big right hand to the body. Good jab by Yoenli Hernández. Good jab by Verón. Good work by Verón, working behind that jab, shoots that right hand, rolls out the way. Less than a minute left here inside of this 9th round. Good jab by Yoenli. Ooh, good 1-2 right down the middle, catches Verón. Oh, big left hook to the body, followed by a right uppercut. Nice overhand right, followed by a lead hook to the body. Ooh, nice work, nice work, nice work. Behind that jab, behind that hook. Oh, big overhand right by Hernández there. Big uppercut. Oh, another right hand closes that round out. Both guys exchanging. Big fight going on here. Another round for Hernández, but great round right here, man. These guys are throwing it in right now. Yo-Yo does like jumping in, but I mean, you know, first time tuning in. Is this the main? California Surveyor, what's good, man? So first time tuning in, is the main event next? Yeah, the main event is next. The main event is next, California Surveyor. The main event is next. We're watching Yoenli Hernández right now against what's my guy's name here? Francisco Daniel Verón. Liddell Frazier in the building said this might be a draw. Judges don't like hooks pulling dude's head down and Yo-Yo little hot dog and just saying some judges frown on showboat style. No, I don't think so, man. I think that's gonna make that's how I think that's him winning the fight, man. That's him winning the fight, man, in front of the judges, convincing the judges by showing the judges he could do whatever he wants to do. He's having a good time because he's still effectively punching on Verón. Ant-Man in the building, salute, man. Hey, California Surveyor, man, subscribe to the channel, man. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, become part of the community. This is the championship round right here. Very close fight. No reason for either one of these guys to feel like they're so far ahead to where they're going to take it off. Yoenli Hernandez continues to be explosive and continues to be a big counterpuncher here. Catching and shooting. Big right hand for Yoenli. Yoenli landing that right hand. Verón on his, trying to get up out of there. Yoenli just being fancy, using his movement there. Hands low, trying to entice Verón to continue to be active. Punch, punch, punch. Good work right there. Good lead hook to the body, followed by a right hook over the top of that lead hand of Verón, man. Good work by Yoenli, man. Picking and choosing his shots, man. He's been so defensively sound tonight, just not getting hit clean tonight, man. Yoenli doing such a good job. Good lead hook by Yoenli Hernandez right there. As Verón trying to put those shots together, punching on the gloves of Yoenli Hernandez. Nice lead hook catches Verón. Nice lead hook to the body of Verón there. Followed by another lead hand, another straight right hand by Yoenli Hernandez. Verón letting his hands go, but just touching the gloves. Ineffective with his shots, man. Nice short right hand by Yoenli Hernandez. Nice work right there. Slips and drops a big right hand right over the top. Catches Verón leaning in. Minute left here in this round, pretty much. About minute, 5 seconds left here. Yoenli continues to work. Oh, nice check lead hook. Nice right hook. Nice right hook to the body of Verón. Nice overhand right followed by a right uppercut, chopping down with that right hand as Verón is tying up Hernandez, holding on for dear life. 30 seconds left here in this final round here. Nice work. Hernandez 1-2 right down the middle. Oh, nice uppercut lands by Verón right there. Good work. Nice overhand right followed by a right uppercut. Good work. Letting his hands go. We're about to close the round here. Hernandez is closing the round strong here. Nice right hand. Chopping down at Verón. Verón closes the round out with a straight right hand, man. Both these guys put it in, man. They really let it go, man. But I got to give Hernandez his flowers, man. I got it 9 rounds to 1. I got it 9 rounds to 1. $91.99 on my scorecards. I'm going to tell you the big fights right now, 160. I'm going to tell you right now is Yoenli versus Virgil. Xander versus like a Carlos Adames or Virgil or Yoenli. I like Tim Tszyu versus Yoenli Hernandez. I think Yoenli Hernandez is part of all the biggest fights at 160 right now. The biggest, best fights at 160 involve Yoenli Hernandez. He's very much got this Boots energy about him. He needs a title. Yo-Yo versus Resendez. Okay. I'm not mad at that fight at all. Kaizu has a 96-94, no doubt. Low-key says Resendez is a true 160. That could be a good fight for sure. But I'm talking about like the big money fights. Like the big fights, the spectacle fights. A big spectacle fight's going to be a fight between Yoenli Hernandez and Virgil Ortiz. That's a spectacle of a fight. A big money fight. Yoenli Hernandez versus Tim Tszyu. There's money there. You know what I'm saying? There's money there. No limit to pay for that. Well, I don't know if no limit to pay for that. I'll be honest with you because they probably would favor Yo-Yo. He says, I gave him 2 rounds only. I gave him 1 round. There you go. Amari would be a great fight too. Amari and Yoenli, that fight would be great. Let's see here as we're waiting for the decision. a majority decision. We got a draw so far. What is Verón talking about? Verón, fix your damn face. If you don't fix your damn face, man. Yeah, man. Weisfeld gave it a 95-95, called the fight a draw. And the other two judges scored it 98-92. And another one scored it like me, 99-91. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of judges who, when they don't know, right? They get confused. There's so much action going on in the ring, so many punches flying around in the ring. They don't know how to call it, and they're giving a lot of these rounds away just based off of their guessing. They're not really reading the clean punches. They're not reading the defense. They're not reading all the intangibles. You know what I mean? They're just caught up by all the action, and I think they just end up scoring these rounds the way it is. Yo-Yo clearly lost, Teach. You gave Yo-Yo 2 rounds? Wow. Okay, Teach. Akeem says Yo-Yo got to tighten up, bro. His defense no bueno. His defense was on point tonight. What are we watching here? He wasn't hitting him with shit tonight. Verón didn't hit Yo-Yo with hardly nothing tonight. Yo-Yo was catching all those shots on his gloves. He wasn't getting hit tonight. What are we talking about? Verón landed way more clean shot. What? Are you crazy? What clean shots? What in the world? He did not land more shots at all. He was hitting all he was punching on was gloves. He wasn't catching Yo-Yo. Look at Yo-Yo's face. Come on. Yo, that's crazy, bro. I don't know how y'all saw. I'm even hearing Malik Scott talk right now, talking about that man did not listen. You got a puncher, an Argentinian boxer in front of you who's letting his hands go, right? He's letting his hands go. You got Yoenli Hernández who's sitting there in that high guard, catching all these shots on his gloves. Like he looked like he's literally doing mitt work for Verón, right? Gloves, and he's hitting him with way more cleaner shots, way cleaner punching, just way cleaner punching. The punching from Yoenli Hernández was way more effective, way cleaner, way better body work, way better uppercuts, hooks, straight shots, lead hooks, backing Verón up. The Argentinian fighter who does not want to go backwards. All he wants to do is come forward. How did you guys have Verón? In what world did Verón punch Yoenli Hernández cleaner? All he was doing was putting his shots together. He wasn't touching him. I want to see what the copy box says. There's no way in hell. No way. That's why the scorecards look the way they did. What's good, Katsu?
Yo, salute to the ATP family. Clay, how you doing?
Doing good. Trying to understand what you guys are talking about here, man.
Yeah, nah, I ain't a part of them. I thought Yo-Yo did good. Maybe not great, but he did real good. I know Verón. He a pro box menace. Like, that's why I was like, at first, you see Yo-Yo, you see his ascent, and I was like, oh yeah, he gonna knock this dude out in the first few rounds. But then I remember who Verón was, and I was like, oh nah, that's not gonna happen like that. But Verón put up a good fight. He won a few rounds, but that's about it. Maybe a draw, but I do think Yo-Yo needs to improve though if he wants to fight like
everybody needs to improve. I agree with that. I'm not saying he's perfect and he's losing, but you know what I hear about Yo-Yo? I hear the same thing. I remember people saying the same thing about Jerron. You know what I'm saying? People were saying, oh, Jerron, you know what I'm saying? He got all these openings and he getting hit with these shots. But Yo-Yo tonight was Yo-Yo showed his defense tonight because when you're fighting these Argentinian fighters, right? When you think about the Marcos Maidana's, when you think about who's the guy that Jamel Charlo fought, that went to the draw with him the first time?
Castro.
Is that Castro?
No, not Castro.
Damn,
Castro. I don't know. You guys.
Right? They went to a draw and then they had to have a rematch.
Castano.
Right. Castano. When you think about these Argentinian fighters, bro, they come with the high volume punching and they come with a lot of pressure. Yoenli did a good job of catching and shooting. He knew he wasn't going to try to out Argentinian the Argentinian, but a lot of people get over defensive when they get in front of those Argentinians. He didn't do that. He just caught and shot. He didn't get hit that clean tonight.
He didn't. He didn't. And that's why I was mad at Verona. And see, I always look because this was people that saying, oh, he need to stop that dude, bro. Verón is really good, bro. Like Verón probably be beating up some of y'all idols in the gym. So like, but yeah, that's why I was mad. Like I wanted Verón to just move his guard and land more, but yeah, like you say, he wasn't really landing effectively, and that's primarily what won Yo-Yo to fight. And Yo-Yo's defense was great. It was solid. That high guard was damn near indestructible. He was in there looking like Winky Wright a little bit.
Yeah, like you're not gonna hit me with that shit. And Trini says he didn't look like no demon tonight. He wasn't gonna look like no demon tonight in front of that fighter. There's just some fighters that are just not there to be looked good again like that. You know what I'm saying? There's just fighters out there who's just not there for that, right? They're there for, listen, bro, you just not finna just whoop my ass. That's just not me. That's not who I am. But I want to see Verón again against another fighter. I want to see him and I want to see another fighter deal with what we just saw Yoenli deal with and give the performance Yoenli did, because Yoenli was very defensively responsible tonight. Listen, he did not get hit that clean tonight, man. I want to see those CompuBox scores, or he did not get hit that clean tonight.
No, yeah, I was gonna say that before the fight. Them punch stats would be real interesting.
No doubt. What's up, 444? What's good with you, brother?
What's up, Clay?
What's up? What's going on, man? You only look bad?
Let me add some balance to this deal. I hear you, Clay. I get it. You know, you rooting for your Haitian brother, Haitian Cuban brother. No, I got you. But here's the thing, though. Let's just be fair. Verón didn't have the power. That's number one. He did not have the power. If Verón had power, you would see a little bit more pressure, a little bit more hesitation from Yo-Yo. He didn't have the power. Number two, did Yo-Yo win the fight? Absolutely, 1000%. He won the fight. Okay. Number three, you put Yo-Yo in there with somebody that has true power, boxing accuracy, timing. We can see that little moment when he got that check hook and he wobbled.
That is just knocked off bounds because he was jumping. He was off.
No, that was a check. That was a check hook, brother. Go look at.
No, it was a check hook. I saw it. It was a clean check hook.
Okay,
when
cool.
He wobbled back, it was very similar to what Xander did to Boots a little bit, except for the fact that Yoenli got caught off of his feet. He kept jumping in. So when he got caught that shot, he wasn't on his feet. He was in the air a little bit. So he got knocked down a little bit because he was jumping into his shots. It was a good left hook, but look what Yoenli did immediately after the hook. He wasn't hurt. He came right back, ripping shots to the body. Over. So he didn't get hurt. He just got knocked off balance.
I'm with you on that. But to try to make Vernon like the standard Argentinian fighter. Oh, go ahead. My bad. Your audio went out. You hear me?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, Vern is not the you saying he's like Maidana. No, brother. This dude does not fight at 160, brother. He doesn't have the punching power as those Argentinians that we know that are hard hitters. You know what I mean? No, he had heart, he had consistency, he boxed, but he didn't have the punching power. He couldn't do nothing with Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo was eating all those. He couldn't do nothing. That's just the reality. Good fight though. Decent fight.
Yo-Yo did not get hit a lot in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say he got hit a lot. I don't think he got hit a lot, but I would say that the punching power honestly made Yo-Yo look even more invincible. Like his lack of punching power.
Would you not agree? Don't you believe that Yo-Yo was not respecting Verón in that ring? Like
I agree.
He was jumping, letting his hands go. So I'm just saying, against the right fighter, he's going to fight way more. And I think tomorrow I got Coach Hector Bermudez coming up on the show. I think he's going to be hosting the show with me tomorrow again.
Okay, awesome.
So I'd love to hear Coach Hector Bermudez's perspective as to what the game plan was, what they were seeing in the ring, and what they really thought about what Verón was showcasing. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I think that you know, there's certain fighters that just sometimes you just don't look good against. I don't know. I haven't seen Verón fight before, but you know, Kai's seen him fight before over at Pro Box. But I'll say this: that he's a volume puncher. He was letting his hands go a lot of common punches in bunches.
Agreed.
And it's hard to find those opportunities in there to just let you know what I'm saying. And I think Yo-Yo was finding those opportunities. I think he was finding those opportunities to punch in between those shots, to catch and shoot. You know what I mean? I thought Verón didn't look bad. But I think Yo look good, man. I don't know.
I agree. I agree with you then. I agree with you on that.
Yo, Clay.
Yeah.
Salute, Clay. You know, I gotta jump on real quick. I'm the only but Teo probably got 7 fans on YouTube, and I'm one of them. I'm predicting a Floyd Mayweather, Arturo Gotti-like performance from Teofimo Lopez.
Really?
People are talking crazy because of the Shakur fight. Had this fight happen after Times Square, nobody will be saying that, because Teo outshined everybody on Times Square. You know, he had 4 of the kings, 3 of the 7 kings was on that card. Teo, Devin, Rolly, and Ryan. And he came in there and looked like a combination of Floyd Mayweather Jr., Roy Jones Jr., and Hector Camacho that night when he watched formidable Arnold Barboza, right? Rolly Romero had beat Ryan Garcia, and Devin Haney had that performance against what's his name? Jose Lopez. And this might been after May, nobody will be talking the way they're talking. A lot of people are talking out of feelings. A lot of men are emotional people. You know what I'm saying? That's his generation. Teo lost to Shakur Stevenson, who's probably a generational talent, on a horrible night. He's fighting a guy who's a dangerous fighter. Don't get me wrong. Rolly Romero has improved. He kind of reminds me of a more athletic version of Marcos Maidana and Ricardo Mayorga under the tutelage of Ismail Salas. Rolly mixes up patience with his awkward explosiveness, like the way Robert Garcia did with Maidana. He had Maidana using the jab fundamentally, and then Maidana would explode with them wide punches. That's what gave Floyd trouble, and that's what beat Adrian Broner. But Teo is a sharpshooter. If Teo's head is on right, Rolly a lot of times overcommits with his punches. He leans off the front foot when he punches. If there's ever a welterweight that is vulnerable on the high level to being knocked out, it's either Rolly and Brian Norman, because those are the 2 most vulnerable welterweights. Because Brian Norman made Devin Haney look like Julian Jackson. The guy was drunk off a left hook from Devin Haney. Rolly Romero been dropped numerous times and rocked and rattled and been on Queer Street numerous times. However, if the added weight could possibly make Rolly more durable, because I've seen that before happen, then he's going to be a tougher fight. But I believe that this is going to be the fight where we're going to see Teo get that much missing knockout that hasn't happened since 135 or 140 when he knocked out Pedro Campos. I see Teo hitting him with right hands over the top, turning to the right and beating him up and looking very similar to the sparring session. Now with these 7 kings, right, they've all been in the ring and sparred with each other for the most part. Ryan and Devin been going back and forth for years, and when they fought, we seen what happened. Osterman and no Osterman. Rolly and Ryan been in the ring sparring for years, and Ryan been beating up Rolly been beating up on Ryan for years, and we seen what happened, right? Gervonta Davis and Lamont Roach been sparring for years, and when they were familiar in the ring, he made Lamont Roach look better than what he was. And Teo, on the other hand, has been getting the best of Rolly for a long time, and they doing it with 8-ounce gloves. And I'm predicting a blistering performance, Floyd Mayweather Gotti type performance from Teo over Rolly. But Teo's gonna have to follow this up with more performances, because The roller coaster has to stop. If people want to put you on a pound for pound list, the roller coaster has to stop. You can't go in there and blitz Lomachenko and then go life and death with Josue Vargas. You can't go in there and blitz Rolly Romero and go life and death with Joey Bag of Donuts. You got to go in there and start being consistent. Because the only reason why Teo's been an underdog at certain fights is because of his inconsistencies. Had he performed at the level that he did against Lomachenko and Richard Comey, there was no way he would have been an underdog against Josh Taylor. Had he not had that performance against Shakur Stevenson, no way will people be talking about Rolly Romero beating him. And I'm not discrediting Rolly, because we're going to get all the credit in the world after he beats Rolly tonight, because Rolly is one of the 7 kings. And Teo's going to ice this guy tonight, and he's going to put himself right back up there. And he's one of the fighters that took losses and came right back. You know, a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people don't put it on the line. But he puts it on the line, bro. And we're going to see him put a masterclass, and we're going to brutalize and beat the shit out of Rolly Romero tonight. And I got a lot of love for Rolly, because he's a Christian like me, but we talking boxing right now. Inside the ring, Teo's going to beat him.
Hey, we're going to find out. We're going to find out, man. I think that, you know, I think the fight can be a lot more interesting than people think it's going to be, but I do think that it can go the way that you said it as well. I think that if you know, if Rolly doesn't bring those elements that he brought to the Ryan Garcia fight, being patient, working behind that jab, you know, I think at this point the cat is out the bag with Teofimo, as far as if there's a way to beat Teofimo there, we know what it looks like. And I think, you know, even if Rolly doesn't read it, I think Coach Ishmael Salas is going to read it, right? He's going to understand, like, there is a way. We understand how to deal with Teo. The way we deal with Teo is we don't become over offensive. We don't become passive, but at the same time, we're very patient. We work behind our jab. We do what we did against Ryan Garcia. The pressures on Rolly Romero, the pressures on Teofimo Lopez to come back, right? To make his comeback, to show up and show out. The pressure's on his corner to make the adjustments. Rolly Romero has nothing to lose. I don't think it's far-fetched at all that we watch Rolly just be patient, work behind that jab, and watch Teofimo, you know, get forced into taking that first step. And I think once it becomes that, when Teo starts to become offensive, I think that you're going to see Rolly be very explosive, very twitchy, and I think it can get dangerous for Teofimo. So I'm leaning towards Teofimo to win this fight, but I see a way for this fight to end up not looking as pretty as people think it's going to look.
He's a live dog. He's a live dog for sure.
Yeah,
he definitely is, man. But I'm about to get off right now, Clay.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I'm gonna chat with you afterwards. You know, yo, my boy Zuffa fucking Clay in the building. I'm speaking into existence. Zuffa Clay is gonna be what showbiz is with the zone, but Zuffa Clay is gonna be that for Zuffa, man. Salute. And I fuck with you, Zuffa, because you've been rocking with me for a long time. You my guy, you my brother. God bless. Sure. Salute to the chat. And Takeover is gonna take over. Because like in the words of Teofimo Lopez Sr., we told everybody.
No doubt. Talk to you soon, brother. Peace. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Man, you guys heard it, man. I mean, obviously, a lot of people want to see him do his thing, as Teofimo has a big showing up out there. Got people up there with the glove, with the rings. I don't know who these people are, what these belts are. These kids are out there showing the world. It's a takeover. As Teofimo Lopez is getting ready to make his way into the ring right now. A lot of support, a lot of kids supporting him. We about to find out. He's making his way to the ring. He got a lot of kids around him. The building did fill up, though. There are people in the building. Everybody's looking. Everybody's talking about it. They want to know how's the functionality, what's going to happen between Teofimo Sr. and Teofimo Jr. tonight inside of this ring, man. And, you know, Milton LaCroix, guys, that's the name. Milton LaCroix is the new element, the new addition to the team here for Teofimo Lopez. That's the adjustment he made from that Shakur Stevenson fight. He brought in Milton LaCroix, and, you know, he still has his father there as a head trainer in the corner, but will Milton LaCroix bring that intangible? You know what I mean? Is he going to have the, you know, is he going to have the say? Is he going to be able to really, you know, implement what they've been working on inside that training camp? You know what I mean? I like so far what I've seen Teofimo coming out to the ring looking confident. I love the kids. You know, I love that type of support system. You know what I'm saying? There's a bit of humility in that, as it looks like Teofimo is digging back into the basics, going back to the fundamentals, going back to the foundation of what makes him himself. And as we're watching Rolly Romero make his way to the ring right now. What music is he playing? I can't hear the music. But Rolly making it, looking at the crowd right now, looking very serious, very dialed in. Rolly looking very dialed in, man. Looking like somebody who has nothing to lose. Still looking like the underdog, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Rolly Romero does not look like the champion walking into the ring as he's walking around the ring right now, making his way. Gets down on his knees. He's making that prayer in that corner. He's jumped into that spiritual space as well, right? Rolly Romero's definitely jumped into that spiritual space. He's decided, you know what I'm saying? You know, he gives a lot of credit to this new version of himself, to God. Conversations that he said he had with God before the Ryan Garcia fight. I wonder how that conversation went for this one. I wonder how that conversation with God went with this fight. What did God say to him? Did he say, you're going to win? Did he say he's going to lose? And that being said, if God said he's going to lose, how's Rolly Romero dealing with that? Quote means greatest woman of all time. Wait, hold on, Gina. Lydell Frazier says Rose looked like he took a nice nap for sure. $150 people in the building. Hit the like button if you haven't done it. Support the grind. Let's get a thumbs up for the grind tonight. And of course, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. But definitely hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up. Wiz ran in the build. What's up, Wiz? This is the big fight. Everybody been waiting on, man. You know, we want to see the adjustments, right? Let's see what T.O.'s going to do, man. Let's see it. I got T.O. winning the fight. I'm leaning towards, I already gave my pick. People know where I stand on this conversation, but at the same time, you're going to have to show and prove, right? Teofimo looking dialed in, man. He has no reason not to be confident, man. He knows Rolly Romero. He's got that relationship with him. He's been in there sparring with him. He knows him in an intimate way, not sexually, you know what I mean, but intimate as far as friendship, as far as knowing Rolly's heart. Rolly knows T.O.'s heart. They both have a lot of respect for each other. But at the end of the day, right? 30 years old, 5'8", 146.6 on the scales. All right. Woo! We've been waiting on this one, man. Let's find out. About to be top of the round right here. You got Rolly Romero, who looks very active, very confident. Man, I like the way Teo looking, man. Teo looks very confident, man. Top of the first round. Let's get it in here, man. Let's see, man. Show and prove. Let's go. Got the sound off here. The place is packed out. A lot of people in the building here as both guys approach it here. Rolly very, very, very patient, working behind that jab. Is Teofimo's being first, though, as well. He's standing there in the paint. He's working behind that jab. He's stepping to Rolly. I'll be honest with you. He's stepping to Rolly. And Teo big, man. Teo filling out nice at the 147, working behind that jab, shooting that right hand to the body. Rolly using the ring, using the real estate, taking his time. Rolly kind of flat-footed, very flat-footed, very flat-footed. Teo already getting Rolly to bite on a lot of those feints there, man. A lot of those feints, Teo's already getting Rolly to bite, letting his hands go. But Rolly's playing the background, being very reserved, man, working behind that jab. Working behind that jab, man. Not really letting the jab go as far as he's trying to score, more like control the reins. Nice lead hook by Rolly Romero there. Teo right there, catches it right on the gloves, man. Taking his time there. Nice. Rolly steps forward, man. Nice 1-2, shoots that right hand. Teo backs up. Teo very defensively aware and very present in this moment right now. Sees everything Rolly's doing, man. Taking his time. Working behind that jab. Nice lead hand to the body of Teofimo Lopez. Gets out the way of Teofimo Lopez. Tries to react with that right hand. Teo looking to touch him in the body here. Both guys just reading a lot of data here in this first round. Just feeling each other out right now. Teofimo's working behind that. But here goes. Rolly's using that movement already. Teofimo, I got to see if Teofimo's going to be able to cut the ring off a little bit here because I'm seeing a little bit of Jermaine Ortiz just a little bit. When Rolly moves, Teo's not necessarily, like he sees what Teo's sending at him. So let's see what Teo does here, man, as he's reaching and pawing with that lead hand, looking to find that range there. You can already tell he's kind of trying to set that right hand up. And Rolly kind of sees it coming, getting out the way, using that movement. As flat-footed as he is, he's kind of quick. When he wants to get out the way, he's out the way. Teo spamming these shots towards the body, reaching out there with that lead hand, spamming with that right hand, taking his time here. Yeah, Teo shoots that. Rolly shoots that lead hand. Nice lead hook with Rolly right there, getting caught in the gloves of Teofimo and getting out the way, rolling out the way, not leaving himself available. Very patient. Once again, Rolly's been showing this ever since that Ryan Garcia fight. He tried to fight this way against Isak Cruz, but Isak just too much pressure, right? So if you're patient, Rolly can work inside of this. And inside those clinches, we're going to see if the strength, the size at 147 pound, that going up to 147, how strong is Teofimo at 147? Is he able to physically compete with Rolly in a physical way? Nice counter right hand by Teofimo Lopez right there. Shoots a check left hook towards the body of Rolly Romero here. We're about to be towards the end of the round right here. All right. As Teofimo tries to get the timing of that right hand, Rolly gets out the way, spamming that lead hook. That's the end of the round right there. Very close round. I don't know how much to score that round right there, man. I don't know, man. I kind of want to give that round to Rolly. I'm not going to lie to you. I think I might give that round to Rolly. I don't think Teo was doing much in that round. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I might give that round to Rolly. That was a close round, but wasn't too much that happened in that round. I think I'm going to give that round to Rolly Romero. What do we got here in the chat, man? Cal Chanroni. Okay. Edgar Granados has it 1-0. Okay. Sonny Chiba has it Rolly 1-0. Okay. Sam from Jersey said 1-0 Rolly. Okay. 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 It was a very close round. So either way you want to go, listen, I get it. I'm going to go with Rolly, though. I'm going to give Rolly that first round. King Blake got it 1-0 Rolly. Okay. We're about to go on the top of the second round here. Let's see what adjustments, right? That's what it's about here. Let's see the adjustments here. Rolly Romero seeing what he's seen. There he goes with that jab, touching Teo to the body with that jab. Teo doubling up with that jab up top and trying to reach down to the body of Rolly Romero. Let's see if Teo can get a little bit more active there. There he goes, shooting that left hand. Got a little low. That left hand got a little bit low on Rolly. But the referee ain't see it, and Rolly ain't crying about it, so it is what it is. Rolly doing a good job of controlling that distance, man. Shoots that right hand towards the chest of Teofimo Lopez, taking his time. Rolly obviously comfortable. He's going to force. He wants Teofimo to press the action, and this is what I was talking to Lo about. If Rolly fights this kind of fight, Teo's going to have to show us this offensive acumen, you know what I mean? That he can be offensive. He can be first. He can put the pressure on Rolly Romero. That was a nice work by Teo right there, working behind that lead hand to the body and coming over the top with that right hand. That was a good, clean shot from Teofimo Lopez. 2 minutes left inside of this second round right now. Rolly's reaching with that lead hand. Still hasn't really been able to hit Teofimo with anything effective, but he's been good at being elusive, getting out of way of what Teofimo's trying to do, and also just controlling the range, you know, not allowing Teofimo to come. Nice right hand lands for Teofimo right there. Nice, clean, straight right hand lands for Teofimo right there on Rolly Romero. Very nice, clean right hand. Good work to the body right there by Teofimo Lopez. And Teofimo already taking this fight away from Rolly to a large degree. Good work to the body by Teofimo Lopez on Rolly Romero right here. This is a good round. Now Rolly's biting on all the feints. He's biting on all the feints of Teofimo, man. Teofimo feinted Rolly right back into those ropes. And I don't know if that's what Rolly wants to do right there. Teo's the type of person who can capitalize once he sees what you're going to do. Once he gets that cadence, it can get dangerous for Rolly Romero right now. We're down to 1 minute and 9 seconds left here in round number 2 here, as Rolly Romero's trying to work behind that jab. But Teofimo, I think, is having a better round this one. I'm about to give this round to Teo unless Rolly does something special. Right hand to the body right there, right behind the elbow of Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo just working behind that jab, man, shooting to the body. Looks like he's touching. He has an actively moving Rolly Romero, and he wants to slow that down. So he's touching Rolly Romero to the job to the body right now. He's touching him to the body and getting Rolly Romero. Good work by Teofimo Lopez on the rope right there, taking his time. Feels very comfortable inside this fight right now. Feels very comfortable. I see his game plan. I like Teo's whole entire energy is just calm, man. He just looks very calm, like he's been here before for sure. You can see the experience of Teofimo Lopez showing here as he's working to the body, spams that lead hook right there, doesn't catch him with it, but already showing you how fast things can change in here. If Rolly slips up one time here, Teo could definitely catch Rolly here. There we go. Teo tries to catch him with a nice right hand. Rolly gets off the line and brings the fight back to the center of the ring here as we're about to close that round out. I'm going to give that round to Teo, man. I'm going to give Teo that round. I got it 1-1. I got it 1 up. 1 up. I got it 1-1 right now. Yeah. Well, we got Munoz 2-0 Teo, Edgar Granados 2-0, and Alan 1 with 1-1. We got 1-1 in the building here. And we got 2-0 in the building here. Let me see here. Everybody agrees, though, that Teofimo won that last round for sure. That being said, going into this next round here, let me see what's being said here. Yeah, good work in the corner here. I like what Teofimo Sr. was saying in that corner. And even Milton LaCroix, man, I like what I was hearing in that corner. I think Teo's getting some good instruction right now, man. A better oiled machine over there in that corner of Teofimo Lopez. I wonder what adjustment Salas was telling Rolly to work with here, because he's working behind that jab. Teo seemed to be closer to hitting Rolly with a significant shot in that last round right now. Oh, nice work. Catches that lead hand and catches Rolly with a straight right hand, man. Beautiful work, man. Beautiful work by Teofimo, man. Caught that right hand and boom. Caught that lead hand and then boom, came back with his own right hand. It was beautiful. Teo working, touching that body. Timing him, trying to come over the top with that right hand. Good work. Good work from Teofimo Lopez, man. Good work, man. As Rolly's trying to work behind that jab and touch him to the body. Rolly still hasn't found himself. I guess I wonder what the game plan is, if he's waiting for the championship rounds or later on. He's just trying to get Teofimo to commit and try to get that timing on Teofimo. Good jab by Rolly Romero. Teo continues to work towards the body, touch him, and tries to jump in there with that lead hook. Good work by Teo, man. Teo's doing a good job of controlling the pace and the range of his fight, and he's doing it with the body work. He's touching the body of Rolly Romero. Rolly, who's really moving that head off the line, being very twitchy and moving very hard to catch up with. Teo is touching the body of Rolly Romero. Reaching with that lead hand right there. Ooh, big right hand lands for Rolly Romero. Big right hand lands for Rolly Romero as Teofimo Lopez ties him up. Well, there we go. We seen Rolly hit him with a big right hand, and we seen Teo take it. So he's showing that he got the ability to take the shot in the welterweight division. Didn't even slow Teo down really. As the fight is starting to get a little bit more grinding, both these guys trying to work inside that close range here. 30 seconds left here inside this round here. Rolly working behind that jab. Teo trying to get that timing down and let that right hand go. Both guys in the clinch right there. Rolly definitely showing to be the stronger guy right there in that clinch, as we're about to hit the 10-second mark here. Teo try to catch him with that lead hook. Rolly doing a good job of just moving out the way. I don't know if that's going to win him these rounds. I'm going to give Teo that round as well, man. I got this 2-1 right now. Rolly Romero needs to step it up for sure. He's got to step it up. He's definitely got to step it up for sure. All the people in the building: Alberto Puello, Lamont Roach, Fernando Vargas, Armando Vargas. There, Jorge Linares in the building. We got Charlo in the building, Jamal Charlo in the building. We got Jose Benavidez Sr. with the best seat in the house here. Jorge Masvidal. Game bread. Didn't get to see the instructions from Senior in that one. And I didn't understand the Spanish from Salas. Let's see what Romero's doing here. Is it going to the game plan? There we go. Teo working to the body, came over the top with the right hand. Finding Rolly as Rolly's trying to use that real estate, use that lateral movement, not overcommitting to his shots yet. You got to think at some point Rolly's going to start sitting down on those shots and start going for his, applying the pressure. Teo taking his time, man. He's not overcommitting to the offense. Rolly Romero's taking his time waiting for Teo to commit, but Teo's not overcommitting to the offense, man. Teo's got a good game plan right now. He's being offensive, but he's not overcommitting. He's not overcommitting, man, which is making it hard for Rolly Romero, because Rolly's in a boxing match now where it's becoming a war of attrition. And who's winning the fight? I say Teo's winning that war of attrition right now. Teo's patience is winning against Rolly's patience. Rolly's patient, but he looks wound tight. He looks like he wants to be offensive. Yeah, nice lead hook from Rolly Romero right there, finding his shot right there. Nice little lead hook. Good work to the body as well from Rolly. As soon as Teo lets off that lead hand, Rolly jumps back all the way out of range. And that's one thing Rolly's definitely doing. He's jumping out of range. He's not putting himself in position to really be an effective counterpuncher. He's jumping around and he's making it hard for Teo to hit him, but he's not holding the position so that he can get his own shots off. And maybe that's just a limitation to Rolly Romero. That's just where he's at. He's not a good enough boxer to do what Shakur did, stay inside the range, make him miss, and stay in range so that he can let his own shot. Rolly keeps jumping out of range and having to jump back into range and let his shots go. He's throwing a lot of his shots out of range as well when he's letting his hands go. Looking at it, he shoots that jab. He's way out of range. He's not touching Teofimo. Teofimo continues to press him. Continues to press him behind that jab to the body and just spamming the right hand makes Rolly jump way out of range, just way out of there. Nice lead hand. Good work right there. Rolly catches Teofimo a little bit there in that exchange right there. Good work to the body right there. And Teo catches him with a nice right hand. Back on that jab. Rolly's good jab by Rolly Romero right there. I don't know. It's a better round for Rolly. Good work. Works that right hand to the body. Tries to come over the top with a lead hook to catch Teo. We're already, this fight is moving fast, man. We're already in the last 30 seconds of this round here. Oh, big left hook catches Teofimo Lopez right there. Big check left hook catches Teofimo. Knocks him off balance a little bit, but doesn't hurt him. He recovers well from it, though. He didn't get really hurt, but it was a nice lead hook. Another left hook lands for Rolly Romero. Nice right hand to the body right there as we're getting ready to close this round out right here. And boom, close that round out. I don't know. That was a closer round, but I still want to give I don't know. That was a close round, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm going to give Teo that round, but that was a closer round. I'm going to give Teo that round, though. Now, I'm going to give it 3, not 3-0 Teo, mind yours. It's 4 rounds, so it's got to be 3-1. I've got it 3-1 Teo. I got it 3-1 Teo. Salas once Rolly let his hands go. We're already seeing a little confusion as well in the corner of Rolly Romero as Salas is trying to get Rolly to commit to letting his hands go a little bit. Rolly's not following the game plan here. He's Rolly picking his shots here, one shot at a time, and he's jumping out of range. And there we go. Nice overhand right by Rolly Romero. Nice left hook lands for Rolly Romero right there. But Rolly's only doing one shot at a time. He's not putting his punches together. Rolly is very concerned about what's coming at him with Teofimo Lopez. Teo's is doing a good job of just keeping Rolly. I think Rolly's just caught up in his head right now because Ismael Salas wants him to let his hands go a lot more, and he's doing a lot more running. He's moving around the ring here. The smaller fighter in Teofimo Lopez, you expect Rolly to stand his ground a little bit more and really let that power show and force Teofimo to show that he can hang in there with him. Rolly looking like the fighter who's already conceded to certain things. He's conceded that he's not the better boxer. He's conceded he's not the cleaner puncher, and he's conceded that the athleticism in Teofimo Lopez is more than he can handle here. And that's not going to translate well. I got to think the judges may very well have this 4 rounds to 0. I have it 3 rounds to 1. I gave Rolly that first round, but Teofimo Lopez has really been controlling this. There we go. Nice check lead hook. Good jab by Rolly Romero here. Trying to get the timing. Good. There he goes. He's timing, shooting that left hook. He already has Lopez leaking right now. Lopez is bleeding over on that right eye. A little blood in there, a little bit right there. Rolly's able to, that power right there, that left hook has been able to open something up on Teofimo Lopez. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Oh, big right hand lands for Rolly Romero. Big right hand lands. Oh, big left hand. Oh, big right hand. Big right hand lands on Rolly. Oh, he's letting off. He's hurting him. He's hurting him. It's not a knockdown. Rolly's down. Teo's down. Big shot lands for Rolly Romero. Big shot. Big shot lands for Rolly Romero here. Although Teofimo didn't get put down, he looks like he's hurt. He's hurt. 35 seconds left here in this round right now. Rolly Romero's hit Teo with a big shot, man. Let me see what Rolly can make happen as T.O. is bleeding. This is damn near a 10-8 round. T.O. is bleeding uncontrollably out of his right eye. His right eye is looking crazy right now as Rolly Romero is stalking him right now. Big left hook lands for Rolly Romero. Big right hand to the body. Big right hand lands for Rolly Romero. Big left hook. Teofimo stepping to Rolly, showing that heart. Nice left hook lands for Rolly Romero. Wow, that was definitely a Rolly Romero round. Let's see how this is what I'm talking about. Now Teofimo's run into a situation. He's leaking. He's bleeding. He's got a lot of blood coming from that right eye. It's not over his eye. It's right on the edge, right at the end of where his eyebrow ends at. So it shouldn't get into his vision too bad. Let's see if the cut corner can get Teofimo back together as he's smiling in that corner right now. And he's been hurt. He's getting the instruction right now. Let's see what's going on in that corner. Big right hand, man. Almost knocked Teofimo down, man. Big right hand, man. Big right hand, big left hand. And now, here we go now. Teofimo Sr., the instructions are keep that right hand up and walk this MFer down, right? Walk this mofo down. Is that the right call? Is that the right answer? Is that what Teofimo wants to do? Does he want to walk down Rolly Romero? How does that work? That's the instructions he got here. Top of round 6 right here. The instructions in between the rounds were to keep that right hand up and continue to apply that pressure to Rolly. Let's see how that works out. As Teofimo is applying the pressure, he's being first on that with that lead hand, and he's walking Rolly Romero down as Rolly Romero is taking his time and playing the background here. He's allowing Teofimo to come to him here, and this may be the fight that Rolly wanted here. He was able to hurt T.O. in that last round, and now T.O. wants to get it back, and his corner supporting him and wants him to get it back as well. Let's see what happens here. We're at 2 minutes and going on 15 seconds here left in this 6th round here. Teofimo walking Rolly Romero down, walking behind that jab to the body, still touching him to the body. Hasn't been able to hurt Rolly yet. There we go. Big right hand to the body from Teofimo Lopez, working behind that lead hand. But that right hand is not up by where he wanted it. Senior wanted Teofimo to keep that right hand high, and it's not that high right now. And Rolly's still timing him out with that lead hook. Shooting that lead hand out there. Aiming at that part of the eye right there. Very effective as Rolly's taking his time, man. Controlling the range here. Moving. There we go. Watch out for that lead hook, man. I've been saying that since, if you watch my breakdown, I said watch the lead hook. T.O. has a habit of letting that right hand be a little bit too low and leaving that lead hand low. So hooks are going to be good for Rolly Romero if he can time them out on point. And he has been letting them go as he's covered in Teofimo's blood right now. We're about to be a minute here. Good round for Teofimo, though, coming back strong in this round right here. Rolly has to let his hands go. He has to let his hands go. There we go. Nice lead hook to the body right there. And T.O. winning this round here. Rolly's throwing one shot at a time. And if he looks back at this fight, he's going to regret the way he didn't let his hands go. Working to the body there. T almost slipped right there. Good jab there. Good jab there. Good lead hook for Rolly. Another round for Lopez. So I've got it 4 rounds to 2 right now. $187 people in the building. Hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Support the grind. Hit the like button. Let's get a thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, of course, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. This is the moment to do it. If you haven't done it, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, man. Let's help grow the platform. But definitely at a minimum, hit that thumbs up. Let's get it over 200 likes. Salas is saying he needs Rolly to jab. He needs him to get back on that jab. Teal continues to touch him to the body. Back on that jab. But Rolly has to win rounds, man. He can't. The way he's fighting, it's like it only makes sense if he knocks out Tio. If he doesn't knock him down or knock him out, it doesn't make sense right now. I've got this 2 rounds. There it is. Mannix has the same card as me, man. Same card as me. Gave him that first round and the 5th round, man. Got it 4 rounds to 2. That's why I have it. I know we got some people in the building who got it 3 rounds up. But regardless, you know, Rolly has to find a way to win these rounds, not just, you know what I mean, hurt Teofimo. He has to win these rounds, man. Tio's just winning this fight, pity pat and touching him to the body. Nice lead hook. There we go. Tio letting his hands go. There we go. Showing that he can work with that, with his straight punches, straight shots. But Tio seems to be effective here, especially with somebody who's kind of spamming that lead hook. There we go. Good jab. Oh, nice overhand right by Tio. Rolly comes back with his own right. Tio touching that glove, man, trying to get to that body. Good lead hook by Rolly Romero right there. Back on that jab. Good jab to the body of Tio. Working the body of Lopez, of Romero. Tio is selecting his shots and letting his shots go, but he's being very meticulous with it. He's not overcommitting to the offense right now, but he's really not doing anything special, man. He's just being more active. He's letting his hands go a lot more, and he's not beating Rolly up per se, right? Like Rolly's put the damage on him, but Rolly's hands are in his pockets, man. They're really in his pockets, man, and he needs to do something about that. He needs to let those hands go, man. He's choosing his shots one shot at a time, one little jab, one little right hand. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if the judges are awarding this at all, but right there, he's just punching on the shoulders and on the gloves of Rolly Romero. But Rolly, at the same time, nice lead hook by Rolly Romero right there. Catches Teofimo coming in there. Teofimo just doing his job, man. Oh, big left hook, shakes up Tio. Big left hook, shakes up Tio. As Tio jumps up and down to shake that left hook. A big left hook catches Tio at the end of that round, but that's a Tio round. That's another 10-9 round for Tio. But the big left hook caught Teofimo again, shook him up a little bit. Oh, big straight right hand. Top of this, what we at in the 7th round, 8th round? 8th round right now. So, I mean, look, Rolly's shown that he can hurt Tio, man. He caught him with that left hook at the end of the round and hurt him again. But he needs to let his punches go, man. Right now, Teofimo's just winning the lion's share of these rounds. Teofimo now up in that high guard, man. Good jab by Teo, man. Teo raising that hand up now. He's starting to get up behind that high guard. He got hurt by that left hook. Oh, nice. Nice lead hook from Teofimo, man. Touching him to the body, hits him with that lead hook. Oh, nice work right there by ROLLY. Shoots that lead hand, that straight right hand. Doesn't really catch him, but he needs to get a little more active. Let his shots go. Let his hands go. Does he respect the power from Teofimo forcing ROLLY to keep his hands in his pockets, or is he overthinking it? Go work, trying to catch him with that lead hook right there. Teofimo shooting that lead hand to the body, just touching him on the gloves and on the arms, man. Teo really not hitting with any big clean shots, just scoring on the body, man. Shooting that lead hand to the body, shooting that right hook around the left elbow of ROLLY Romero, but not hurting ROLLY. ROLLY just looks like there's opportunities in there for him to do more, and his hands are just in his pockets. But then again, you know what I mean, as we're about to approach the minute mark here in round number 8 here, Teo just masterclass outboxing ROLLY Romero, trying to get this win using his movement right now. As he's trying to lull ROLLY right now into being the offensive fighter, because that's where Teofimo wants to be. He wants to be the guy who's counterpunching. He doesn't want to be first. Nice right hand by Teofimo Lopez right there. Working with that jab to the body. Everybody kind of getting excited when they see Lopez come in with that left hook, but it really just got caught up on the gloves of ROLLY. Another Teo round. ROLLY, I don't know, man. Like, ROLLY is still strong. The conditioning is good, but he's not letting his hands go. I don't know if the game plan is just let his hands go in the last championship rounds. I don't know, but he's allowing Teofimo to put rounds in the bag. And that's just not a good place for ROLLY to be in, because if Teo feels like he can get on his legs, it is what it is. Teo shooting them that lead hand to the, just really shooting at the chest into the body of ROLLY. Yeah, he got the same scorecard as me, man. I mean, ROLLY has to win every single round left in this fight right here just to make it a draw or get a knockdown or a knockout. Lopez puts in one more round, man. That's it. ROLLY has to let his hands go. He has to let his hands go, man. He has to let his hands go. Teo is winning this fight just, really just off the inactivity of ROLLY Romero and the high punch output of himself. You know what I mean? Rolly just seems to be mentally outclassed. Mentally, he just knows where he's at, and he doesn't want to get into a conversation he doesn't belong in, which is boxing with Teofimo Lopez. As soon as all T.O. has to do is throw one little shot, and Rolly's jumping way out of range. One little shot to the body, one little feint, and Rolly's jumping out the way. One little active offense from T.O., and Rolly's jumping out the way. Look at him. Not standing, not catching, not slipping, not trying to punch with the puncher. As soon as Teofimo lets his hands go, Rolly curls up into like a little armadillo, bro. Rolls up into a ball, bro. Look at that. Where's the big right hand from Rolly Romero? Where's the big lead hooks? There's a jab. Tries to catch him with a lead hook right there. There it is. 1-2 to the body, man. Oh, nice left hook. Nice lead hook. Gets caught. Nice lead hook for Teofimo. Nice. One shot at a time from Rolly Romero. It's actually kind of frustrating watching him, man. One lead hook. One little lead hook, man. Just trying to catch him with that one shot. Rolly just, look at it, one little lead hook, no right hand. Doesn't even follow with a right hand. Shoots a fake-ass jab, feints low, and then as soon as Teofimo gets offensive with him, he's jumping out of range. Horrible. Rolly Romero's just not a good boxer. Let's be honest. That's what this is. He's got power, and he's dangerous when it comes to that, but Rolly's not good. And, listen, man, he's not living up to the hype. There's arguments there to say that this man should not even be the champion, that he may even be the weakest champion in the division, right? He has an acumen of a guy who just started boxing damn near. You know what I'm saying? He's a professional, but at the end of the day, he's not letting his hands go. He's not putting those punches together. His corner right now is begging him to let his hands go, begging him, let's get a chance to win this fight. You're losing this fight. You're losing this fight. You're putting one shot at a time, one jab at a time, one little lead hook at a time. You're doing every feint, you're biting on it. It's complete inactivity, and you're allowing this guy to take this fight away from you just by being active. He's not even hurting you. He's just more active than you, letting his hand go, touching you to the body a little bit, touching you on the arms, touching you on the gloves. But because of that, you're giving the judges no choice but to give this fight to Teofimo. And listen, I think Teofimo's a great boxer, but nothing special is happening inside this ring to where Rolly Romero is just sitting here allowing this fight to be taken away from him that way. You got this guy bleeding. You've heard him 2 or 3 times already. You know what you can do, but you're just mentally overwhelmed. Rolly Romero is mentally outclassed. He doesn't believe he can win this fight. He doesn't believe it. And because he doesn't believe it, he's not letting his hands go. And he's looking at survival as a win at this point. Spamming that lead hand. Spamming that lead hand. Why are you not doubling up? Any kind of combination. Double up on the lead hand, shoot the right hand. Touch the body, come over the top. You know what I'm saying? Get physical with him. Grab him up. Grab him. Tie him up. Something. Get up in his chest. Close that range. This fight is a bad fight. It's a horrible fight. And this is what happened when you get sparring partners, right? When you get people who know each other and they don't want to fight each other and they just fight each other and they're trying to prove. This is the kind of fights that you don't want to see from people who know each other. This is what it's all about here. Rolly tried to come up there with some uppercuts, and T.O. just caught him with a nasty check left hook and just got him off balance. And every time T.O. comes forward, Rolly jumps out of range, man. It's so frustrating. Every time T.O. shoots that jab, feints, there goes Rolly. He's out of there. As soon as he gets it, boom, he's out of there. He's jumping out of there. He's just jumping out the way. As soon as T.O. throws a shot, he's jumping. He's jumping. T.O.'s just, big overhand right by Teofimo Lopez, catches Rolly right there. Big overhand right. And what is Rolly doing? Circling, jumping, running out the way. Looking like how when he fought Isaac Cruz. Rolly's scared. Look at him. He's shooting that jab way out of range. So tentative. Shooting that jab way out of range. Teofimo just beating him up to the body. Nice right hand by Teofimo, touching him to the body. There goes ROLLY running, literally on his bicycle, running. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Is ROLLY hurt? This is ridiculous. This is actually a horrible fight. And then the fact that you made people pay $80 for this, I'm just being honest, right? I don't want to criticize. I want to watch a good fight. You made people pay $80 for this pay-per-view. Rolly Romero's throwing one shot at a time. He's running around the whole entire ring. Teofimo Lopez is touching him on his gloves, touching him on his body a little bit, slapping his shots, not hitting him with nothing clean. What are we looking at here right now? What are we looking at? It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. 200 people in the building. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Don't take it out on me. I didn't do nothing. I'm calling this fight, man. Don't take it out on me. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. I ain't making this fight bad. I'm trying to give, I can't even call the fight to make it exciting because it's really just nothing happening in here. We're in the round 11 right now, the last championship rounds here. Teofimo's won all but 2 rounds in there. We had a special round in round, what was it, 5, where Teofimo got hurt, literally got hurt by Rolly Romero. But, you know, since then, Rolly's just had his hands in his pockets. Look at him jumping back. Look at him jumping back. And I said in the breakdown on this fight that Rolly Romero had to be patient but not passive, and he's been passive in this fight. Very passive. Very passive. Rolly's, I don't know. I think Salas needs to tell Rolly you're going to be mad at yourself tomorrow. You're going to be mad at yourself tomorrow. Where's the power? Rolly, where's the power? Yeah, spamming that big overhand right. Hit nothing but air, man. Rolly shooting that big overhand right, and then always trying to get out the way, man. Teofimo almost punched like a brick house, man. Because this dude has no intentions of getting hit by Teo. And not to say that I want to see him get hit, but man, he's just, look at him. He's just moving around, jumping around the ring, not doing nothing. Working to the body, Rolly Romero. Rolly looks horrible, bro. When he criticized, I mean, this fight looks worse. The action from Rolly is worse than what we saw happen with Devin and Jose Ramirez. Like, and I'm just saying that because Devin got so much criticism. Nice right hand by Rolly Romero. As much criticism as they gave Devin, as Rolly gave Devin for being boring. What are you doing here? What are you doing here if you're not circulating the ring right now on your bicycle, not letting your hands go, one shot at a time? It's horrible. This is horrible. It's the truth. Drury said, nah, chill, Clay. It is. It is. You just got you know what you got? You got a better Jose Ramirez in the ring. Oh, low. Nice right hand lands for Lopez and for Rolly Romero. You got a better Jose Ramirez. If Teofimo's Jose Ramirez, if Jose Ramirez would have fought Devin Haney like Teo did, it would have been a better fight. Devin would have been forced to fight. But because Jose Ramirez had nothing for Devin, it was an even more boring fight. But as far as Rolly Romero's performance, he's given a Devin Haney performance as far as that Jose Ramirez performance is concerned. As far as clearly not wanting to engage, clearly on his mind, clearly not wanting to engage. Now they hugging each other. Yeah, this is what happened when you see friends fight each other, bro. And this is why I'd rather not see Shakur Stevenson fight Keyshawn Davis unless they're really going to fight. I don't want to see a fight like this with Keyshawn and Shakur. I don't want to see these friends give us a glorified sparring match in here. And that's what people have to understand, man. Like, it ain't worth it. If these guys ain't going to fight each other for real, this is what you're going to get here. This is what you're going to get. Rolly Romero allowed this fight to just get away from him from the beginning. Before he even got inside this ring, he was ready to lose. And I said this last week, that Rolly looks like he's ready to lose the fight. He's okay with losing. He's okay to lose against Teofimo. He feels like, you know what, that's a great fighter. As long as I don't get stopped, you know what I'm saying? As long as I stay in and I fight 12 rounds, it's good enough for me. I know I'm not good enough to beat nobody else. I know I'm not the real champion. I know I'm not going to beat Devin. I know I'm going to have a hard time with Liam Paro. You know what I'm saying? I know that Ryan Garcia probably knocked me out in the rematch. I know all these fights and how they're going to turn out. So if I can make a decent little payday here, give the belt over to Teofimo Lopez, my friend, and get out the way of the real heat going on here, at least I know Teo ain't going to really hit me with nothing that's going to hurt me. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. This is horrible. 218 people in the building. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. This is horrible. This is horrible, man. It's not a minute, 30 seconds left here. Rolly Romero, who has to know that he's losing this fight. Ismael Salas is putting the pressure on him, letting him know. Look at the jab he threw. He threw a jab and didn't even touch him. Pulled the hand back before he even let it extend completely. Look at that. Look at that. Rolly has nothing, man. Oh, man. Rolly deserves so much criticism for this fight. So much criticism, man. He's just fighting a horrible fight, man. Horrible fight. 215 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. This fight ain't on me, man. It ain't on me. He's allowing Teofimo, the smaller fighter coming up from the smaller weight class, to bully him. Made his hand stay in his pocket. His jab, he's been out of range all night long. Rolly Romero's been out of range all night long. The only time Teofimo gets hurt is when he overcommits, when he crosses the void. Horrible, horrible. Rolly's just being, now Rolly's moving around. What is Rolly doing? What is Rolly doing? In a fight that you're losing, what are you doing? Horrible, 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 horrible. That man literally ran around the ring knowing he was losing this fight for the last 30 seconds, bro. Horrible. They just gave Teofimo, Rolly just gave Teofimo the belt. Teofimo just got the belt from Rolly. Rolly's a trash-ass fighter, bro. Rolly's a trash-ass fighter, bro. He winked at him. He winked at him. Rolly just winked at Teo. Rolly's a trash-ass fighter, bro. He's a trash fighter. And I'm really don't want to say that. It's just the truth. He fought Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia was off his game, not mentally into the game. He looked shitty against his last fight against what's his name? Garcia, Manny Garcia, Jaime Garcia. Is that what his name is? Let me pull it up real quick. What was it? Hold on a second here. Horrible, horrible, bro. Horrible. Let me see here. Let's look at his last couple of fights here. I want to, from Tank Davis. Let's look at Rolly Romero's resume from Tank Davis. He lost against Tank Davis, got stopped. He lost against Ishmael Barroso. He did not beat Barroso. They gave him that fight. Politics. He went inside the ring with Esau Cruz and got his ass beat pillar to post. He got in the ring with Manuel Jaime, a fighter who Abdullah Mason cleaned up in 4 rounds. went the full 10 rounds with him and got a unanimous decision in a fight that just looked horrible. It was a nasty fight. Then he gets in there with Ryan Garcia, right? He gets in there with Ryan Garcia and gets a Ryan Garcia who's not that motivated, who looks bad, and he gets a unanimous decision in an ugly-ass fight. Ugly-ass fight. And then he gets in the ring with Teofimo Lopez, and he does absolutely nothing. He's a hype train, bro. He's a hype train. I'm not giving T.O. I'm not hating on T.O. I'm keeping it well on Rolly. T.O. did what he had to do. He had a fighter in front of him who didn't want to fight, who was running around. But what? Okay, so Manuel, what do you want me to say? That T.O. put on a masterclass, that Rolly was a difficult fight? Rolly wasn't a hard fight for him. He got hit with a left hook that hurt his eye. You know what I'm saying? He got hurt a little bit in one of those rounds. But Rolly Romero didn't fight him. I'm not throwing shots at T.O., but what do you want to do right now? You want to make T.O. one of the best welterweights in the division right now off of this victory over this guy? Be honest. Be honest. You want this victory over here to be the tell-all litmus test for Teofimo Lopez? And then look at Rolly looking around. Look at him looking around. What do you think was going to happen? Did he think that the PBC was just going to give him the belt? Look at Rolly Romero's face. This is bullshit, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. What do you want me to tell you, bro? You want me to make T.O. the end all be all right now? You want me to say that this was a litmus test? What is T.O. back now? Is that what this is? Is T.O. the end all be all right now? Is he the end all be all? Is he back now? Is this what you just saw here in this fight? T.O.'s back. Oh, is he back? Where Low at? Low said that T.O. was going to knock this dude out and that this was going to look like Arturo Gotti and Floyd Mayweather. Is that how good Rolly is? Is Rolly so good that he wasn't able to be look? What are we talking about? Rolly thought he won this fight. That's how trash he is. He don't even know how to read the room. You got Ismail Salas screaming at him, come on, you're going to give this away. And this man just heard the scorecard and thought he lost. This dude is delusional. So let me get this straight, Rolly. God told you won this fight, so it didn't matter what you did in this fight. You didn't even need to fight. God told you won this fight, so you didn't even need to fight, right? Horrible. 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 Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. $80. $80 pay-per-view. $80 pay-per-view. $80 pay-per-view, guys. I'm going to put the link up. Come up here and tell me, talk to me. Put me on game. What happened? Low, hit the link. Hit the link, Low. What happened, man? Is your guy back? Is it the takeover? There's the link. Come up here. Horrible. Horrible. Congratulations to Teofimo Lopez. This is not on T.O. This criticism is not for T.O. T.O. did what he had to do. He did what he had to do with a fighter who did not want to fight him, who was not engaging him, who was on his bicycle all night long. I cannot ask T.O. to do too much more. He came up to 147 from 140. He was a smaller guy. He was a guy who had to acclimate to the division. Rolly Romero had to let it go. Rolly Romero did not let his hands go. He had to let the hands go. He did nothing. It is what it is. T.O. gets a DAZN deal. He gets another big fight, big money. Maybe him and Devin Haney next. Maybe, I'll tell you what, though, T.O. better make a big fight next. Get the money. It is what it is. I ain't make it up. Manuel said, man, you hating on T.O. Come on, man. There's the link right there. Joel Foster, there's the link. I put the link out there. Paste, there it is. There's the link. If somebody wants to hit the link and come up, it is what it is. New Era said, whoever thought Rolly was going to win after 475 days out the ring need to go back to the drawing board. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think Rolly Romero was going to win, but Rolly Romero did not even let his hands go, bro. One shot at a time. One quick check left hook, one quick right, like one shot at a time. Horrible. Rolly's not a good boxer, bro. Rolly's not good. That's just the truth. Rolly's not good. Rolly is the worst champion, one of the worst champions, if not the worst champion of all time. Come up here and talk to me about how he's not. One of the worst champions of all time. Rolly fought since Gervonta Tank Davis, since 2022, he's fought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fights, right? Ishmael Barroso, a fight that he lost, that was gifted to him. They gave him a title. Isaac Cruz beat that boy from pillar to post, beat the brakes off that boy, beat him worse than Tank beat him. Went into a fight with Manuel Jaime, right? Went the full 10 rounds with that dude, went to a unanimous decision. Manuel Jaime got in the ring with Abdullah Mason, a prospect, and got cleaned up inside of 4 rounds. Then he went and fought Ryan Garcia, hit him with a quick left hook, one quick shot, put him on his pockets, and Ryan didn't fight him for the rest of that fight. Nothing happened. Then he just went in there with Teofimo Lopez and completely stank up the whole building. I want to see somebody tell me how I'm bugging. Put me on game. Joel Foster, have you been up here before? You got the membership. Joel.
Clay.
You good?
Clay, can you hear it?
Yeah, I hear you. Your camera kind of weird. You good? What's up?
I've been up there. Yeah, I've been up here before, bro.
Okay, no doubt.
And with you and Blue.
Oh, for sure, man. What's good, man? What'd you think of the fight?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You hear me? You hear me? I hear you. You there, Joel?
Yeah,
Joel,
hold on, Clay, because I'm getting
feedback.
Hold on. Yeah, can you hear me? I hear you.
Yeah, I'm right here. Rolly is a bot, bro. He's a PBC bot, bro. He's a PBC bot. He was literally put here to troll the world and then trick people out their money. It's kind of refreshing to see Teofimo Lopez. I believe will be a real champion. I believe he is a real champion. I don't think this fight makes him a real champion, unfortunately. Because I think Rolly Romero did him a disservice, bro. Did him a disservice. And obviously he's not going to speak on it. Obviously, yo, Joel, you there?
Yeah, man. I keep hearing you.
Here, just hit the link again. Come back up. Hit the link
Hold on,
again.
yeah. All right, I'm gonna do it right now. Yeah, hold on.
You to reset it. It was a horrible fight, man. It was a horrible fight. A pay-per-view. This was a literal argument over pay-per-view of people not buying pay-per-view fights. Any casual fan that would have bought this fight tonight will never buy another pay-per-view again, bro. Like, think about that. They will steal from this. This fight motivates people to steal fights. It does not sell boxing. It tells you that boxing is trash. Horrible. This fight is a disservice to boxing. You could look at it how you want to look at it. You made people pay $80 for this. People are not paying $80 again. This is horrible. This is horrible for boxing. Rolly Romero's a joke, bro. He's a straight up joke, bro. Rolly Romero is a straight joke, bro. He's the biggest hype train in boxing since I don't know when, bro. Since I don't know when. I can't remember the last time a fighter like Rolly Romero who gets walked into championships twice against Ishmael Barroso, they handed him a WBA title. In his next fight, washed up by Isaac Cruz. They handed him another title against Ryan Garcia. A fight that shouldn't even had a title on it. Both guys were fighting for the first time at 147. One guy coming off a year suspension for having PDs in his system, and Rolly Romero just coming into 147 over a trash ass performance against Manuel Jaime. Manuel Jaime, bro, horrible. rolls in there, gets a title by default based off the inactivity of Ryan Garcia and him not wanting to fight. And then he goes into the ring with Teofimo Lopez and runs around the ring for 12 rounds, bro. Runs around the ring and does not let his hands go for 12 rounds, bro. Horrible. This is diabolical, bro. I don't want to hear it, man. And, you know, shout out to the WBA. I want you guys to know that that man discredited your title, bro. You guys gave that man a title and he was not a champion, bro. He was not the best, one of the best guys at 147. He picked up a belt and was still ranked at like number 8, number 9 in the ring. Let me see where he's at in the Ring magazine. Let me see where he's at in the Ring magazine. If you are sitting here trying to give Rolly Romero respect as a champion, then you just ain't here for boxing, bro. You ain't here for boxing, bro. I don't believe you, bro. Don't be a credible pundit in this space and sit here and try to argue with me about how Rolly Romero was a real champion, bro. And then try to knock down Dana White, Zuffa Boxing, and all them who don't want to do nothing with the sanctioned bodies. Don't play with me, bro. I ain't trying to hear none of that. I had to call that fight, man. I had to call this fight. Don't play with me, bro. Don't even do it with me. Go find somebody else to do it. Don't even waste my time, bro. Don't even waste my time. I'm not a troll. I'm not a shock DJ. I'm not here for the fucking feelings. I'm not animated like, say, a Busta Rhymes. I don't got time to play those games, bro. I got to call it how I see it, bro. Where was Rolly Romero at? Rolly Romero was ranked. Dude, Rolly Romero is not even, Romero was a champion, bro. Not even top 10 in the welterweight division rankings, bro. Not even top. He wasn't even top 10, bro. And Maniana Stanianos does not have a title, and he's up there at number 4. Ryan Garcia, number 5. Rohan Polanco, no title, number 6. Rahul Curiel, no title, number 7. Alexis Rocho, no title, hardly active, number 8. Richardson Hitchens, number 9. Liam Paro, number 10, an IBF champion. Rolly Romero wasn't even in the top 10 of Ring Magazine rankings, and the WBA had him holding the title and said, this is our champion. Here's our champion. He's better than everybody else. Stop it. I ain't trying to hear none of that, bro. Stop it, bro. Stop it, man. That's just disappointing, man. That's horrible. That's a travesty for boxing, man. That's a travesty for boxing, man. Rolly Romero, go back to church, bro. Retire, bro. Retire, bro. I don't want to see Rolly fight again. How many times are going to continue doing this here? He just headlined the car and just took $80 out your pocket plus tax, bro, to do what he just did. Come on, man. Come on, man. I thought Rolly was actually going to put up a fight, man. I thought he was going to let his hands go. Even Ishmael Salas was in shock tonight. Salas couldn't believe what Rolly decided to do tonight. He couldn't believe it. He was like, come on, please. He was begging that boy. Please let your hands go. He didn't even understand it. Rolly's is a head case, bro. He's a space cadet, bro. He doesn't deserve, his interviews are cringe. His interviews are absolutely cringe. He paints his story like everybody's scared of him, right? He paints his story like everybody's scared of him. Oh, Devin ducked him. You know what I mean? He's not active. The PBC protects him, cherry picks all his fights, makes
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Pays the WBA off to sit there and give him titles, give him fights. He got a title off of Ishmael Barroso, a stoppage that was just diabolical. They gave him another title against Ryan Garcia, and then they put him inside of a box, bro. They protect Rolly Romero more than they protected Mario Barrios, bro. Rolly Romero is the biggest hype job in boxing, and I can't remember how long. I want to know a bigger hype job than Rolly Romero. Tell me about a bigger hype job than Rolly Romero, bro. If he's not the worst champion ever.
But you know why that is, though, because he beat Ryan.
Bro, yeah, I hear you, but it's not only just about Ryan. He's been getting, what I'm saying is he's been getting ever since Tank, like before Tank, ever since Tank, he's been getting this fake, like, he's this guy. Ever since he was
but to be fair, he, every round, other than Tank knocking him out, every round he did give Tank a good fight.
Which, I mean, when you, okay, now you
just
say to be
that,
fair,
right? I'm just playing.
And I'm cool with that, right? I'm cool because I agree with you, right? How does Tank's victory over Rolly Romero even age now since Rolly Romero fought Tank?
Oh, bad.
It's just horrible, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
bad.
Tank has got to be mad at Rolly right now. Like, damn, bro,
Yeah,
you couldn't
bad. I
let the
agree.
hands go, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
bad. I
damn,
agree.
bro. He's horrible, bro. He's a
Mhm.
horrible fighter, man. 444, what's good, man?
But Clay,
Yeah.
let me say this to you, bro.
Go ahead, Joe.
First of all, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, rahmatullah.
I ain't been on with you since probably a few weeks ago and since Blue, back when you was rocking with Blue and going back and forth. But
Yes,
let me
sir,
tell
yes,
you this. Let me tell you this, man. Dude, I'm just speaking to you from a real nigga.
Okay, talk to
The
me.
way you came off when this fight was over, it just seemed. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying it seemed biased because we got to take the time to give T.O. his credit. We got to take the time to give T.O. his credit on this fight. We're not saying Rolly was this and that, but on Twitter, a lot of people had Rolly knocking this boy out. I know you seen it. Am I right?
I'm going to respond. I want to give you a chance, man, because
A
I
lot of people had Rolly beating this man. Now, a lot of people had Rolly beating this man and hoping to beat this man because, you know, we got a lot of haters on Shakur and they wanted, you know, to ice that win with Shakur. But in reality, a lot of people had Rolly knocking this man out. Now, it wasn't the fight that we might have, you know, I thought T.O. was just going to outbox him clean.
And he pretty much did.
Yeah, he pretty much did. But it was a good fight. But a lot of people had Rolly just taking over, just cleaning. T.O. never had a chance.
That was a good fight.
I think it was. I think it was a good fight the first few rounds. It made it exciting with T.O. getting cut. But, you know, when you really look at it, and I got to watch it again, of course, T.O. outboxed him.
That fight was trash.
T.O. outboxed him. He outboxed him.
Nah.
That fight was one of the worst fights I've seen in the longest time, bro. Look, let me tell you something, man.
Why you say that though, Clay?
Rolly Romero, no engagement on his bicycle the whole fight. Teofimo, pity patty touching him on the body.
Clay, I will say that. I was surprised that T.O. kept backing him up. I will say that. I thought it was gonna be Rolly backing T.O. up the whole fight.
That fight was 100% by Sura, bro. Put that in a circular file. I don't want to
get my take.
What's that? The highlight reels is going to be the left hook that caught Teofimo and made him leak, and the big right hand that fight was horrible, bro.
But why? Why you think Rolly fought like that? Why
I'm gonna answer that.
Rolly's trash because he mentally already understood before he got in that ring. He understood he did not want to be in a boxing match.
Nah, Clay.
He knew. But hold on a second. Before y'all cut me off, let me just say this. I want to respond to the whole thing right here, right? Because you said something earlier that's very significant. I don't want to take away from T.O., bro.
No,
T.O. did what he had to do. But Rolly was so bad that his suckiness puts a black cloud over this victory for T.O.
Hey, Clay.
His trashiness is so bad, it's hard to not talk about how trash he was, and it's hard to talk about Teofimo. That's how bad he was.
Don't start making up words now. Suckiness. Don't start making up words.
Let me tell you, word. No, listen.
I understood the definition of the word.
No. I feel him.
Hold on. HL is a T.O. supporter here. T.O. did what he could do, right? I'm not taking away from T.O., but people are going to say, what people are saying right now is I'm talking about Rolly too much and not about T.O. enough, which I understand. It's foul, but it's not my fault because he sucks so much. That's the topic of discussion on this fight. Not about T.O. It's about how bad Rolly was, not about how good T.O. was. That's how I see it. But I don't know. What do you think?
I look, man. I understand.
Can I go?
Let me. Is it my turn to go or whose turn to go?
Let Triple Four go.
I'll make it quick so you go HOD. So my take on it is that we all had expectations of T.O. and Rolly. Somebody got the audio up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I think my expectation of Tio wasn't met. My expectation of Rolly wasn't met. This is the problem when friends fight. I don't like friends fighting. We know that Rolly Romero actually can fight aggressively in moments. He didn't do it. I honestly believe he didn't do it when he had Tio hurt. He didn't engage. He didn't go for the kill. And we know Rolly Romero can do that. The bottom line is that Rolly Romero looked like trash because the bottom line, he didn't fight. Oh, he didn't fight Tio. That's just the bottom line. And Tio didn't masterclass him or didn't exploit the suckiness of Rolly. He just pity pat, played a safe fight, and that's it. Here you go, HLD. You got it.
Hey, I don't know what I'm going to talk. Am I breaking down what I saw, or I'm going to break down what you saw, Clay?
Well, I'm more so interested in what you're gonna speak on as far as what stood out in that fight. What was the highlight of that fight? What did you see in that fight? Because I can't help but talk about Rolly being trash. I can't help it.
I saw two things stood out for me, and they have almost nothing to do with what we saw inside the ring. I saw Tio as one of the elite boxers of this entire game, one of the most elite boxers of this entire game, with the absolutely most trashiest
who's just talking right now? My fault.
Wait, hold on, Joel. Let him go. Hold on, Joel. Let him go.
I saw one of the most elite boxers in the game having one of the most atrocious team corners in all of boxing.
Mm-hmm.
All of boxing. It's what stood out to me the most.
You talking about Tio's corner?
The entire fucking corner.
I agree.
The stool, the water, the rail, the what the fuck, the how to even nobody knew what. Well, instruction. It's just like I'm done, man. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done. This relationship is trash. And the best thing I got out of it is that Tio understood that he's a man and he's a husband and he's going to be another father, and he needs to take the time to do that above everything. And that's what I heard at the end. What we saw in the ring, it was a trash fight, yes. Tio took what was given because Tio knows, that fucking donkey got some power. Yeah, ain't no, who's going to question that? The guy's got some power, and so the guy took what he gave him. And he went at him the entire fight. What is Tio supposed to do? That's it. It was a trash fight. Yes, as far as the excitement and shit, it was a trash fight. I saw better boxing from the ladies yesterday than today in that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's not that you know. Tio,
but did you? Hey, did we see how Tio took that punch though?
No,
he got that cut.
I could say this, and I've always said that. Tio has been flash dropped,
right?
But hurt, and you're gonna see him all. Nah, man, Tio's got a fucking chin. He could take the punch.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So that's I know my guy. I know that's nothing new for me. The only thing is that
I just want to give that up to Tio. Like he took that cut and he's seen it. Like it was like, all right.
I mean, it goes beautiful with the storyline or whatever. Go get him, whatever. Now, I just need. I'm tired of the team. That team corner's got to go. That team corner's got to go.
Because we heard him saying the same shit. We
heard
bro.
That.
I know everybody heard that.
It's bad, man. It's like enough, man. And so who won this fight? Tio won this fight.
How do we feel about Rolly though?
Rolly, the one thing about everybody want to say about Tio. Why do these guys? Look at his ribs. What Tio did tonight, what I like is that he killed them ribs. Look at the side of Rolly Romero, bro. That whole left side was looking like that piece of ham that Rocky Balboa was eating in the freezer.
You look like pastrami, right? You look like corned beef, pastrami, right?
And that was the part that was really missing in that Shakur fight. Not that it would have won it, but that's what he needed to do all night.
I would have made the fight more competitive for sure.
It would have.
But
people run. People run when they feel that power. He got no power, but it's enough to say, like, damn, I got to get on my bicycle.
Rolly got power now.
Did you see Rolly Romero? Every feint, every shot, anything Tio did offensively, Rolly jumped clean out of dodge, bro.
Yeah.
Like T.O. would just be like this, and Rolly would jump across the ring and be on the other side of the ring, bro. It was ridiculous, bro.
Hey, but
Like,
Clay, how do we feel about what Rolly fought against Ryan compared to what he fought tonight?
Nothing happened with Ryan. All he did was catch him with the left hook, and then he didn't do shit. The fight was boring as hell. That's what people ain't speaking on. They ain't speaking on the fact that he caught Ryan with a left hook, and the rest of the fight he did the same shit.
Exactly. Ryan wasn't the same. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
How this fight to me was as bad as what we saw in the Times Square shit, either by Haney, either by the Rolly and Ryan.
Earlier?
No, I just came in. Or hey, there was nothing going on in that Norman Jr. and Haney fight either. It was just a drop, and after that, it was just a hug fest.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
You know, so you know, credit to what the elite fighters do, what they got to do. I'm gonna take what you give me, and that's it. But
I mean, once again, I give T.O. his credit because I say to myself he couldn't have done more.
We have to, Clay.
Especially, I do, but he's not the highlight of the conversation. It's not about him.
He's not. But
it's about Rolly. Watch tomorrow. It's gonna be about Rolly. Watch what all the pundits watch. It's gonna be about Rolly.
I agree, Clay. But we can't come on here and start a narrative about it was just Rolly. No, it was T.O. doing what he needed to do, fighting like he needed to fight, because we know T.O. can do this.
T.O. did what T.O. Listen, man. Okay, I'm gonna say it like this. Nothing that happened in that fight makes me more confident about what T.O.'s gonna do in his next fight. How about that?
That's a different conversation.
Okay.
But I agree.
This was not a litmus test for T.O.
No.
This was not. I mean, I'll give T.O. the adversity of him bleeding, him having to work through that. I give Teofimo his flowers, and I'm ready to see Teofimo in the ring again. I can't wait for his next fight.
His first fight at 147. Let's put that out there too.
A black cloud. Oh yeah, but Rolly Romero is a manufactured, artificially flavored red 40, yellow 10, corn syrup. He's a fake. He's not.
He's a vending machine. He's a vending machine.
Hold on.
He's an imposter, bro. He's an imposter.
Hold on, Clay. Was everything you saying? Was that the narrative leading up to this fight?
I don't care what the narrative was.
Hate. The narrative was about hate, man.
It don't matter what the narrative was in the fight. It matters about what we just saw.
Hold on, Clay. I'm just asking because the way you're talking, because remember, you have a following. So what you're saying, it sounds like everything leading up to this fight happened the way it was supposed to happen. When a lot of people had Rolly knocking this guy out.
Yeah, that's cool. But I'm not here to deal with the past. I'm here to be honest about right now. Right. I'm just being honest, right? What I'm trying to say is all that stuff could be cool that they said that. Right now, we know the truth. Rolly Romero has always been a C-level fighter, bro. And
I agree with that before this fight even happened. I'm being very gracious.
Like, I'm giving him some props for making it as far.
I agree. But did you feel like that before this fight happened? Did you agree with that?
Yeah, I felt like Teofimo was, I said it over and over again. I said Teofimo is supposed to win this fight. I said, when you look at this fight on paper, this is one. Oh, let me tell you something. When Devin Haney was getting ready to fight Brian Norman Jr., right? I gave this whole entire, and people don't like to hear these conversations the right way, right? They wait for the end and they have a hard time processing. And I think it's because maybe sometimes the way I talk is over people's. I think that's what it is. I think people just like, I don't know what he said, but it sounds like at the end he said this, and then they just kind of go with that, right? So the whole time I was talking about the Devin Haney Brian Norman Jr. fight, I said Devin Haney should win this fight. He's a better fighter, he's a more accomplished fighter. But I just still picked Brian Norman Jr. to win the fight.
And you was wrong.
I was, but why did I pick Brian Norman Jr. to win the fight? Because of Devin. Because mentally I didn't know where he was.
Where he came from the last fight. Yeah.
It wasn't so much about Brian Norman Jr. being better than Devin. It was about timing.
It was just about where Devin head was at.
The big puncher in Brian Norman Jr.
The momentum coming into the fight.
Right. Ryan Garcia hitting him with that left hook.
Brian Norman Jr. putting that boy Jin Sasaki to sleep and making him forget his whole entire
running around.
It was
a marathon.
It was so perfect.
But
Bill
hold on.
put that fight so perfect. Go ahead.
But I never thought that Brian Norman Jr. was better than Devin ever, right? I always understood. And matter of fact, the whole entire 2 to 3 weeks before the fight, as I was building up the fight, everybody thought I was going to pick Devin. Everybody was shocked at the end. People were so mad at me. They're like, damn, you said all that, and then you picked Brian Norman Jr. That's how much I built Devin up to make it clear that Devin could win this fight easily in so many different ways, right? So when he won the fight, I was actually happy for Devin. I didn't want Devin to lose. I didn't want Brian Norman to win. I was just being honest about what I thought. Yeah. When it comes to Rolly Romero, it's very similar to the fact that we just watched Teofimo have this dysfunctional breakdown with his father in his corner, right? Where no adjustments could be made. This guy was talking about, I mean, he said everything except for I don't want to live no more at the end of that fight, right? Like he said everything except for I'm having suicidal thoughts, right? That I'm having unaliving myself thoughts, right? He said, I deserve this. I never got my respect. You know what I'm saying? We didn't even know if we were going to see Tio back in the ring anytime soon, right? Then we watch him and his father have this dysfunctional therapy session in front of Mr. Versace, in front of the world, right? Where him and his father are arguing about everything. So, and I still picked Tio to win this fight, right? But if I gave Rolly Romero an opportunity to win this fight, it was based off of all those intangibles that I just mentioned.
Yeah.
It wasn't based off Rolly Romero being a high-level fighter. It wasn't based off of him being this accomplished fighter and this fighter that, you know what I mean? It wasn't. I had questions going into this fight, and I said, if Rolly beats Teofimo, he will become a champion for the first time ever in front of me. That's what I said. Right. I said that if he beats Tio, it'll be the first time he ever was a champion in front of me.
I agree with what you're saying. And those who understand that he's never really beaten a champion before. So
never.
No, he hasn't.
This is the positive I'm gonna say that I saw from Tio, but this was all Tio and I finished this off. Tio was disciplined throughout the entire fight. He did not get into his boredom. That then he got all crazy reckless like he was doing. So he was disciplined, and then I saw him be able to take a solid 147-pound punch. That's what I got from it. At the end of the post fight, at the end of the post fight, he thanked everybody but his corner. He thanked Bruce Champler. He thanked Top Rank. He didn't say Poppy.
Did you hear his corner, bro?
Nope. I'm saying he didn't thank his corner.
I'm saying, did you hear his corner during the fight? Same shit, right?
Well, that's what I said when I came in. That Tio has.
Tio
is one of the most elite boxers of all of boxing, who has the worst corner in all of boxing.
You got to fight.
Not fair. Not fair. It's like you got a Formula One race car, and you got the alley mechanics, doing the pit stop shit. You know what I mean? And that's terrible. That's terrible. Tio needs to fucking do better. I've always thought that a corner needs to be like a pit stop for like a NASCAR. It's got to be perfect, bro. And they're not.
Hey, bro, but my point has always been about this little situation that they try to build and they did a good job, try to build and downplay Shakur and all this bullshit. If you go back and listen to the corner in Lomo's fight and Taylor's fight, he's saying some of the same shit.
Yeah.
His corner always been this. His pops always been his pops. It's just it was highlighted more when he fought Shakur. That's it. But now when he fought him, when he just fought Rolly, everybody heard the same shit.
Tio's waking up to that, and you saw that, and I saw that in his demeanor at the end of that fight. Like I saw his energy with that was there with that corner.
That was
once he got the cut, they went right to the corner and listened to everything that he was saying.
I hope that Tio sees it and he makes the adjustments, but I almost feel like this win is a loss to a certain degree because it's only a win if Tio makes the adjustments. If Tio takes this as a positive, like, yeah, man, me and my corner was gelling, this could be the worst thing that ever happened to him.
No, he didn't say that. If you saw what he said, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yep. Same shit.
I don't know if you saw you heard the post.
I wasn't listening. I was too busy cussing out Rolly Romero. Hold on a second. Son of Michael 777 in the building with the $5, man. I'm sorry I didn't catch you guys in super chats earlier. I was so busy being disgusted with Rolly Romero. I appreciate you. Dazza M2 in the building, gifted one, gifted a membership to somebody in the building. I appreciate you, Dazza. Appreciate you. Thank you. Joe Uso, my Uso in the building, man, said, is this Salas instructions? Yeah, I mean, Salas was begging him, man. He was trying to get those instructions off for real.
He was.
Manuel 408 in the building with the $2, man. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you, brother. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I mean, listen, it is what it is. But listen, there was an undercard as well, right? There was definitely an undercard on this card.
Yes, sir. Hey, can I say something? Russell look good, man.
Antonio a beast, man.
He look good.
The Russell brand is just official, man. They have a certain standard and a certain reputation right now. They just bringing that real shit. First of all, hold on one second though, because I want to bring Treese in here too, because I know he's been sitting back here quietly. But I want to ask HLD real quick. What did you think about the Yoenli Hernández performance, bro?
I think that guy's got a lot of work to do.
Okay.
He's got a lot of work to do.
Okay.
And Hector's got to bite on him. Fuck the showboating shit, all that other, and be focused on on the X's and O's of the game. He's got a lot of work to do. I saw a lot of holes in that game. I saw and this guy, the guy who he fought, bro, all heart, came to fight, came to win. Yo, credit to him because he was a smaller man in that ring and he took everything that Yo had. He took everything. I think is the guy is still he's but I saw holes in this game that needs to get tightened up. It needs to get tightened up.
Is it holes in his game the way we talk about Jerron Ennis having holes in his game?
No, I think there's more holes in this game.
Okay.
I think he you know what? That's actually throughout the fight. He gives me a reminder of a Boots, but a level below. Maybe not as athletic is what it is, or speed or something. He's just not at that exact same level, but he reminds me of that's how he fights. He's just not that good like that.
I think a big super fight will be him versus Boots, man. I think that'll be a great fight, man.
It'll be Virgil next, though. If Virgil goes
up. Virgil and Yoenli. I think that's also a great fight, a super fight. What do you think about Israel Mercado versus Carlos Utria? You see that fight?
No, I don't think. No, I didn't catch that fight.
Okay, yeah, I think I saw a little bit of a
robbery. But I heard a robbery. Is there a robbery there?
Yeah, that was a robbery for sure.
No, it was a robbery.
It was a robbery. It was
a good fight, but it was a robbery.
It was a head scratcher. It was like a word.
Yeah, it was like what? Yeah, exactly. Clay, I'm like, what the fuck?
So that's why everybody was saying for the Teal fight that the cards were all crazy off. Like
no. It wasn't like the Teal fight. It was clear.
No, it was a good fight. They were fighting.
Yeah, it was a good fight, but it was like, what the fuck?
It's just Israel won, and
clearly,
but didn't. You know what I'm saying?
But for the Teal fight, they had it one judge had it a draw, another one.
No, that was a horrible scoring too. Yeah, the Teal.
Yeah, but we knew it was going.
That was a PVC cooking happening right there. They were stewing.
Yeah, exactly.
Save us the grace of our fighters.
Because PVC they want to line something up, and we always
saw Rolly's face. Rolly thought that there was an agreement already. Rolly was like, "I thought we already set up."
Yeah, like no.
Rolly had this look on his face like, what?
No,
yeah. Y'all told me in the back, all I gotta do is not
get it.
Nah. Crazy, man. Somebody call Al. Bro. I was told something different. So I was looking at me the whole time like fucking pendejo. I told you. I fucking told you let my hands go.
Swear to God,
I told you I was not
running around the ring.
It's just you and me. I don't care about you. You keep talking about Al.
that was the look at his face.
Bring it on Al. You keep bringing up Al. He's not here. He don't even answer your phone calls, pendejo. My God, Treese, man. My bad, man. Treese, I appreciate your patience and your professionalism. Not hopping in, you know what I'm saying? You waiting to be called. What's good, Trees? What's good, man? Yow. What's good?
What up, though? What up, though? Hey,
What up, though?
man. Say, man. Chill out on my guy, Carlos Utria, man. I know that shit was I caught like the back end of the fight.
Huh.
I was like, oh, shit. I kept hearing the
Shit was
commentary
ugly.
like, Mercado, he should be winning. I'm like, oh, shit. But, yeah, man, shout out to him, man. One of the guys from the WBC Grand Prix, man. They gotta show him a little love, man. Show him a little love. That's one of PBC new signees and shit. They ain't want him to fizzle out first fight out. So you know how that be, man. Shout out to the PBC getting him right, getting him tight, man. But on the main event, it's funny that you had said what you say, Clay, because when I was listening, because what's my man Mora, he was saying like I ain't gonna lie, that shit was very disrespectful what I heard him say about Rolly, but it made sense though. It low-key pissed me off, but it made the utmost sense. He was like, see, we gotta remember that one of the guys in this ring is actually a champion. Rolly is a title holder. I said, oh shit, you called my nigga a title holder.
That's what Clay said.
Yeah. I said, fuck. He fucked me up, but it made the utmost sense. He said, no, Rolly is a title holder. Tio is a champion. Tio has beat guys for the belts. I'm like, damn. But Rolly pissed me off, man. He just ain't let his hands go. He ain't up to violence level. You know how I'm rocking. Them violence levels was not high. He hurt my man, and then it seemed like, fuck, you got him hurt. What you doing? Why you backing off? Like press him. The next round, then it was like 2 rounds after that. At the end of the round, he clipped him, and he made him do the stanky leg. Then the next round, then it's like he didn't come back and advance on his pressure. Like you know what I'm saying? Like he got the man hurt, but you not capitalizing on the chance to get him out of here, man. I was like, what the fuck, Rolly? You the bigger guy, you backing up. That shit don't look, man, this shit just didn't look good. Didn't look good at all. I thought, like, I think, and it's crazy because I said that Rolly was gonna drop him. Tio happened to stay up on his feet, but yeah, man, fuck it. To me, it ain't about what Tio did, in my opinion. It's like I felt like Rolly lost the fight, not that Tio won it, if that makes sense. You feel me?
It don't make sense.
So, it makes sense.
It does, because it's not to say that Tio didn't win the fight, but it's just like I said earlier. It's just that the conversation is, what the hell was that, Rolly? More than it was Tio. You know what I'm saying? Like it's if I was Tio, I'd be a little upset with Rolly, right? Like
why?
Like
Why?
damn,
Though? Why?
Because you were so trash. You took away. You took some of this fight away from me. You were so bad. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you were so bad, I gotta go and fight somebody else now. Show and prove. That's how bad you were.
But Tio's been in this position before. Guys need to just go back our fucking night. They don't want to fight.
No,
this is not the first time. It's not the first time.
It's not the first time, but coming off the wall,
he just gonna go crazy and get reckless and jump into getting a check left hook like he's done other times before. That's
what I'm saying, bro. Like,
there was discipline.
Like going into the fight, we do know that Tio was favored.
We know, we get it,
right? So Tio winning, why is that becoming like so much of a surprise?
It's not a surprise.
Nobody's surprised.
I'm surprised that Rolly gave it up like that. Is what I'm.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But hold on. Did he give it up like that?
Yeah, he did.
Or didn't get beat the fuck up by a better fight?
He didn't get beat up.
He gave it up, man.
Rolly ain't get beat up.
Exactly. Rolly ain't get fucked up.
We're not saying like beat up like he got beat. We're just saying that he lost.
He didn't get beat up no kind of way.
Fighter.
How much of those how much do those body punches fuck him up though? We don't know that. We don't see that in the face.
Know either.
We don't know that, but we just saying that Tio won.
Red, though.
Yeah, right. That left side, but like that, it would look like
we'll see tomorrow what everybody's saying. Watch, you're gonna be sitting here. This is gonna
we're not acting like Tio got he got the knockout. He just won.
Get ready as you go from platform to platform to platform, defending. Watch all day tomorrow. Watch. I'm promising. Everybody's gonna be like,
Hey, Clay, don't do that. I go straight to your channel. That's it. Don't ain't no plan.
I want to go somewhere else.
I understand.
Hey, Clay, don't do me like that. Cause I go straight to your shit.
I agree with what Clay's gonna say because look, man, we're about narratives and all this shit in these YouTube streets, and we're gonna what was what did we see in this fight that makes us think about another fight that, you know, and we didn't get that to say like, damn, Teal could fuck this dude up in that next fight or not, or we, you know, like it didn't show that, and I understand that. Like,
That's all
you know,
I'm saying.
right.
But what
for
do
the
we
story,
need? What do we need?
there's not a future
What do we need for
storyline.
that?
We needed Rolly to fight Tio. We needed Rolly to fight.
Listen, bruh. If Tio won this fight clearly, did he not?
Yeah, he did.
Yo, the judges,
All right, so-
according to
all
the
right,
judges,
so-
he ain't winning that
all right.
clearly.
All right,
Right,
so
right.
hear me out. Tio just jumped up from 140 to 147 to beat the champ.
What champ? Stop it. That just annoyed me.
Wait now.
Rolly?
Hey, Rolly is Rolly. He did what he did.
That's what he is. He's not a champ. He just came
All
up
right,
from
but we
147 and beat
can't-
Rolly.
Yo,
That's
bro,
what he did.
we can't, Clay. We can't just look at Rolly like he's just some bum ass nigga.
But he is.
Tio,
Here's the example. Here's an example.
Listen, we understand that. But
Here's
he
an
beat
example.
Ryan to become what he became. He's
Right.
at 147.
And what did Ryan
Tio
do?
came.
What did
Hold
Ryan
on,
do?
Clay. Hold on, Clay. Tio came from 140. This is his first fight at 147.
Yes.
And
It
he
ain't gonna
did
work.
what he needed to do to that nigga Rolly.
Right, but that's not the story of what he's trying to say. For an example, we saw how trash Ryan Garcia was with Rolly when he lost. But then we saw, so then after that, it was bad storyline for him. Damn, he lost to Rolly, blah, blah, blah. And so, but then we saw his performance versus Barrios. Yeah, it was Barrios, but it was still a great performance. And we saw like, oh, okay, he's better now. We could take this to a Devin Haney fight. He can take this to a Brian Norman Jr. or whoever the fuck else. So there's a storyline so there's not a real big storyline for us to like, oh shit, Tio's still going to be having to prove himself and probably will be like the underdog in the next fight.
Tio
Was it? Was everybody?
About.
Was everybody hyped when Rolly's about to fight Devin?
Hype.
What you mean? Hype?
Was everybody hyped?
We thought it was a good fight. I mean, I thought it was a good fight.
Right. Okay. Hear me out. But was everybody hyped and ready to see Rolly fight Devin?
Sure.
I guess, yeah. Just only because of a unification.
Right.
Like, let's be clear. It was because of that belt and Devin becoming unified. It wasn't about.
If you about to ask, are we gonna be excited if Tio fight Devin? Of course, that's a no-brainer. We've been asking.
All right. So I'm just saying that. I'm just putting this together. So with Tio coming up from 140 to 147, his first fight, beating Rolly, are we just trying to act like that's not a big deal?
For what it is? Well, for what it is? No. For what he's saying, for what it is, yes. Is it for tomorrow? No, because we still, we got unanswered questions. Like, you know what I mean? We got unanswered questions.
Tio picked up a belt, and Tio makes the conversation at 147 way more interesting than it was when Rolly had a belt, right? So there's something to celebrate here. As far as the welterweight division is concerned, the welterweight division is better because of this win. However, he can get the win. It's better off as Teofimo being a 147-pound champion. The welterweight division wins. We win because now we get to see potential bigger fights with Devin Haney unifying, Ryan Garcia fighting Teofimo, or Teofimo fighting Devin, or we get to see all these fights that make more sense. Rolly Romero was always a black eye on the welterweight division. He was a black eye on championship belts. Him holding a belt discredited belts. It made belts not be taken seriously because anybody who really understood what they were looking at, Rolly Romero, understood that he's never done anything to become a champion. He's going to go around saying that he's a two-weight class champion. Him going around telling the world that he's a two-weight champion is one of the most.
He was saying three.
Yeah, three-weight is one of the most diabolical things. It's one of the most diabolical
I don't know why he was saying
three ever happened.
Because he learned that from Tank. Just a one division.
No. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. He took that. Yeah, he took that.
Him going around saying that is one of the most diabolical things in boxing. Like for him to go around telling people, like I'll never forget, Coach Hector Bermuda sat up here and said anything can happen in boxing, and he was like, listen, Rolly Romero is a two-weight class champion. He started laughing, right? And the reason he said that, he just let the world know that anything can happen in boxing.
It's you know what I'm saying. Like this is not a place where you should be shocked at anything happening because anything can happen. Him losing that belt to a Teofimo Lopez makes sense. It was better than him losing that belt to somebody else who wasn't even a name, right? At least there's some big money fights in there. The Devin Haney's of the world have a dance partner. The Ryan Garcias of the world have a dance partner, and vice versa. Teofimo Lopez has a dance partner. But you know, the conversation unfortunately is hard for us to talk about how bad Rolly Romero is, and not for people not to make it bleed over onto Teo. I understand. Like the more we talk bad about Rolly, it's like, come on, man. But what about Teo? It's like I'm not even talking about Teo. But at the same time, I guess I am because that's the fight that we just watched. But I'm not talking about Teo. Like I don't think Teo did anything wrong tonight. I think he did everything he could do. I think he was the one going up in weight. I think he had all this adversity, but he's not the conversation. The conversation is Rolly Romero is the biggest hype train in championship boxing that I can remember. I don't know of a bigger hype train than Rolly Romero.
You're right, Clay.
He's fan friendly. That's what happened. He's got the love of the fans.
Hold on, bro. He right. Clay, you right.
Fan friendly. That's what it is.
His interviews are cringe.
The only thing is nobody was saying that.
No,
there's not a lot of people that's saying that.
That's
Rolly
because
is the
people,
hype train.
That's because people were hating on Teo low key.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody knew that Rolly was a hype train. I knew he was a hype train, bro. This was his fight to show us he wasn't. Like that's what this fight was all about. Like read like watch my video that I did on like this is what this fight was about. This was about Rolly. This was for both of these guys, right? Like both of these guys had some shit on the line. Like if Teo would have lost his fight tonight, I would have questioned everything about Teo. I'd have been like, damn, bro, who was this guy? Was he lucky against Vasily Lomachenko? Was Josh Taylor on his way out the door and he Josh Taylor? Did Sandro Martin beat Teo? Did Jermaine Ortiz beat Teo? Did C get put the beats on Teo? Like I would have questioned everything about Teo up until this point because Rolly Romero just is not supposed to beat Teofimo Lopez. Like it's just not supposed to happen, right? But I agree. But at the same time, that dysfunction in his corner just made it something where you just had to see it to believe it. Rolly Romero, even as bad as I thought he was, he showed me he's even worse tonight. He disappointed me so much because I took into consideration all of the lack of experience, all of the fact that he's not that good, and he still didn't meet.
Rolly,
he still came in lower.
Rolly didn't want to get knocked the fuck out.
I agree.
He didn't want to get stopped. I think Teo could, if he would have, Teo could have stopped him. I believe Teo could have stopped him.
No, I don't think that. I think
Rolly, because we've seen him get stopped. That's why. I'm not saying knocked out like on his face. I don't know. I'm saying just the flurry that stopped the fight.
But who you seeing Rolly get stopped by?
Isak Cruz.
Right, Isak Cruz. And Barroso had him. And Barroso.
Yeah, by what? By how?
And Barroso.
I don't know. Isak Cruz beat Rolly Romero worse than anybody. Beat him worse than Tank beat him. Yeah. Beat him more than Barroso's. He beat the shit.
Yeah, but we saying what I'm saying stop. I'm just talking about getting knocked the fuck out.
No. Stop is a stoppage and a knockout on your face.
Yeah. No, I thought Teo can stop him, but I never thought Teo can knock him out. And he came close
that's what I'm saying.
him.
But I'm just saying. I believe he was running because he believes that Teo could catch him into getting him stopped.
Yeah.
That's all.
I thought Teo could stop him.
Now, Clay, I got a question to ask you.
Uh-huh.
Do you think Jack Catterall's fighting Teo next? That ain't happening, man. He wasn't even at the fight.
I think Teo's going to jump into a unification because I think that Jack Catterall fuck around and beat him, bro.
Jack Catterall was not even in the building. I thought he was supposed to be, right?
Oh, so that must mean that fight's getting ready to happen with Devin then.
I'm just going by what we were saying. Like I always said, he was never going to fight Teo next, or not in the time frame at least. Not in the time frame. But hey, that makes sense. Maybe that's what's going to happen with Devin and Catterall next, then, right? I don't know.
I don't think nobody can beat Tio at 147 other than Devin. My opinion.
You would pick Tio over Ryan if they fought next?
I got Tio.
Where? Okay.
I got Tio.
Yeah, I would.
Hell, even Ryan Garcia knows what's up.
No, I'm not gonna say it like that. It's gonna be a 50-50, but yeah, I would.
Where? I ain't gonna lie, I like to see that fight, and that's one thing I can.
Yeah, I would.
That's one thing I
bro.
can give Ryan credit for is that the fact that he'll fight everybody. He fight any and everybody. If you say he gonna fight him, he usually get the fight. So
well, he turned down the Tio fight to fight Devin.
I mean, that makes sense to me. I would have fought Devin too over Tio.
No, I'm not. Yeah, anybody that move a certain way to try to get the fights, I'm not knocking that. I think
Tio might be better off
Ryan,
fighting Jack Catterall next, though. He might, it's strategically if he really thinks about it, but I don't know how confident. Like if he's confident, he should fight Jack Catterall because he still has.
Tio's gonna go in the deep end of the water. Whoever's the biggest fish at 147, they could get him to fight. He's gonna fight him. He's gonna fight him.
Well, that's what I mean. I also see that as well, but I do think there's a part of me that feels like Rolly just wasted his time, and I feel like he.
They fucked him up because Tio's got to do something about those about that scar tissue, man. That scar tissue, he's got to go to the best surgeon and get that shit fixed. Like they got to remove all that scar tissue and do some real proper plastic surgery on that shit. He needs to spend money on that. He really does. Stop with the cheap corner. Stop with the cheap corner and all that, bro. All of that, bro. He needs a whole fucking team.
Hey, bro, you're right. He could and he should, but
he won't.
When that shit happen, I ain't gonna lie. I said to my cousin, I said, "Hey, man, this shit might be over now." He looked at a nigga eyes. He said, "Hey, no, this nigga, he."
No, Tio's a dog. You saw what he said.
He locked in after that
nah,
shit.
Bro,
said,
you can't fuck with me. But man, they sent them out all blood. You saw how they sent them out after that? He can't, bro. Blood all bro. They didn't wipe him down. Like what the fuck, bro? He looked like a bad car wash. Like they used to put water over the mud and shit.
He locked in after that cut.
What the fuck? I'm like, yo, they couldn't even wipe him down.
Yo, you know what's so funny, HL? Let me tell you something that's funny, bro. I remember when you used to like look over the horrible dysfunction. You used to be like, nah, man, that's just that's how they are. And I used to be like, yo, them dudes is straight up. And now it's like you can't even stand them no more. Like you can't even take it no more. You just like I can't keep making excuses. Them niggas is trash.
Well, because I take it as it comes, because look, as far as the dysfunction goes, it's always been there, bro. It's always. I mean, it's not new to me, but this man, he's finally like, you know what I mean? He's like, and so yeah, motherfucker. So yo, I mean, I put it on Twitter and make sure he sees it. Yo, Teofimo was one of with the worst fucking teams in all of boxing, man. Like, what the fuck? He doesn't deserve that. He deserves a fucking top-notch team. A team that knows that the stool is supposed to be there at the fucking bell. The water is supposed to be there. That you know what fucking round it is and what instructions you got to give from what you're seeing. Where's the water? What the fuck you mean, where's the water? Why don't you have the water for your boy?
Hey, first of all, let's scratch that corner shit. Because he said the same shit in this corner. But I bet that ain't gonna be the narrative now. Anything that happened with his pops or all that shit that happened with Shakur, that ain't gonna be the narrative now. What's gonna be the narrative now that he beat Rolly? The only narrative that is Rolly. They not gonna go on no type of interviews, no type of bullshit. Oh, I was saying this and I fucked up and he said the same shit in this corner that he did with Shakur. And if you remember with Loma and Taylor, he said the same shit in that corner. Y'all made that shit a narrative with them letting it be leaked. Oh, I fucked up because I was saying this. His pop's been the same way in the corner through all his fights. But when he lost against Shakur, that's when it came a problem.
Now, hey, if Conor Ben beats the brakes off of fucking Ryan Garcia next month.
If he do, what's gonna be the narrative when he do?
Conor Ben not winning that fight, unfortunately. That motherfucker looked like a skeleton. I'll be if he make weight, I'm gonna be surprised. I ain't gonna lie.
Conor Ben,
I saw his weight. He's at 156 as we speak. I saw him. He did a live with a professional scale.
Hey, Conor Ben is about to get paid back for what he did to Chris Eubank. Karma about to come back for Conor Ben. He about to get pieced up, bro.
Pieced up. Hey, Clay. Hey, Clay. You know what? You know what's crazy, right? He fought that nigga at what, 168? Was it 168 or 160?
What you talking about? 160. You talking about Chris Eubank?
The first fight 160 and the second fight at 168.
No. They were 160.
They was both at 160. Yeah.
So why is he at 150?
No, like, how is he?
Yeah,
everybody had one fight at the fight, but
No, it was both 160. And both are rehydration clauses.
All right, so how is it after all these weeks? Do we believe that? Did he say that? He's at 157?
147. Oh, you talking about on the scale? He's at 150?
Yeah, he's at 156. 156.
Yeah, 156?
Yeah, we believe him. That's how it works. When he fought against Chris Eubank, he probably was walking around like 162, 163. You know what I'm saying? And then cut down to he didn't go into the ring with no, he did. He went into the ring 160. He hit the scale 160.
That's what I'm saying. So
that means what I heard then in one of the fights he came in heavier than Chris Eubanks, even though it was he was supposed to be the smaller guy. And Eubanks said what the fuck, I'll be heavier than me.
Yeah. I think Conor Ben's getting ready to get knocked unconscious. I think Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, I think
Ryan Garcia is going to become the face of boxing on September 12th.
No, you tripping.
If he sparks him like a crazy KO type of shit that he's capable of doing
on a Ring Magazine card, bro. On this big ass card, the Super Watch. Remember, I told you he's on WWE. Watch how popular he becomes.
Yeah.
What's Zaya Fataya gonna do though? Is the question.
You know what? Hey, Clay. Clay. It's people like you, and it's people like Blue, it's people like Champside that always say this dumbass shit that you saying. Stop making people the face of boxing just saying the word.
I'm not saying the word. I'm telling
Ryan,
you.
Even if he do beat him, he's not gonna beat. Come on, we just can't throw that out there.
Conor Ben on that stage.
He's trending that. He's trending.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Let's say that.
Hold on. Let me tell you something, right? You guys are looking at it from a point of view of you. You're saying for you, he's not gonna be the face of boxing. You're saying you're never going to give him that kind of credit. I understand that. That's cool.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Okay. All right. That's cool. Oh, you're not going to give it to him yet. But let me tell you the truth. The truth is he's on WWE. He has a huge social media following. Paramount is pushing this fight. He's going to be in front of more casual fans than he's ever been before.
He's getting up there.
He's going to on a card where $8.99 you get access to see the card, right? It's going to be damn near for free. There's going to be millions of people that watch Ryan Garcia and Conor Ben fight on September 12th. Remember, I tell you this. This is not like this. This is not like this card.
No, I agree, Clay. I agree with that.
On Mexican Independence Day, taking it away, Canelo.
If he knocks out Conor Ben in rare form fashion, he's going to be the biggest trending topic for weeks in boxing. Y'all hold it down for a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to take this pitch.
Let me say that. Let me say that. With him saying that, he's correct. He will be more of a face of boxing than anybody else.
He will be.
Clarissa's the face of boxing. I hate to break it to you guys. I'm gonna keep saying it. But that's neither here nor there, man. Hey,
why
I gotta be some gay shit when she just
no.
She just showed you what the fuck goes on. You don't see the vision, man.
It's not gay shit.
Fuck out of here. I just see you a bullshit artist. We get it, HL. Do you a bullshit artist? Just because the man fighting on September 12th don't mean shit, my guy.
Bro, stop it, bro. Yeah, it does. Because guess what? He's got a larger galvanizing community than fucking Clarissa Shields.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
He only has a septic.
Conor Ben speak more Spanish than your man Ryan Garcia. This shit is out of control, my guy. You got to cut the fucking games, man.
It don't matter.
Cut the fucking games. Conor Ben is more Spanish than Ryan Garcia. What the fuck is you talking about?
So what?
The fuck is you talking about?
So what?
Your man Ryan not it, man.
Bro, even after he beat the shit out of fucking Devin Haney, he was trending. You forgot that? You forgot that?
Trending where?
Trending where? Everywhere. For the president, to fucking Deion Sanders' office to fucking everywhere. Don't bullshit yourself.
Nobody was.
Who's the
That
fucking
man
hater
wasn't
now?
trending shit. He was trending in the WBC office, motherfucker, for
Bro,
testing
get
hot,
out of
nigga.
here, bro.
For the
Get
fucked
your
up
hater
urine,
shit,
nigga.
nigga.
Hold on.
Now you're on some
When he beat Devin?
retard shit. Now you're on
When he
some
beat Devin?
retard shit. Yeah, when he beat Devin.
No, he was trying.
He was big time
That
trending.
motherfucker.
But
Now
was
this
trending
time, if he
shit.
knocks
hold on.
Teeny bopper boxing ass
Hey,
nigga.
yeah,
He not trending
you may
shit,
not
nigga.
like it.
Disney Trendle
You may
ass
not
nigga.
like it, but he ain't fighting no fucking 50-year-old bitches. I know that.
Hey, bro.
What the fuck you mean? He was clamoring for a Manny Pacquiao fight. Cut the fucking
Bro, he
games,
didn't
nigga.
fight
Hold
him.
on. Hey,
Cut it the
He
fuck
didn't fight
out,
him.
nigga.
Hey, my
He didn't
nigga,
fight him.
he was trending when he won that fight, but he was trending also when
Bro,
he got caught
wasn't-
with that shit.
When he got caught with that shit in his
when
body,
he was
nigga.
on-
Cut the
when he was
fucking
on-
games,
Right?
nigga.
We gotta be fair.
Sad
now.
ass nigga.
Hey,
This
when he
nigga
was on
sad going
SmackDown-
off for Ryan. Nigga,
when he
fuck
was
out
on
of here.
SmackDown,
You
and
just
he broke
told me
that
Rolly
phone.
ass, but then Rolly beat the fuck out you, man. We not playing these fucking games around here, man.
Hey,
It's
we're
all
not
right,
talking
man.
about
You
better
can't have it
boxer.
both ways.
Who
You can't
said
tell me
Rolly
Rolly
was-
ass, and then when
we're not
Ryan
talking
get his
about who's
ass
the
whooped, you
better
tell me he the
boxer.
face of boxing. Cut the
Hey,
fucking
they're gonna.
game.
He's got the casuals are gonna fucking follow through.
Cut
Yeah,
it the fuck out, man.
he's a bigger internet.
He the
star.
face of boxing when you just told me he got
he
beat
is.
up by a bum,
He
nigga.
is.
Fuck out of
Yeah.
here.
Yep.
The fuck.
Unfortunately, that's where we're at.
Nah,
With
that's
the
where
live
you at, nigga. That's where
with the
you
live
at.
No, that's where you at. Yeah.
That's where the
That's
fuck
where
you
you're
at.
at.
You sound like a fag, nigga. That's where you at, my nigga.
With the
Relax,
yeah.
nigga. What the fuck is you
Fuck outta
talking
here.
about? That's your man. Pick your man up, nigga. Teach him how to squabble, nigga. That's your man. You can't tell me guys is bums. They're beat on your bestie,
He is
nigga.
gonna
and all of a
be.
sudden
He is gonna
he's
be.
face
He's
of
gonna
boxing,
be the
even though he got beat up by a bum.
He's gonna be the face.
He got
He's gonna
beat up
be the
by a
face.
bum. Me
gonna be the
hermano. Fuck out of here,
And he's
nigga.
gonna be the
Fuck
face.
out of here, nigga. What's
And
fuck
he's
wrong
gonna
with
be
you,
the
man?
face.
Hey,
Stop
who
hating.
said
He's not gonna
who
be
was
the
that?
face of shit.
He's
Hey,
gonna
what's your
be
name,
the
bro?
face. He knocks him out like Clay was saying. Yeah. He'll be
Hey,
on
what's your
the
name, bro?
My
He'll
name
be good
Treese,
on
man. What's
everything.
good?
Yeah,
Oh,
he'll
tree.
be everywhere.
You
He'll
got
be on
the
the
face
Wheaties
of
box.
shit, nigga.
He'll
Fuck
be on
outta
the
here.
Wheaties box and shit.
He might be laying on his face. Fuck. We gonna see though, man. I listen on the Wheatie box
Wait.
is fucking crazy.
Hey,
That's the pride.
On the
That's
Wheaties
a-
box
hey.
is fucking crazy.
Hey, that's how.
Ain't
this
no,
shit
ain't
is,
no,
bro.
ain't on the Wheaties box is insane, nigga. No,
I mean,
he
hey,
might
they
be
still-
on the milk carton for when that motherfucker go missing. If he lose this motherfucking fight to Conor Ben, my nigga, he gonna be on the milk carton, nigga, for being missing.
Wheaties, bro. I don't even know.
Fuck, don't nobody eat Wheaties. That shit
That's
horrible.
what I'm
What are you talking about?
But no, but Clay is right, bro. If
Yes,
he
yo.
knocks this guy out on Independence Day, on September 12th, yeah, bro, he's gonna.
I think it'll be hard to knock him out. He didn't even knock Barrios out. Barrios was in that bitch ready to go. That motherfucker was in there like a corpse, and he couldn't get him out of there.
Yeah, but this guy, we see him, and we'll see how his weight cut's gonna be. I don't think he's gonna be. He looked bad at 150 when he fought Regis Prograde.
Hey, bro.
Or did
so
Regis just look
you,
good because he didn't have to cut
Hey, bro.
weight, bruh?
Hold on, bro. Hey, bro. So are you banking on that Ryan is that good, or are you banking on that Ben is gonna come in on some bullshit?
Oh, who do you got winning then? You got Conor Ben winning?
I got it at 50-50.
No, I'm talking about Yao.
You said what?
I don't know who I don't know who I got winning. I mean, I find it hard for Conor to win. The nigga ain't fought at 147 in 5 years.
Yeah, I got the 50-50.
It's set up for Ryan to win.
I'm not. I apologize for this, but I'm not taking anything in what Ryan did to Barrios. I'm just sorry. That's just me.
I agree with you. It's
I'm
set up
taking
for
this
Ryan
next-
to win, but they told me it was set up for him to beat Rolly as well. He didn't beat Rolly.
Yeah. It was hyped for him to be Rolly. Yeah.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
You guys didn't see nothing, bro. I saw him do. He had a great performance versus Mario.
Against who?
Against Barrios. He boxed.
Man, Barrios did, bro.
Hey,
Barrios
stop that.
wasn't a real guy in there,
hey,
bro.
Hey, come on now. Let's be boxer fans. Don't do that.
And Barrios really lost the fight to Pacquiao. If we being
Come on
honest,
now.
nigga, Pacquiao should have won that fight, bro. They
Okay,
fucking
so
robbed Pacquiao.
but did he beat the shit out of Barrios? Yes or no?
He beat the shit out of a corpse. Yes, he beat the shit out of that man.
So he did. Did you not see him be more disciplined with his jab? He dropped him with his right, not with the left hook that we always see, right?
But we know that he can do that though. It wasn't. He didn't show me nothing that I wasn't expecting to see, especially against Barrios, bro.
Yeah,
All right, so
he let his hands go. He was good.
Hey,
I saw a good
all right,
fight.
so as a boxing fan, you gonna take that and just run what Ryan can do, like his skill set? You gonna take that?
If he goes into this next fight the way he fought Mario Barrios, he's gonna win the fight.
Okay, that you now. All right, see now, I
If he
understand
fights,
that you're a Ryan fan.
if he
Are
fights the
you
way he
taking?
fought,
Are you taking the way that Ryan fought his opponent? Are you taking how he fought or his opponent?
no, I'm fine. I'm taking the way he fought because I could see what I saw in his discipline and the way he fought in that fight. He fought very well.
So you're not saying. So you're not going off of anything about his opponent?
Well, yeah, we know that Mario Barrios is what it is. It's like tonight. We know who the fuck Rolly is, but Teal did what he did, right? But in that fight,
I said that, right?
But in that fight, Ryan Garcia looked better coming out that fight than Teal did tonight.
Who looked like a more lively opponent? Did Mario Barrios look more lively than Rolly Romero in this fight?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
What? You think Barrios looked livelier in the ring with Ryan than Rolly looked in this fight?
Rolly looked horrible, bro. Stop it, man.
Hell no, man.
Clay.
Clay,
What'd you say, Clay?
Go ahead,
God,
Clay.
no.
If
that Mario Barrios was in the ring with this Rolly Romero, Rolly would have fucking stopped Barrios.
Clay, don't do this. You think Barrios looked better than Rolly looked tonight?
Rolly looked horrible.
Rolly would have stopped Barrios, bro. If that was the
Clay.
fight, man, come on, Clay.
Hey, Clay, did
on.
Barrios look better than what Rolly looked tonight?
Versus Ryan Garcia, yeah.
Hell no, man. Rolly would have stopped that Barrios that far around.
Not running, not the way he was running tonight.
Hey, Clay, I'm looking for an answer, Clay.
Listen, I'm telling you, man, Mario Barrios
Clay, did Barrios look better that night against Ryan than Rolly looked tonight against Teal?
Yes.
Clay, come on, man,
Oh,
dog. God damn it, Clay. Come on, Clay.
Yo, Clay,
Bro, I've been following you for years, Clay.
And you
Don't
said
do
it.
this,
These guys,
Clay.
come on, yes.
Hey, Clay, don't do this, bro.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Yes.
Sorry, not sorry, bro.
All right, we gotta watch the fight again. I'm gonna ask you next week, Clay.
Hey, Clay.
I'm done.
Let me ask you this.
Maybe it's too fresh. Maybe it's too soon.
It's too fresh.
Yeah, it's too soon. It's too soon.
Let me ask you this, Clay. Do you think that Ryan Garcia's performance versus Mario Barrios was more of a better storyline than what we're getting tonight at the Teal versus Rolly?
Yes.
I saw Ryan Garcia being disciplined. I saw Ryan Garcia let his hands go. I saw him take that jab. I saw him use his footwork. I saw him drop the guy with his right hand. Now we're always with the left hook that we always trying to think about, right? I saw a better fight that night. I did. And I agree with Clay that if he knocks, bro, he gives me a highlight reel like he did with fucking Devin Haney standing over him, and shit with a knockout like that. Yeah, this guy's gonna turn to be the face of boxing. Not the greatest boxer, but just the most trending guy in all of boxing.
He's gonna be the biggest seller, the biggest needle mover. He's gonna be the biggest money maker in boxing. Like his headlines are gonna when he puts on an event, bro, it's gonna sell out. He's gonna do the tank thing. You know what I'm saying? The numbers, the people in the arena, the pay-per-views, whatever. He's gonna take Canelo's place. He's gonna take the place of
stop watching boxing.
Maybe that's what he'll do, but the casual fans, look when he came out on the WWE, when he came out there and hit the dude with the guitar, the crowd went
crazy.
They lost their fucking mind, bro. Those are kids. Those are people who don't watch boxing who are going to be watching Ryan Garcia fight Conor Benn. They're going to watch because it's Ryan. So if Ryan knocks out Conor Benn, bro, he's bringing in a fan base that's only going to show up for him. So he's going to become a vehicle of bringing boxing back to the forefront. To be on his undercard is going to be a blessing. It's going to be a payday. It's going to be an opportunity to become a superstar. When he has a fight, whoever his dance partner is, they're going to make their biggest payday, and whoever's on that undercard is going to get an opportunity to be exposed to a whole brand new fan base. This is if he delivers. And to be honest with you, the way Zuffa's pushing fighters, the way they're promoting, you don't even need to be winning to be popular. You just got to put on a great fight. You just got to be exciting. You can still be a big star. When you look at the conversation for what it really is, right? We're talking about asses in seats. We're talking about money in, money out. Right now, Devin Haney is struggling right now to find a fighter who's willing to fight him
for a little bit of money, right? Like he can't make the big fights. He's looking to make a big fight. He got this deal with the Zone. The Zone can't make it happen. The Zone can't force Liam Power to find him. The Zone can't force a Keyshawn Davis to fight him. You know what I'm saying? Jack Catterall is waiting on an offer that makes sense from Devin Haney. He's struggling. Ryan Garcia will not struggle to make a fight. When he wants to make a fight, people are going to be lined up the same way they were lined up to fight Tank Davis. They're going to line up to fight Ryan Garcia because they know it's going to be their biggest payday and they know the crowd's going to be crazy. They're going to take that B-side money and they're going to take an opportunity at being rich and becoming popular.
Guess what, too?
If he knocks Ben
I think
out,
they're
right?
lining up because they think
off.
if
If he
knocks,
knocks
they
out-
lining up because they see a buffet.
What
That's
did
why they
Turkey-
lining
No.
up.
We talking
what
about
did
if he
Turkey do?
knocks Ben out, or are we just talking about if he just wins?
No,
Both,
he knocks
really,
him.
both.
Bro, yeah, highlight reel like hey, the same picture that we see that's iconic of Ryan Garcia standing over Devin Haney.
Yeah.
Of one of those.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
Now, guess what? Who's the most expensive fighter in all of ring card fighters that they have? Who's the most expensive fighter that they got signed?
Probably Canelo, right?
It's
Signed?
Canelo.
Yeah.
Canelo's
Canelo,
owed like
right?
$150 million.
Right.
Now, they pushed Canelo off the Independence Day to put Ryan Garcia. What does that tell you what they're trying to set up to do?
Yep.
They're trying to sell us garbage is what they're trying to sell
Oh,
us.
and
They're trying to
again,
sell us something I'm not
that's one
buying.
thing, Yao. That's one thing, Yao. But,
I'm not
but you
buying
got to understand.
I'm not buying it.
You got to
He said,
understand.
I'm
But
not-
you got to understand that it's not a when it's in the face of fighting, it has nothing to do with who's the greatest, who's the best, it's not that. It's just what's gonna be the one trending in all of boxing.
Canelo's actually good though. That's what I'm. He's actually.
I
he can actually
understand
box.
that. We
He's
know
actually
that.
appealing to watch fight.
But you got to see that there's the X's and O's of the game, and then the popularity, man. You know, the baddest bitch. The baddest bitch on the baddest looking bitch on the block. The baddest looking bitch on the block is not always the wifey material. You know that.
Okay, we got that.
That's what's gonna be.
We got that. If Ryan knocks out Ben in a like dramatic, we got it. We got it. He's climbing. He's
gonna be.
We
trending.
see
Well,
what they
hopefully
doing.
Conor Ben is able to hit it and quit it if he's the baddest looking bitch on the block. Hopefully we can hit him and
Now,
quit him and
hold
get him
on.
the
But
fuck
if
out of
Ryan,
here.
if Ryan
You
just
understand
wins,
me?
if he just wins regularly, it goes to 12 rounds. Niggas is talking about it, debating about it. Is it the same type of?
Oh no, then it changes. It changes.
Okay.
It changes like it is tonight.
I got you.
It'll become. If it becomes like what we saw tonight, like okay.
Oh my God, yeah. If he does
12-round
that,
decision, and it's like
I just can't picture it. Conor Ben is too exciting, too much of an exciting fighter to.
Yeah. I don't
do
see
that.
anybody that think that Ryan's gonna knock this guy out. If you think that, somebody please bet me.
I could see that happen.
Ryan's knocking
I said,
Conor out.
oh, it's what?
You betting on that?
Watch.
You betting on that?
I don't bet.
Okay.
He'll bet his.
But-
You don't bet, he gamble.
Okay, well,
That's
let's
what
kill
he
that then.
said. He's like, I don't bet. I
let's kill that.
gamble.
Listen, I'm just saying, if he don't, he
Kill
don't.
that
But
then.
what do you? Conor Ben's coming in at 147. He looks skinny as hell. He at 154 when he fought that catch weight with Regis Prograis, he looked bad. He's already telling the world right now, I ain't doing this again. He's already letting you know how the weight cut's going.
If you follow with everything that's going on, what you just say, Clay, then just please be confident and just make a bet.
I hope Conor Ben pull a Ryan Garcia in this bitch and blow weight.
Stronger than he's ever been. He's super comfortable at 147.
All right,
He's
just
knocking him out.
make a confident bet that Ryan's gonna knock this man out. Forget about winning.
What
You
makes you
just
think he
said
won't
that
knock
he's
him out?
gonna knock this man.
What makes you think he
Ben,
won't knock him out? Why?
Who's the last person that knocked Ben out?
Bro, what are you talking about? Conor's never been knocked out. He's never been stopped. He's never even been on his ass. But has he ever been in the ring with
But
the
you
punch?
just said Ryan's gonna knock this man out.
So are you telling me that his chin has been tested? Well, you seen him punching his head by a big puncher? What are you trying to say?
All I'm asking is
who
for you
has
to
Conor-
put the money
No,
up if
no,
you
it's
think
not-
that
I'm not
Ryan's
putting
gonna
the money
knock
up.
this man out.
It's one thing for you to believe what you believe, right? But here's what I'm trying to say, right?
make an argument for me and tell me about who Conor Benn's been in the ring with that he was even projected to be able to knock him out. Who?
Tio just answered my question, bro.
Who's he been in the ring with? Chris Algieri? Who has he been in the ring with? Who's punching Chris Eubank with a 10-pound rehydration clause? Who has he been in the ring with that was even projected as somebody who could be in the conversation of knocking anybody out? Conor Benn's career has been moved meticulously on the back end of his father's name and been moved in a way to build him to where he's never been in the ring with a fighter with a heartbeat, bro. Chris Algieri is probably the closest fighter he's ever been in the ring with.
I don't
bro.
want to disrespect Regis like that though, because I had everybody and their mother. I'm just saying, I had everybody and their mother telling me that Conor Benn was gonna knock Regis out, and I'm like, hold the fuck on now. Regis has never been stopped. Regis is a 2-time champion. Regis is solid. He's not going to beat on Regis.
So then, what does that tell you? But Regis is a way washed over the hill fighter, coming up at a weight class he's never been at. And he lasted 12 rounds.
But that's the thing, though. I believe in him being healthy though, because he didn't have to cut weight. That's a factor. The man ain't got to cut weight.
But he's not good.
What you mean? You said Regis
is not good.
Oh shit!
Stop.
And he didn't. And it wasn't like he beat the living breaks out of Regis. I didn't see it like that.
Regis' best days was before Josh Taylor, right? That's when he had his best days where he was getting over with his power and a little bit of athleticism that he had. But when he fought Conor Benn, he wasn't good, bro. He was done. He was getting up out of here. He wasn't a fighter like that.
Hey Clay, do you think Ryan's gonna knock out Benn because of his power or because of the weight?
A combination of both. It's going to be a comment. Now, I was literally about to get in this part of the conversation saying, like, now, why would I say Ryan's going to knock out Benn? Ryan is a knockout artist. Outside of what he did with Rolly Romero,
is it his power or is it his
every
speed?
Time he's gotten in the ring, even with Mario Barrios and Devin Haney,
he didn't knock out Emmanuel to go,
left hook, he show you what he's going to do.
Is it his power or is it his speed?
Whatever you want to call it, bro. He's a knockout artist.
What's a knockout artist? Is that like what's a knockout artist?
They're gonna tell you it's about
a knockout artist, or is Ryan a knockout artist?
Who's mastered the art of knocking people unconscious. Ryan Garcia is one of those guys. What do you mean?
He's got 80 knockout ratio, bro. He's out of 25 fights. They're gonna tell you it's about the ratio. Out of 25 fights, he's knocked out 20.
Okay, all right. When we talk about knockout artists, are we talking about Mike Tyson's of the world, Hank's of the world?
He's got 25 fights.
Ryan's in that conversation?
Ryan Garcia has a high probability of knocking whoever he's in the ring out.
But are we talking Are we talking about pure power? Or are we talking about speed?
Knockouts.
Because speed kills power.
So what are we saying? So where are we going with this? So what are we just saying
that? Are we saying that Ryan could just touch you at any moment, any given second, any angle?
Yes, with the left
and knock you out
and stop you. Yes.
Okay.
Literally. What are we talking about here? Am I crazy? What are we doing here?
Ryan Garcia's got the most devastating left hook in all of boxing. In all of boxing, nobody's got a more devastating left hook.
And I will say though, in like his last 5 fights though, he only got one stoppage. Like his last 5 fights.
Well, hey, bro, no, you don't need to say that. Yeah, you're right. That left hook is crazy. That left hook is crazy. We just talking about devastating knockout. Like nigga, I'm gonna touch you with each hand, any angle, and you gonna go to sleep.
Sleep is sleep, right? I just want to be clear, right?
But are we putting Ryan in that
he's
category?
a stoppage artist.
It don't matter.
Are we putting
Ryan Garcia is a skilled fighter at knocking. And let me tell you this: Ryan Garcia may not even be known as being that skilled of a fighter. They'll say like he hasn't even shown and proven that he's that good of a boxer. What he has shown is he will knock your ass out. Like if he doesn't show anything, right? He doesn't show he's the best boxer. He doesn't have the best foot movement. What is Ryan Garcia known for? Knocking people out.
That left hand.
Yeah, look,
And what
That
comes with the
quickness
left
in his
hand?
left hand.
And what comes with the left hand? Because you scared to say it? Are you scared to say it? What comes with the left hand?
That power in that left hand and that quickness.
And what happens with the power and the quickness? And then what happens?
He gonna knock you out.
Thank you. So what are we talking about? Ryan Garcia is not a knockout artist. That's if he's anything, that's all he is. If he's anything.
Yeah, look for an example, he to me he was losing that fight with Duarte. With that Duarte fight, he was losing.
Right.
And then what? Kapow!
He clipped him in the back of the head. That's what happened. He clipped him
What are
in
we
the back of the
talking
head.
about
Hey, listen. I'm a fan of boxing. I'm just gonna say this before I say this. I'm a fan of boxing. I don't care about fighters. I don't give a fuck about Tank, Shakur, or none of that shit. I'm just gonna say this. What happened to Barrios when he fought Tank?
He got stopped.
No, what happened to him?
He got stopped. He got put away.
What do you mean? He got stopped with a body shot. What happened? What do you mean?
Bro,
So I'm asking what I'm asking is the power of Tank. When we look at Tank, we say that nigga a knockout artist. He gonna put somebody to sleep. Do we look at Ryan the same way?
Ryan is more of a one-shot knockout.
Do we look at Ryan that same way is what I'm asking, Clay. That's all I'm asking.
That would be a no.
As a knockout artist like Tank.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I get what you're trying to say. Because
Tank is always knocking out. Tank is always just knocking out guys that he's bringing up for other weight shits in classes. Bro, it's more.
It seemed like Devin Haney should have took. You just was praising Ryan for beating on Devin Haney. It seemed like Devin Haney should have took notes from Tank. My nigga, put him on the weight clause.
Let me ask you a question. Who was the last fighter you seen Tank knock unconscious? What, Leo Santa Cruz or
Frank Martin?
Frank Martin. That's it, right? Tank
Mm-hmm.
is not known for knocking people unconscious. Who's he done that to? He stops fighters.
He knocked Frank Martin the fuck out.
Frank Martin and Leo Santa Cruz. Who else? Talk to me. Speak to me. Tell me about these guys.
Did he put Mario Barrios to sleep?
Yeah, I thought
Ryan
Bobby
Garcia is putting people to sleep. He's stopping niggas. Like, they're not even counting.
I forgot about ROLLY. I forgot about Gamboa. ROLLY definitely got put to sleep.
Yeah, ROLLY
Gamboa got put. Yeah.
Gamboa didn't get put to sleep.
Hey,
he did not get.
Hey,
he put ROLLY to sleep.
ROLLY didn't get put to sleep. ROLLY was just off on his feet. They stopped the fight.
I think we coming to a point where we just gotta we gotta separate the hard hitters.
And he broke records.
Ryan Garcia is a professional. Ryan Garcia
Ryan with that left hand. Ryan with that left hand. He
I'll pull up a highlight reel right now, but I don't want to get my channel demonetized. So Ryan Garcia just stopped.
Well, Ryan with that left hand, get done. But a lot of with that Ryan left hand is speed.
Yo, man.
And we know what you don't see happens to be a little bit worse than a nigga just with a rock solid hand. We know that.
But it don't matter.
But we talking about pure power. When I hit you with this, no matter what angle, you're done.
That's what you're talking about.
That's not Ryan. Yeah,
that's what you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what we're talking about is
right,
what
left
we're talking
hand,
about is what we're talking about is what this conversation is about, which is that Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia will be fighting each other, and the likeliness that Ryan Garcia will stop Conor Ben is high because Conor Ben is coming in depleted. He's not coming in a weight class that he probably should be in. He's already said he's leaving the weight class, and then combine that with a fighter who has the stopping power, the ability to knock you out, because that's what he does in Ryan Garcia. The probability is high that Conor Ben will get stopped. The probability is high that he will not be able to have that punch resistance that he had when he was at 160. He won't have that punch resistance. And Ryan Garcia, the probability that he will hit him with that left hook is high because Conor Ben is a very offensive fighter. So when you're offensive like that, you leave yourself to get hit, period. Yeah. So if he doesn't get knocked out, God bless him. That's possible too. But to paint the picture that is crazy, like, yeah, right. How the hell you think? What does that mean? Of course, Ryan Garcia is likely to hit this nigga with some shit he ain't never been hit before, and he's not built to take the punch because he doesn't have enough water around his brain. because he's gonna be cutting all that
I
weight.
understand what you're saying, Clay. I didn't want to disrespect what you were saying. I understand that. I understand that, Clay.
Hey, man, bro. Teal did this press conference, bro, and they got my man still leaking from the fucking eye, doing it like come on, man. Like, come on, man. The guy's got a stream of blood down his fucking face, bro. Like, what the fuck, man?
It shows character, man.
That's not the way. That's not the way a fucking true professional
you
corner.
stitch it up. You put a bandage over it. You seal it up, and you make sure that he's not leaking no more, bro.
It shows character, man. It presents character. It shows that he's a real winner, like he said in the post fight, man. Come on, man. He's a winner. Come on, man.
The fucking corner, bro. It pisses me off.
Why you mad at the corner?
They
coached him to victory, and you pissed at the corner. It makes no sense.
They got the alley mechanics working on this fucking Maybach, bro. I mean, like, what the fuck?
Find it right now. What's the
pressure? They coached him to victory, man. Teo Senior was in the corner giving the coaching performance of his life, man. What you mean?
You got him, bro.
Hit him right here in the solar plexus, bro. He was giving him the game, man. Shout out to Teo Senior, man. He was coaching his ass off.
Teo was saying that one thing he didn't know about Rolly is that he didn't like to get into the fight. That's why
exactly. Senior was coaching his ass off, man. He coached him to victory. Cut the games, man.
Not once in the corner. Not once in the corner did we hear, keep on going to the body, son.
He said punch him right. He literally was hitting Teo in the body, telling him to go to the body.
Yeah, and I heard the corner too. If all y'all gotta do is go back and just watch these fights like 2, 3, 4 times. And
I ain't hear no bad advice coming from Teo Senior tonight, man. What you mean?
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it. It was the same shit. Punch him.
I thought he gave me the game plan.
Hit him harder.
You mean that's what you're supposed to do?
Like he was saying,
keep your right hand up and walk this guy down.
That sounds like good advice to me, man.
It's just a fact. It's just a fact that who he's fighting, like niggas don't want to dissect.
Keep your right hand up and walk this man down.
Hey Clay, this brings us to this point right here, right? I want to ask everybody because it's been a big thing on Twitter. Where does this fight now that Teo beat Rolly? Like, where does this put Shakur in his resume? Does it downplay it? Does it upgrade it?
It should help his resume. Teo went on to win again.
They don't do nothing to me.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking everybody, man. I'm just asking everybody.
They don't do anything. They don't do anything.
That's
casual talk. That shit about that is his resume. Like I don't get into all that, bro. You know
how it go, bro. That's why I'm asking. You know how this shit go.
You know, because you are. It is what it is when you're going into the fight. What happens afterwards is like what. You know what I mean? Is I don't subscribe to that.
Right. I agree.
Oh, they eat like fine wine or they eat like sour milk and blah blah blah.
It don't hurt. It don't hurt that Teo went out there and won another fight though.
It doesn't hurt. Teo's already a great fucking fighter, regardless of the fight.
Hey, I agree. Guys losing to Cambosis to me, let's say, man.
That's you.
That Teofimo I'm pretty sure Teofimo is looking at that Cambosis and Paro shit, hoping that shit happen. And hoping that Cambosis can get the dub because I'm sure he would love to get that back.
Man, but why? We are so done with bro. Cambosis lost every fight since that. No, hold on. Cambosis just lost after that Teo fight. He's lost every fight in his fucking life.
But you just told me we don't look at. You just told me we don't look at the fights afterwards. It's about what happens during that day. You told me.
Hey, but hold on. Hold on. Why does everybody bring up Cambosis, but nobody brings up him beating Taylor Aloma? Why does that get automatically erased?
Because he lost the Cambosis. Because he lost the Cambosis right after he beat Loma. That's why.
So the other
you beat Loma and then you went out.
So Loma and Taylor don't matter. Like that don't matter. Like the Taylor fight don't matter. None of that.
I mean, but Taylor went out and then lost to Echo Usman. I get it. He beat Taylor when he beat him. Shout out to him. But I'm just saying the man Taylor didn't look. Listen, that when we talk about shit aging like wine or aging like milk, I'm just saying, man. But like all I'm saying is Teofimo would love to see Cambosis beat Paro and get a strap. I would like to think Teofimo would want that back and he can unify.
I mean,
at
if that happens,
147.
I
That'll help a
can
lot. That'll
see
help
what
a
you're
lot.
saying if that was to happen, but that's not gonna happen. Campos is gonna lose, bro.
We don't know that.
I
Paro
know
ain't been
that.
looking. I thought Paro lost the Crocker. Shit, I thought Paro lost that Crocker fight,
Yeah,
but he
but
got it off.
Cambosos has lost every fight since Tio, and was arguably gifted to win that night.
Hey, he got it done, man. He got it done.
Bro, no, I don't buy into the psyops. But I don't. They don't need to tell me what I saw. I'm not one of those.
I thought Cambosos did enough to win. I didn't think that was right.
I thought, me personally, I thought it was a draw, and me Tio being the champion, and then you give it to the champion if you want to do that. I thought it was a draw.
Oh, okay. I'm not mad that Cambosos got the. Like I said, I thought he did enough to win. I wasn't mad to see him get the victory, but I wouldn't have been mad with the draw. I thought, but yeah, it was a good fight. But all I'm saying is, if Cambosos can get a belt at 147, Teofimo should definitely be thinking about getting that fight.
Oh no! If that happens, and that's not gonna.
You don't think Cambosos can beat Paro?
Nope. At 147.
Hey, I think he could be. I think it's possible that he can beat him, man. I
Bro,
think it's possible.
He got his. No, man. He got his ass whooped by that. No, bro. That guy's lost every fight since, bro.
He beat Maxie Hughes for the record. He did beat.
Bro, including that one, he lost. That's what I was gonna say. Even in the Indian reservation, bro, he got his ass whooped by Maxie Hughes.
He won the fight, man.
Hey, who's beating Devin at 147?
Who beating Devin? Shit, a couple of guys. A couple of guys can do it.
Hey,
I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised if Jack Catterall.
Yo, Rolly is so delusional. Yeah. Hey, yo, I'm watching Rolly right now, bro. He's cringeworthy, bro.
What did he say?
He's like, he only hit me 2 times. He really didn't hit me that much. And look at my face. Look at his face.
That's Rolly. That's Rolly.
I think that's how you beat the champion. You know, congratulations. Yo, he's cringeworthy, bro. He is cringeworthy, bro. Ayo, bro. What is he?
Guess who?
You got your guy Solace, right? Who's screaming at you from round, let's say 6, on to the end of the fight. You gotta let your hands go. Come on, you're letting this guy take the fight from you. You thought you were winning that fight? Why?
In round 2, I think it was. I think it was round 2, round 3.
My thing is, I don't feel like he thought he was losing.
Salas in Spanish told him, "Don't do this to me."
Hey, are we going?
Are you paying attention?
No, let's not cut each other off. Hold on, man. Let HLD say what he's saying.
Coach?
Hold on. Let HLD go say what he's saying. Go ahead, HLD.
I'm just saying, early, it was like round 3 already, or what it was. And Sal was like, "Don't do this to me, bro. You pay attention. Are you paying attention? Está pendiente. Are you paying attention, bro?"
Hey, come on, bro.
He was not, bro. He was looking at like, bro. He was.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, Rolly has no reason to believe he won that fight. So to sit there with your face all turned up, like, so that means you're not even listening to your coach. Then that means your coach is talking to you, and you're not even taking him seriously. You're a hype job.
But that's my thing, though, Clay. Maybe he didn't think that he won, but he might be thinking that he didn't do enough to lose. It's the difference. You see what I'm saying? He like, fuck it. All right, I didn't go out here and let my hands go and all this shit, but he didn't felt as though he got beat up. He didn't felt as though that T.O., you feel me, beat him. Sometimes it be like that. I didn't do enough to lose.
Fine.
Hey, when T.O., who said that? Who said that? Who's the one that said that? What's your name, bro?
I just said that. That was Trees, man. Trees.
Hey, Trey. Hey, I think T.O. felt the same way when he got beat by one hand. Sometimes if you don't get beat the fuck up, like literally hurt.
You talking about beat by one hand by who? By Shakur?
Yeah, you might.
You ain't feel like you won that fight.
Hey, no, I'm not saying that. But you might not feel like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't take that much of an ass whooping. I ain't really. You might feel like that.
Take that much of an ass whooping, don't mean you ain't lose that fight.
By the cards, though, Rolly.
And that's all Rolly
might not feel that
Rolly
way.
looking at the scorecards, it was closer than one might, you feel me?
We see it.
We like I didn't do enough to lose.
We know that Rolly lost. Everybody knows that shit. But
Teal's gonna
want
wait
to
for
add
the
up
winner.
the cards and all that shit and what Rolly. Hey, you might feel that. way.
Teal's gonna wait for the winner of the Conor Ben Ryan Garcia fight, and then he wants Devin Haney last.
What?
He wants to fight the winner of Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia next. And then
Yeah, I don't blame that.
He do.
And then
I don't blame that.
and,
It makes a bigger fight. I don't blame that.
And he's then hoping maybe if Haney gets that belt from Paro, he wants the undisputed fight at 147 versus Devin Haney.
Sound like some Gary Antoine Russell shit. I want to save him for last. I don't like.
No, it's not. He's got a purpose, sorry, because he wants to. When
the belts is involved.
The bullshit that the media was writing on Devin Haney's job wants to say.
I'm just saying it sounds real Gary Antoine Russell like to me, man.
No, Antoine Russell.
Because Teo's a lot more than what Russell's ever been.
Yeah,
Say, man. Y'all just was talking about knockout artists. I'm just saying, man.
But listen though. Say if that happens, okay, how long is fucking Devin sitting out, man? He got to fight somebody to take a belt.
You gotta do shit.
He has to get somebody to make this shit.
He's probably waiting on Teo too.
This dude's
an undisputed fight that has to happen.
Listen. So Teo's in this interview right now, and they go to Teo. They go, is there anything you would have changed in this fight? Anything you regretted? Anything you would have changed in this fight? That man said, if somebody else did what I did, they would have called it a masterclass. Because it's me, it's because it's me. You already know what it is.
Well,
with a serious face.
They did call
gone, bro.
No, but I heard everybody saying that Devin Haney had a masterclass versus fucking Norman Jr. and that was trash.
Yeah, who said that? Rolly said that?
I mean, he didn't lose the round. Did he lose the round?
Yeah, he didn't lose the round, but this is different, man. Rolly Romero didn't do nothing. Rolly Romero.
Yeah,
no.
but what did Norman Jr. do in the same half of that fight? Nothing.
Listen, nah, man. That's not the same.
So was that a masterclass?
By who? By Devin?
Yeah.
I think Devin outclassed.
I don't think that was.
I think
he was a masterclass, but
he outclassed him. I brought that out earlier because I think both of these fights were equally as trash.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
Except for the drop, they were equally as trash. It was boring. I bet you never watched that fight again except for the third round.
No. You're right. I think Rolly and Teo was a little No, I think they was both exciting. I think they were both the same,
bro. To me, that's why I brought it up earlier.
Hold on. I'm only saying that because Haney hurt Devin. Haney hurt Norman. That was exciting. Now he didn't keep going, and it got boring at the end.
It got boring after the third round.
Rolly hurt Teo, and then after that, it was just but it
wasn't a hug fest.
About the same fight.
Was it a hug fest tonight?
No, it wasn't hug fest.
The Devin Haney, Norman Jr. That was they were.
But that's what Haney. I mean, listen, that's what Haney do, man.
Well, then again, but bottom line is they were both garbage. As far as I'm not watching that fight again. I'm not gonna I can't wait. I got to see this fight again.
No, both fight. I agree with that.
You're not gonna do that. But that's what he was. That's what but that's what he's. I understand what he's saying by that because everybody, it was a master class. I'm like, what are you talking about? It was just a hug fest. He didn't go for the kill. He really had him hurt, and he didn't do shit.
Was Ryan Garcia versus Barrios a masterclass?
Hell no.
Yeah, it was not masterclass.
Who the fuck think that?
Who think that? It was better. That fight.
Hey, nigga, you better not think that.
That performance was better than both Devin Haney, Norman Jr., Teo, and Verón.
No. We're not asking that.
It was.
No, don't do that. We're not asking that. No. No, we're not asking that. It was the same boring ass shit.
No, it wasn't boring because he was letting hands go. They were fighting.
Bro, now you being biased now, bro. Come on.
One guy was fighting. One guy was getting
I'm riding with you with the two fights, and then you went to that and you started talking crazy now.
No, because Ryan Garcia that was a better fight than tonight's fight. And the
bro.
Not that I'm trying to rewind it and go watch it again. Not that I'm trying to.
I was just about to. Are you watching that shit?
No, I'm not watching it again. But I'm just getting it.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? It was better. That's all.
Oh wow.
Yo, Ray listening to this. You're gonna lose some brain cells, Clay.
Can't do that.
But shout out to y'all, man. I'm about to jump off. Claymore Rain, he looking real confused.
Bro, he listening.
Clay looking real. He looking real.
Yo,
Why the fuck he look so angry watching that shit, champ?
because Tio's so delusional, bro. Like I'm just watching him. It's just like
That motherfucking Claymore
I
He
can't
been
believe it.
delusional.
I cannot believe this dude, bro. Like some people
shit.
just like I can't believe him. It is what it is, but
Shout out to you, Claymore. But shout out ATP. Appreciate the platform. Gang.
yeah,
We
man, it's
outta
about
here.
that
Hey,
time.
man.
It's about that time.
Yeah,
I'm about to go.
for sure.
Y'all be
It's
cool,
fresh.
man.
I'm gonna end up saying more bad shit about Rolly, and I don't want to do that, bro. I don't want to keep talking shit about Rolly, bro.
Hey,
You know
Jill
what I'm saying?
confirmed that he's
Peace,
gonna ride
peace.
and die with his daddy. So it is.
Hey,
what
man,
it
it is what it is, man. Congratulations to Teofimo Lopez. Like I said
For
earlier,
sure.
I think that 147 is better because of him winning. You know what I mean? Him picking
Yeah,
up
for
that
sure.
title, he did
For sure.
he did a full service. You know, he did something good for boxing. You know what I'm saying? Him being a champion is good for boxing. Teofimo Lopez as a champion is good for boxing. Teofimo
Agreed.
Lopez in unification fights is good for boxing. And you know, I'm
Agreed.
excited to see what he does next. I saw him in a press conference. He basically said that he's not taking no title defenses. He says he has 3 fights left on his deal with the Zone, and they're all going to be for unifications. He's trying to get to undisputed, so he's betting on himself. I
see.
like it. He's going in for the
Let's see.
biggest fights, man. Let's make it happen.
Let's see.
At least I know that's Steel's trajectory. I didn't even have to hear that. Like I
Him
know where he's gonna
him
go.
just coming up to 147 just makes it exciting. So let's see.
Right. Well, I'm interested in that, man, but I don't want to see Rolly fighting nobody, bro.
No, he gotta go.
Bro.
Yeah. He gotta go back down.
I don't know who he would fight right
Bottom to
now
the
that
bottom.
would make me excited, bro. Like,
No, he
I
on
don't
the
know
undercard. He on the
yeah, I don't know who he would fight, bro.
he drops major now.
He should get in the ring with put him in the ring with Keyshawn. You know what I mean?
No, don't disrespect Keyshawn like that.
Nah, Keyshawn played himself. So let him.
No, you can't. But no, not Rolly.
Rolly.
Come on now. Keyshawn, we gotta get Keyshawn against Norman.
Man,
Keyshawn against.
Hey, Clay.
I
got Rolly.
Okay, so let's make that fight happen then.
I got Rolly.
Let's make it happen then.
Keyshawn needs to
disrespectful.
Keyshawn gonna knock that boy out. Keyshawn gonna
Keyshawn
beat him
needs to pay.
knocked it.
And it would do nothing.
Yeah,
Him knocking Rolly out would do nothing.
That's
No,
it,
but
man.
it would get Rolly out of boxing, and that's something that could get Keyshawn some points. Like you know, he did duck Devin, but he did get Rolly up out of boxing.
Keyshawn and Norman. We want Keyshawn and Norman. Come on, man.
It is
Yo,
what it is. Hey guys, salute, man. I'm out.
Devin Haney, Norman Jr.
Salute, bro.
rematch Atlanta. That's what I want to see next. If they're not gonna do anything else, I want to see Devin Haney rematch Norman Bryan Jr. in Atlanta.
Yeah, we'll see. We gonna see shit shift
The
this
lineal
week. We're gonna see some
All right.
talks.
Yeah, and your title on the
Yeah.
I like it. All right, Clay, man. Turn me on, bro.
All right, Clay.
Shout out to you guys. Hey, we're going up later today. Today I'm supposed to be going up later. I think Coach Hector Bermudez should be on the show today, so we can talk to him about Yoenli Hernández and
What you thought about him? What you thought about him? What you thought about Yo-Yo tonight?
I like Yo-Yo. I mean, I don't think he's perfect, and I think he could definitely get better in certain areas and do his thing. But I like what he did, man. I thought he had a game fighter in front of him who was letting his hands go. I thought the guy had a high volume punching. A lot of combination punching.
Hey, love Russell too. Love what Russell.
Yeah.
I love what Russell did tonight.
Yeah, but we won't see him fight again until 2035, so it don't matter.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it might.
Well, hopefully, with Gary, Antonio, I'm hoping that maybe there's something that he can line up and picking up a belt. I know that that Inoue is there, but Inoue's kind of giving us like he might go to 126 energy, which means that maybe he's in position to make a big fight with a Bam Rodriguez or something like that. I think he'd be a great dance partner for Bam. I would pick Bam to win the fight, but I think it'd be a great fight. I think they'd be a great fight.
Save the rest related to the.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later today. Hopefully, I get Coach up there. I think Coach, I'm pretty sure Coach is going to be on the show today, and I got another guest too. I think is going to pop up today as well.
What time, Clay? What time you coming on?
I'm probably going to pop up about
2, 3 o'clock. I'll put the thumbnail out there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, bet.
I might get some sleep depending on what time I wake up.
Yeah, exactly. I got it, man. All right, guys,
All right,
man.
Clay.
Hey, Clay, man. As always,
All
man,
right, yo.
appreciate it, man.
Yeah, salute. Hey, everybody in the building, man. Salute to everybody who popped up in the building today, man. I appreciate. Hit the like button if you haven't done it yet. We had a pretty good showing out, about 10,000 plus views. And
Yes,
you know what I'm
sir.
saying? Shout out to all the everybody who hit the like button. Let's hit the like button. Let me do. Oh, we got 300 likes. Where we at?
Yes, sir.
We got 263. Whatever.
260.
It's good. Keep hitting the like button. If you ain't hit the like button, hit the like button. Until the next one, guys. You already know what it is. It's that ATP Combat Media. I'm your host, Claymore Rain. And at this point,
For the top like hello. Yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles that I'm in my element. It's evident that I never see pain. All those dark nights I got there, breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish. Consumers find a way inside your business. Babylon, they try to dabble in it and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You trying to aim for the top like this and you're in your element with a fire like this and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire. I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth. Following God and you grinding. You do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center. Word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, well I might be. Let's run it up, run it up, run it up. We beating the odds just to sum it up. You know it's a rap, never waistlines, and I'm cutting the weight like a tummy tuck. That mean I'm about to give it out right now. You see what's coming down the line, I never pipe down. I give 100% of me, trying to stun on my enemies. In my element is crazy, it's the mic sound. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got.